holiday. What a holiday for us to all enjoy. What a holiday. What a holiday for one and all. Smile and dance, prince and prince, my friends. What a holiday, what a holiday for one and all, for one and all.
Hello, welcome to stream number 3. We are officially at the halfway point, and oh my god, what fun we've had. We've had technical issues, we've had sound issues, we've had stripping, we've had music, we've had art, we've had cakes, we've had discussions, we've had sorting of people into houses and all sorts of other things. It has been amazing. I hope you stick around for the next 12 hours because I think they're going to be even crazier. So, yeah. Before I start up Malkier's King's Mad Libs session, I have one small announcement. So, the wonderful, wonderful artist known as the Spare of Time has decided to donate an art contribution to us. So, Spare says to us that, one second, let me just make sure I give the right details because I don't want to say the wrong thing. So, Spare says that they are willing to do an absolutely original piece of custom artwork or painting to the highest bidder that we get, so the highest donator, sorry, that we get over the next 12 hours. The highest single donation, they will receive a custom painting by the Spare of Time. If you want to see some of what the Spare of Time does, I've got a couple of examples here. So this is our Barney Harris, a little personalized painting there, which I think is fabulous. And then just another selection of the Spare's work here, all sorts of different things. So if this is your sort of fun, then you need to be getting in on this because the Spare does awesome, awesome artwork. So over the next 12 hours, whoever donates the largest single donation will receive a custom piece of artwork from the Spare of Time. But if we get some equal-sized donations, 2 or 3, I will then put it into a raffle to make sure that it's fair, because we can sometimes get the same amounts put in. But I think that's pretty much all I'm going to say from me. I did hope that Andrew might be here at the halfway mark with me, but unfortunately, Andrew, as we found out in the previous stream with the Blood and Ashes podcast, he might be taking a bit of a nap. So we'll let him off that one, I think. So instead, I am going to be bringing you some Mad Libs from our wonderful Malkier's King. And I hope you enjoy, and I will see you again soon. Bye, everyone.
Good morning, and welcome to this special WoTaHoliday charity event episode of Land Teaches. Today we have a special treat for you. Instead of teaching some kind of fight techniques, we're going to have a few guests on and play Wheel of Time inspired Mad Libs. Yes, I have taken a few excerpts from the book, specifically around passages related to sword fights, and I've converted them into Mad Libs. My guests will be joining me, and they will take turns giving a word, and then each of them will read a story. And here's the twist. You are going to decide which of the stories you feel is read the funniest, and the winner will receive a limited edition custom handmade Hadori from the same batch of cord as what I used to make the Hadori that I gave to Daniel Henney. Full disclaimer, I did not actually meet Daniel Henney as much as I would have liked to. I sent it on and had somebody deliver it for me. Before we bring on our guests, I would like to remind you why we are here today. We are here today to raise money for the Lightweaver Foundation, a charity started by Brandon Emily Sanderson. They work with local organizations, both domestically and abroad, to help bring water, food, and shelter to people in need, and to provide books to those who don't have. So please, loosen your wallets, give to the best of your ability. If you can't, we understand, but please help us out by sharing this and the other videos, the other shows on this charity event. Encourage your friends and family, anyone who you might know who can spare a few dollars, to pitch in. The goal for this campaign is $5,000, and given how many of you are out there, that's a very attainable goal. So please, dig in and give. In the meantime, let me introduce my guests. With us today, we have the real mother of dragon, Twitter of Time's Malkier. Also with us today is our favorite, one of our favorite maidens of the spear, our real life maiden, Twitter's Real Deal Aiel.
What's up?
Hey.
Hello.
And last but not least, everyone's favorite Gowan supporter, John from WoTaHoliday. Thank you for joining us, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, John.
It's amateur strip night and it's your turn.
Well,
No. Okay, I will give you the choices. I'll tell you the three different stories, and you guys can choose which ones you want to do. You folks, rather. Yeah. And
I don't mind the guys thing. You can call us.
I don't
guys.
need
you can call us girls. I don't mind that either.
Ladies.
Fine.
We'll go with ladies. I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
Maiden. You can call me.
Oh,
Maiden.
you have a red beard. Definitely maiden.
And then we'll just take turns going around, and I will tell you the part of speech, and you will give me a word.
Oh, so the person with the funniest Mad Lib has to get a Gowan tattoo like me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
I believe
The other wall.
okay.
Don't
so,
ask me to get a tattoo. I'm not allowed to get anymore.
me
Too
neither.
many.
Okay, so story number one is Rand versus the High Lord Turak. Story number two is Rand versus Tam from A Memory of Light. Story number three is Rand versus Torum Riotin. Good morning, and welcome to this special WoTaHoliday charity event episode of Land Teaches. Today we have a special treat for you. Instead of teaching some kind of fight techniques, we're going to have a few guests on and play Wheel of Time inspired Mad Libs. Yes, I have taken a few excerpts from the book, specifically around passages related to sword fights, and I've converted them into Mad Libs. My guests will be joining me, and they will take turns giving a word, and then each of them will read a story. And here's the twist. You are going to decide which of the stories you feel is read the funniest, and the winner will receive a limited edition custom handmade Hadori from the same batch of cord as what I used to make the Hadori that I gave to Daniel Henney. Full disclaimer, I did not actually meet Daniel Henney as much as I would have liked to. I sent it on and had somebody deliver it for me. Before we bring on our guests, I would like to remind you why we are here today. We are here today to raise money for the Lightweaver Foundation, a charity started by Brandon Emily Sanderson. They work with local organizations, both domestically and abroad, to help bring water, food, and shelter to people in need, and to provide books to those who don't have. So please, loosen your wallets, give to the best of your ability. If you can't, we understand, but please help us out by sharing this and the other videos, the other shows on this charity event. Encourage your friends and family, anyone who you might know who can spare a few dollars, to pitch in. The goal for this campaign is $5,000, and given how many of you are out there, that's a very attainable goal. So please, dig in and give. In the meantime, let me introduce my guests. With us today, we have the real mother of dragon, Twitter of Time's Malkier. Also with us today is one of our favorite maidens of the spear, our real life maiden, Twitter's Real Deal Aiel.
What's up?
Hey.
Hello.
And last but not least, everyone's favorite Gowan supporter, John from WoTaHoliday. Thank you for joining us, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, John.
It's amateur
guys.
strip night and it's your turn.
Well,
Dollar bills, y'all.
Okay, I will give you the choices. I'll tell you the three different stories, and you guys can choose which ones you want to do. You folks, rather. Yeah. And
I don't
So
mind
what-
the guys thing. You can call us
I
guys.
don't
you
need
can call us girls if you want. I don't mind that either.
Ladies.
Fine.
We'll go with ladies. I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
Maiden. You can call me.
Oh,
Maiden.
you
whatever
have a red
you want.
beard. Definitely maiden.
And then we'll just take turns going around, and I will tell you the part of speech, and you will give me a word.
Oh, so the person with the funniest Mad Lib has to get a Gowan tattoo like me, right?
Yes,
Yes.
that's
I believe
That was a
you.
roll.
okay.
Don't
so,
ask me to get a tattoo. I'm not allowed to get anymore.
me
Too
neither.
many.
Okay, so story number one is Rand versus the High Lord Turak. Story number two is Rand versus Tam from A Memory of Light. Story number three is Rand versus Torum Riotin. And then the last one is my favorite. It's where Lan faces the 6 attackers from New Spring.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Okay.
I'm getting a vibe towards number 4.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like I have to.
All right, we'll start with that one.
Okay.
Member of Twitter of Time.
Dane Bornhold.
Dane Bornhold. Okay.
Bornhold.
Tigraine, a noun.
Forsaken. A forsaken.
Forsaken. What up? A funny sound.
I don't know.
How do you spell that? THBBBT?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know.
Michaela, an emotion.
Exhaustion. Can that be an emotion, or is it just a
Yeah.
state of being?
That's fine. Past tense verb. Tigraine.
8.
8. John, noun.
Apple.
Apple.
Yeah.
Michaela,
I'm
verb.
back to English class now. Oh God.
Michaela, verb ending in ing.
Taunting.
Tigraine, type of flooring material. I
I
got really specific on some of these things.
You're asking such the wrong person. Hardwood.
Hardwood. John, a
Feels
bird.
like it's going someplace weird.
Type of bird.
Type of bird.
Type of bird.
Toucan.
Michaela, past tense verb.
Smacked.
Tigraine, adjective.
Beautifully.
Beautifully. That's great. John, type of animal.
Oh, a meerkat.
I love like that.
Meerkat, adjective. Michaela, adjective.
An adjective? Okay. Dead.
Pardon?
Dead.
Dead. Okay. A verb ending in ing.
A verb?
Sorry, Tigraine. Tigraine. Verb ending in ing.
I'm sorry, something inappropriate came to mind.
That's
Let's say farting.
That's good.
That's a good recovery. John, John, plural noun.
Plural noun. Nuts.
Nuts. Michaela, body part.
Nuts. No.
Well, let's say gonads.
This went downhill very quickly.
It's an anatomical term. Okay.
I already know where this is going. T-Grain, another body part.
Toenails.
Mm.
Nails. I can't even hold it together.
I'm sorry, I ruined everything.
Okay,
I
John.
think I ruined it first.
John, past tense verb.
Past tense verb. Ran.
Ran. Okay, Michaela, adjective.
Ungodly.
T-Grain, a type of weather.
Cloudy.
John, a time of day.
Late evening. We'll go very specific there.
Mm.
Yes. Michaela, another body part.
Oh my gosh.
This is a fight scene. There are lots of body parts in fight scenes.
Solar
That's
plexus.
true. That's a good point.
Solar plexus. Okay. T-Grain, color.
Teal.
Teal. John, a noun.
Camelin.
Camelin.
England.
Camelin.
Oh,
Camelin.
I mean, it's basically the same thing, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
I
they're
was
close.
like,
Yeah.
that's interesting choice.
Michaela, another color.
Black.
T-Grain, a noun.
Trollic.
John, a cardinal number.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. As
Oh,
opposed
well-
to like a place in line, like first, second, third, fourth.
Oh. Leave that in because I'm stupid. So, 7.
7. Sorry. Like I said, I know it's okay. Michaela, a type of flower.
Let's do a
Oh,
rose.
this is a rose. Okay. T-Grain, plural verb. It's not verb, but verb ending in S.
Shivers.
Shivers. I can't believe I just said plural.
I mean, I got what you meant. Like,
Yes.
Many verbs.
yeah. I don't know the
At
correct
least
term
2
for that.
verbs, maybe 3.
Yes. John, another body part.
Oh. Daith.
Which?
Daith.
Face?
No, Daith. D-A-I-T-A. It's a little nubby bit of your ear right there.
D-A-I-T-H?
Yes.
Cool. I've
I'm not gonna be able to pronounce that.
never heard that in my entire life. Michaela, another cardinal number.
3.
3.
Good number.
T-Grain, a big noun.
A big noun, like
Something that's large.
a continent.
John, a small noun.
My backyard.
Michaela, a celebrity.
Bob Saget.
Oh, so good.
No.
T-Grain, another body part.
Elbow.
Elbow. John, a past tense verb.
Slept.
Slept. Michaela, a verb ending in ing.
Imprisoning.
Imprisoning. T-Grain, plural noun.
Cats.
Cats. John, verb ending in S.
Oh. Falls.
Falls. Michaela, an adjective.
Sticky.
T-Grain, a verb ending in ing.
Pinching.
Pinching.
Mm-hmm.
John, a noun, please.
Mug.
Michaela, a small noun.
Is a monkey small? By like the little marmoset monkeys. What a
A
monkey.
marmoset.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Tigraine, a type of vegetation.
Bushes.
Yes.
That's the type of vegetation.
Sure. John.
I live in a city. I don't.
John, a noun, please.
And now, a berry.
Michaela, another cardinal number.
12.
12. Past tense verb, Tigraine. Almost at the end here.
Relapsed.
Relapsed. John, a type of profession.
Type of profession. Ooh, I want to pick something good. A barista.
I was going to
Oh
say,
my
that's what I
God.
was thinking in my head.
God.
I mean, shout out to the baristas.
That's right.
Michaela, an emotion.
Uh,
Oh God, you're gonna laugh so hard at this.
Thrilled.
Thrilled. A verb ending in ing. Tigraine.
Kidnapping.
Kidnapping. John, a type of animal.
Wolverine. I got nothing.
Well, that's great. Michaela, another body part.
Oh my gosh, so many anatomical questions.
Yes.
The chest.
Chest. Tigraine, a past tense verb.
Snorkeled.
Snorkel. That's a good one. John, another number.
2.
2. Michaela, a location, like a type of a place.
A barn.
Barn. Tigraine, another number, please.
4.
John, a past tense verb.
Oh.
Fall?
No. Sure.
Fall.
We'll go with fall. I went, oh, but you heard fall, so we'll go with fall.
Oh. Michaela, a liquid.
Whiskey.
Good one.
Whiskey is definitely a liquid.
Yes. Tigraine, an adjective, please.
Resplendent.
Resplendent.
Mhm.
The $5 word.
John, an article of clothing.
Sock.
Michaela, a noun, please.
A spear.
Spear. Tigraine, another celebrity.
Ooh. Let's go with Yosha Stradowski.
Yasha Stradowski.
Calling
Is
him
it
out.
is it Yosha or Yasha?
Yosha. Oh, Yasha. No, Yosha, right?
I thought it was Yosha, but I could be mistaken.
I'm flashing back to Sarah on Dusty Will. I feel like.
Okay. Anyway,
Telling us not.
and John, finally, last thing, another body part.
Another body part. I'm running out of body parts. A nipple. I have 2 of them. We can use one.
On that note.
On that note, so Michaela, I just shared this document with you. It actually has all of the stories because I stupidly did
Don't
not.
cheat, Michaela.
I did
All right,
not
all right.
separate them, but your story is at the very end.
Okay.
So I will, while you're opening that up, I will read the original story. It's the Lan versus the 6. So
Land versus the 60. I have it pulled up. I am not cheating. You can't see that because it's very bright, but I want you to believe that it's there.
Okay, I believe you.
we believe you.
It was a picture of your cat. I saw it.
You're a maiden. You have much honor, so I know you won't cheat.
Yes. Okay. As Lan moved forward to meet his attackers, he heard the bar drop inside with a muffled thud. Relief was distant. He floated in Cody, one with the sword that came smoothly out of its scabbard, one with the men rushing at him, boots thudding on the hard-packed ground, as they bared steel. A lean heron of a fellow darted ahead of the others, and Lan danced the forms, time like cool honey. The grey lark sang, and the lean man shrieked as, cutting the clouds, removed his right hand at the wrist, and Lan flowed to one side so the rest could not all come at him together, flowed from form to form. Soft rain at sunset laid open a fat man's face, took his left eye, and a ginger-haired young splinter drew a gash across Lan's ribs with black pebbles on snow. Only in stories did one man face 6 without injury. The rose unfolds, sliced down a bald man's left arm, and ginger hair nicked the corner of Lan's eye. Only in stories did one man face 6 and survive. He had known that from the start. Duty was a mountain, death a feather, and his duty was to Bukama, who had carried an infant on his back. For this moment he lived, though, so he fought, kicking ginger hair in the head, dancing his way towards death, danced and took wounds, bled and danced the razor's edge of life. Time like cool honey, flowing from form to form, and there could only be one ending. Thought was distant. Death was a feather. Dandelion in the wind slashed open the now one-eyed fat man's throat. He barely had paused when his face was ruined. A fork-bearded fellow with shoulders like a blacksmith gasped in surprise as kissing the adder put Lan's steel through his heart. And suddenly Lan realized that he alone stood, with 6 men sprawled across the width of the stable yard. The ginger-haired youth thrashed his heels on the ground one last time, and then only Lan of the 7 still breathed. He shook blood from his blade, bent to wipe the last drops off on the blacksmith's too fine coat, sheathed his sword as formally as if he were in the training yard under Bukama's eye.
That's powerful.
Your turn.
Oh, snap!
Are you
I
ready?
started laughing because I felt like I could see where some of the words were.
Nipples and toenails.
All right, guys, ready? Everybody ready? We cleared hot? Lan versus 6. As Dane Bornhald moved forward to meet his attackers, he heard the Forsaken drop inside with a muffled thud. Exhaustion was distant. He ate in Kodai, one with the apple that came smoothly out of his scabbard, one with the men taunting at him, boots thudding on the hard-packed hardwood as he bared steel. A lean toucan of a fellow darted ahead of the others, and Dane Bornhold smacked the forms. Time like beautiful honey. The meerkat sang, and the dead man shrieked as Fart the Nuts removed his right gonad at the toenails, and Dane Bornhold flowed to one side so the rest could not all come at him together, ran from form to form. Ungodly cloud at the late evening laid open a fat man's solar plexus, took his left eye, and a teal-haired young splinter drew a camelin across Dane Bornhold's ribs with black trollic on snow. Only in stories did 7 men face 6 without injury. The rose shivers sliced down a bald man's left arm, and a teal hair nicked the corner of Dane Bornhold's date. Only in stories did 3 men face 6 and survive. He had known that from the start, duty was a continent, death a backyard, and his duty was to Bob Saget, who had carried an infant on his elbow. For this moment he lived, though, so he slept, kicking teal hair in the head, imprisoning his way towards death, danced, and took cats, bled, and fell the razor's edge of life. Time like sticky honey, pinching from form to form, and there could be only one ending. Mug was distant. Death was a marmoset. Bush and the berry slashed open the now 12-eyed fat man's throat. He had barely paused when his face was relapsed. A fork-bearded fellow with shoulders like a barista gasped in thrill as kidnapping the Wolverine put Dane Bornhold's steel through his chest. And suddenly, Dane Bornhold realized that he alone snorkeled with 2 men sprawled across the width of the barn. The teal-haired youth thrashed his heels on the ground 4 last times, and then only Dane Bornhold of the 7 still fell. He shook whiskey from his blade, bent to wipe the last drops off on the blacksmith's resplendent sock, sheathed his spear as formally as if he were in the training yard under Yosha Stradowski's nipple. The end.
I'm so sorry, Osha.
That's amazing.
Also, I can't believe you made Dane the hero. What the hell?
I
That's
mean,
good. That's
I
all.
can definitely see him training under somebody's nipple. So
Yeah.
I think
I
That's
can
it's
definitely
fair.
see him snorkeling and having whiskey on all over his equipment. So
I
That's
mean, maybe
fair.
I should have made myself the hero in that case.
Wow. So, Tigraine,
yes.
Rand versus the High Lord Turak, Rand versus Tam, or Rand versus Torum Ryaton?
Let's do Tam because I feel like that's more emotional for
It
people.
was going to be very emotional.
Okay.
Very deep.
Pardon me. Member of Twitter of Time, Tigraine.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say let's do Lord Matrim Coffin
Lord Matrim
because he's sassy and he
Cawthon.
deserves. his
Okay.
thing.
John, a second member of Twitter of Time.
Oh no.
Does not have to be a character account, by the way. It could be anyone.
I know. I'm trying to think of something good. I'm blanking. Let's go with the first one I see on my phone. What does that sound? That's a horrible way to do it, but I'm doing that.
No, that's valid. It is weirdly on the spot to think of Twitter timers for some reason. I was like,
Christopher Sharoof.
oh, the guy, isn't he the one who
He plays the bell. Yeah.
a bell? Yeah.
How do you
Uh-oh.
pronounce it?
Sorry, Chris. Sorry, Chris.
How do you pronounce his last name?
It is Sharoof. It is how you spell it. It is Siueref.
Sharoof.
Sorry
Okay.
in advance, Christopher.
That's
Not sorry to Matt.
that's
Sorry.
oddly appropriate.
Oh, no.
Michaela, an adjective.
Oh my God, it is because it's Matt and a bell.
Obese.
Tigraine, a past tense verb.
Dreamt.
John, a noun, please.
Water.
Good one.
Michaela, a kind of weather.
Stormy.
Okay. Tigraine, a noun, please.
Death wish.
Oh, so good.
That's oddly appropriate. John,
I feel this one.
John, an ordinal number. That's like a number in order, like first, second, third, 322nd.
412. Thank you for
Michaela,
saying that, by the way.
Michaela, a celebrity, please.
Ooh, Meryl Streep.
Oh, so good.
Such a good
Don't
actor.
do anything dirty to Meryl, I'm telling you.
You're gonna love that one. Tigraine, a noun.
Noun. Gemstone.
Okay.
I'm reading Rhythm of War, okay?
Where are we? Body part.
Oh, belly button.
Like it.
I was next, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Michaela, past tense verb.
Balanced.
Tigraine, an animal.
A squirrel.
I'm the old man that yells at the squirrels in the backyard for eating the bird feeders. So yeah.
Aw.
I have a squirrel that antagonizes me constantly, so.
John, a verb ending in S, please.
Sleeps.
And Michaela, a noun, please.
A dragon.
A which?
A dragon.
Dragon.
Or the dragon. I mean, it depends. Spin it however you wish.
Sure.
I call.
Let's see. Tigraine, a period of time.
a semester.
I would have said a menstrual cycle, but semester.
Oh, yeah, let's go with that one. That one's better. I was
What-
really like, what's something?
So we're doing menstrual cycle?
Yeah. I like the inappropriate stuff. I just can't always.
Sure.
My
You-
mind goes there first, and when you see me say it's because I'm trying to think of something that's not inappropriate.
I mean, not that menstrual cycle is inappropriate.
No,
Okay,
it's not. It's certainly not.
John,
It's just on the cusp.
a noun, please.
A noun. A diva cup.
A diva cup?
Keeping in the theme.
Keeping in the theme. Like,
Sure.
yeah.
I love it.
Okay, Michaela, a member of a profession.
A sous chef. Does that count? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes. Tigraine, verb, please.
I wanted her. Spank. Shout out to Robert Jordan. His favorite thing.
John,
Making
a
him
body.
mad.
John, a body part, please.
A body part. Oh,
We just said spank, so be careful.
a left ass cheek.
Gluteus maximus.
I like this. I like the specificity.
Yeah.
So, sorry, everybody out there. I curse.
I don't know. I feel like you can definitely go with ass cheek.
Michaela, a verb
Okay.
ending in ing.
Harassing.
Harassing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very Matt. Very Matt word.
Mm-hmm.
Tigraine, a noun.
Ooh. Blanket.
Let's see. John, a noun.
A noun. Pillow.
That's oddly appropriate.
It makes me nervous when he says something's oddly appropriate.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Michaela, an adjective, please.
Sweaty.
Tigraine, a type of bird.
oh, let's go with a chicken.
John, a vegetable.
Vegetable. Asparagus.
Healthy.
Makes your pee stink.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
nasty. Mm-mm.
Okay, that's nasty.
Michaela, a bird.
A bird?
Yes.
A blue-footed booby.
It's a good one.
That's awesome.
It's like the South America bird.
Right.
Yeah.
Tigraine, a verb ending in S.
Squashes.
And John, an animal.
An animal. A wolf. We'll go with something safe.
Well, that's no fun. Safe isn't fun.
Okay, my next answer will not be safe then. Just because you said that. It'd be absolutely horrible.
Gotta push
Okay.
the edge.
Michaela, an adjective, please.
Let's do robust.
Tigraine, a body part.
Earlobe. I don't have fancy ear words like he does.
And John, another body part.
No, oh, and I said I would go safe. 8.
Pardon?
The
Taint. Taint.
Oh, perfect. The dark one's.
Oh, I forgot that is a body part too. I always think
is.
that's the
You're gonna have to
taint.
change your because that's where my mind goes all the time. Then I can't help it.
I mean, yeah, that's like the joke, but for some reason,
Yes.
it's
Michaela,
more
a bird.
Say
A verb.
Bird. No, bird. B-I-R-D.
Another bird? I already gave you the best bird. You need another bird? All right, fine. A cardinal.
Oh, okay.
Laser birds. They're good.
I wanted a penguin.
A penguin would have been good.
Cardinal, okay. T-Green, a noun, please.
Noun. Let's do uh, let's do a bowl.
Bowl?
Like my mind just was empty at that point.
Okay. John, a color, please.
Color. Puce.
Ew. That's such a weird sounding word.
And Michaela, a past tense verb.
Jousted.
And we're done. That was a lot faster.
We did it.
Yay.
Go us.
Okay. So now I will share this.
Sorry if I ruined it with bowl, guys. I really blanked. That was a lot of pressure.
Yeah, but what kind of bowl though? That's the thing.
The bowl of the winds. I mean, what kind of bowl are we talking about here? Because it could be a very important bowl.
That's honestly where my mind went, but
Oh, I thought of my bong. That's the only thing I thought.
Okay.
oh
T-Grain.
yeah, I forgot that's that kind of
It's
bowl.
legal up here. Yay.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
T-Grain, I am sharing this with you.
Oh, and my email?
Yes.
Okay.
I emailed to you. It is we are doing Rand versus Tam number 2. Tam came at him. Rand parried with a half-hearted swing. Tam moved into feathers in the wind, spinning his sword and delivering a second blow. Rand stepped back, parrying again. Something stirred inside of him, an eagerness. As Tam attacked a second time, Rand lifted the sword and, by instinct, brought his hands together. Only he didn't have his other hand to grip the bottom of the sword. That left his grip weak, and when Tam hit again, it nearly twisted the sword out of Rand's grip. Rand set his teeth, stepping back. What would Rand say if he'd seen this shoddy performance by one of his students? He'd say, Rand, don't get into sword fights. You can't win them, not any longer. Tam's next attack feinted right, then came around and hit Rand on the thigh with a solid thump. Rand danced backwards, smarting. Tam had actually hit him and hard. The man certainly wasn't holding back. How long had it been since Rand had sparred with someone who was actually willing to hurt him? Rand threw himself into the fight, trying boar rushes down the mountains. He beat at Tam for a few moments, but then a slap from Tam's weapon almost twisted the sword from Rand's hand again. The long swords designed for swordmasters were difficult to stabilize correctly without a second hand. Rand growled, again trying to fall into a two-handed stance, again failing. Let go, son, Tam said. Let go of what? Everything. Tam came rushing in, throwing shadows in the lantern light, and Rand sought the void. All emotion went into the flame, leaving him empty and whole at once. The next attack nearly cracked his head. Rand cursed, coming into Heron in the reeds as Lan had taught him, sword up to block the next blow. Again, that missing hand of his tried to grip the hilt. Tam fell into Hawk Spots the Hare, a very aggressive form. He charged Rand, swinging. Rand shifted his grip on the sword. He didn't think about why. He did what felt right. When Tam came near, Rand flung his left arm up to stabilize his hand while pivoting his sword to the side. Tam connected, weapon sliding off Rand's sword, but not unhanding it. Tam's backswing came as expected, but hit Rand's elbow, the elbow of his useless arm. Tam froze, eyes widening, first in surprise that he'd been blocked, then an apparent worry over connecting with a solid blow on Rand's arm. He'd probably fractured the bone. Rand, Tam said, Rand stepped back, folded his wounded arm behind his back, and lifted his sword. He attacked. Kingfisher strikes in the nettles. Tam blocked, wary, stepping to the side in the brown grass. Rand swung to the side, flowing into his next form. For a time, he wasn't the dragon reborn. He wasn't even a son with his father. He was a student with his master. Your turn.
All right, guys, here we go. Lord Matrim Cawthon came at him. Chris Sharoof parried with an obese swing. Lord Matrim Cawthon dreamt into water in the storm, spinning his death wish and delivering a 412th blow. Chris Sharoof stepped back, parrying again. What would Meryl Streep say if he'd seen this shoddy performance by one of his students? He'd say, "Don't get into gemstone fights. You can't win them, not any longer." Lord Matrim Cawthon's next attack feinted right, then came around and hit Chris Sharoof in the belly button with a solid thump. Chris Sharoof danced backward, smarting. Lord Matrim had actually balanced him and hard. The man certainly wasn't holding back. How long had it been since Chris Sharoof had sparred with someone who was actually willing to hurt him? He threw himself into the fight, trying Squirrel Sleeps Down the Dragon. He beat at Lord Matrim Cawthon for a few menstrual cycles, but then a slap from Lord Matrim Cawthon's weapon almost twisted the diva cup from Chris Cheruf's hand again. The long swords, designed for sous chefs, were difficult to spank correctly without a second left ass cheek. He growled, again trying to fall into a 2 left ass cheek stance, again failing. Let go, son, Lord Matrim Cawthon said. Let go of what? He asked. Everything. Lord Matrim Cawthon came harassing in, throwing shadows in the blanket light, and Chris Cheruf sought the void. All emotion went into the pillow, leaving him empty and whole at once. The next attack sweatily cracked his head. He cursed, coming into chicken in the asparagus as Meryl Streep had taught him, soared up to block the next blow. Again, that missing left ass cheek of his tried to grip the hilt. Lord Matrim Cawthon fell into blue-footed booby squashes the wolf, a very aggressive form. He charged Chris Cheruf, swinging. Chris Cheruf stepped back, folded his robust earlobe behind his taint, and lifted his sword. He attacked. Cardinal strikes in the bowl. Lord Matrim Cawthon blocked, wary, stepping to the side in the puce grass. Chris Cheruf swung to the side, flowing into his next form. For a time, he wasn't the dragon rejousted. He wasn't even a son with his father. He was a student with his master.
That's beautiful.
That was that was a work of art.
All right, thanks.
Very, very impressive.
Okay, John, do you want Rand versus Toram Ryden or Rand versus Lord Turak?
Lord Turak. Let's do the first Blade Master fight where he's still young and inexperienced.
Yes. Emotion, John.
Anger. Oh no, lust. Let's go with lust.
I like
It's
it.
so much better than anger.
Let's be passionate.
This is the one you read too.
Oh yes, let's do that.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Horrible as possible.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Michaela, body part.
A urethral sphincter.
What? Is that 2 or 1?
Well, I mean, there's an external and internal. It just
T-grain.
depends. We'll just go with
T-grain,
urethral
a noun.
A photograph.
I want to go back.
John, a type of bird.
I don't know. A blue jay. I'm blanking. Blue jay. We'll go blue jay.
Blue jay. Michaela, a verb.
Shot.
Present tense. Like
Oh, okay. Shoot.
shoot. T-grain, a past tense verb.
Sparkled.
John, a member of Twitter of Time.
Ooh.
Ooh. Who should we get?
High Lord.
Weirman?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We'll go with that. Yes.
Who?
We'll go with what they said.
Weirman Santiago, as I like to say his name in a sassy way.
Absolutely.
Michaela, past tense verb.
Clapped.
T-grain, a noun.
Let's do pizza.
Oh, pizza. That's great.
For as
John-
long as I think, you would think I was coming up with something better, but
John, another noun.
Another noun. Let's go with a ring box.
Michaela, plural body part.
Breasts.
RJ, it should be bosom.
Bosoms.
Yes. Low cut dress. Make sure that's on there.
Crossing
T-grain.
arms.
T-grain, a celebrity.
Barry Manilow.
I'm not doing it in his voice.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
100%
We just,
That's what I heard.
we just voted. You're outnumbered.
Yep.
John, another type of bird.
No, another bird? I'm running out of birds.
Penguin.
Penguin. We'll go with penguin.
Penguin.
Finally.
Penguin.
Happy feet.
Michaela, a noun.
A scrotum.
Tigraine, a verb ending in ing.
Tickling.
John, a noun.
A noun, a beach ball. That's always good.
Oh, goodness.
Fun for the whole family.
Michaela, a large noun.
A planet.
Tigraine, a kind of drink.
Ooh. Let's say Coca-Cola.
John, a kind of animal.
Kind of animal. A budgie. I'm gonna go with a bird.
Oh, now you can think of a bird.
I was thinking of a bird.
Michaela, a type of ornament.
A garland.
Tigraine, a type of gas.
A type of gas?
Yeah.
Like
Flatulence.
I was gonna say flat juice.
Methane, helium. You know, that's,
I mean, can I do flatulence?
yes, you can do flatulence.
Okay, let's do that one. I'm so sure.
Sulfur.
John, heavy nouns.
Heavy noun.
Yes.
A really big Philly cheesesteak sub.
Really big. Philly.
Oddly specific. I'm
That's
interested.
actually perfect. Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Michaela, verb ending in ing.
Whacking.
Flapping.
Whacking.
Thwacking. Okay. T-Man, an emotion.
Cowardice. Is that an emotion? No.
That's good enough. Plural nouns.
Now I can think of nothing but bad things. Let's go with chapsticks. We'll go something safe. Chapsticks.
Chapsticks.
Oh.
That's two of them. Chapsticks.
Oh.
Sure. And Michaela, vegetable.
An eggplant.
T-Grain, a noun, please.
Dinosaurs.
Okay, John, an animal.
Animal. Dinosaur.
Okay. That's. Do you want to be specific or just general dinosaur?
A velociraptor. Let's go with that.
Okay.
I do like velociraptors.
Michaela, a noun.
A triceratops.
It's gonna be all dinosaurs from now on, Matt.
Moving on. Another noun.
Vomit.
That's
Vomit?
a good noun.
That's awesome.
Okay. Another noun.
Another noun. A sausage.
Oh yeah, good one.
That's a good noun.
Sausage. Okay. Sorry, my keyboard is freezing here. Edit this part out in post.
Make faces then.
Pardon?
Nothing.
It's me dance because it's gonna be edited out. Okay, I know what some body parts we didn't do are.
I was thinking of birds because I couldn't think of birds before, and I'm like, I think of all kinds of birds.
I can't think of nouns. Why are nouns so? Because nouns are like everything.
There's too many to choose from. That's hard to narrow them down.
Yeah.
It's really hard to do on the spot. You don't realize it.
Horrified. I don't know what a person is. You know, like.
No, it's hard to think of on the spot, and nouns is such a wide category.
You broke it.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Anyway. You said sausage, right? Sausage. Okay. Other noun.
Is it my, whose turn is it?
It's
Michaela, sorry.
A rat.
Rat.
A rat.
Okay. Tea grain, a body part.
Tongue.
Tongue.
Please let this be weird.
John, another noun.
Another noun. Two Rivers longbow. We'll go with something Wheel of Time related for this.
We should. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We should.
Oh no!
You didn't say it was mandatory.
We should. I bet if we had stayed in that category, we would have been able to think of a lot more things.
That's
It
terrible.
would have
Okay.
narrowed down the options a bit. But.
Okay, so I will read Rand versus High Lord Turak. There was disappointment on the High Lord's face. He stepped back with a gesture of disgust. Where did you find that blade, boy? Or do they here truly award the heron to those no more skilled than you? No matter, make your peace. It is time to die. He came on again. The void enveloped Rand. Sidene flowed toward him, glowing with a promise of the one power, but he ignored it. It was no more difficult than ignoring a barbed thorn twisting in his flesh. He refused to be filled with the power, refused to be one with the male half of the true source. He was one with a sword in his hands, one with the floor beneath his feet, one with the walls, one with Turak. He recognized the forms the High Lord used. They were a little different from what he had taught, but not enough. The swallow take's flight met parting the silk. Moon on the water met the wood grouse dances. Ribbon in the air met stones falling from the cliff. They moved about the room as in a dance, and their music was steel against steel. Disappointment and disgust faded from Turak's dark eyes, replaced by surprise, then concentration. Sweat appeared on the High Lord's face as he pressed Rand harder. Lightning of three prongs met leaf on the breeze. Rand's thoughts floated outside the void, apart from himself, hardly noticed. It was not enough. He faced the Blade Master, and with the void and every ounce of his skill, he was barely managing to hold his own. Barely. He had to end it before Turak finally did. Sidene? No. Sometimes it is necessary to sheath the sword in your own flesh, but that would not help Egwene either. He had to end it now. Turak's eyes widened as Rand glided forward. So far he had only defended. Now he attacked all out. The boar rushes down the mountain. Every movement of his blade was an attempt to reach the High Lord. Now all Turak could do was retreat and defend down the length of the room, almost to the door. In an instant, while Turak still tried to face the boar, Rand charged. The river undercuts the bank. He dropped to one knee, blade slashing across. He did not need Turak's gasp or the feel of resistance to his cut to know. He heard two thumps and turned his head, knowing what he would see. He looked down the length of his blade, wet and red, to where the High Lord lay. Sword tumbled from his limp hand, a dark dampness staining the birds woven in the carpet under his body. Turak's eyes were still open, but already filmed with death. So, your turn.
There was lust on the High Lord's urethral sphincter. He stepped back with a gesture of disgust. Where did you find that photograph, boy? Or do they here truly award the blue jay to those no more skilled than you? No matter, make your peace. It is time to shoot. He came on again. The void sparkled. Wiraman Santiago sighed and flowed toward him, glowed with the promise of the one power, but he clapped it. It was no more difficult than ignoring a barbed pizza twisting in his flesh. He refused to be filled with the ring box, refused to be one with the male half of the true source. He was one with the photograph in his hands, one with the floor beneath his breasts, one with the walls, one with Barry Manilow. He recognized the forms the High Lord Barry Manilow used. They were a little different from what he had been taught, but not enough. The penguin takes the scrotum, met tickling the beach ball. Planet on the Coca-Cola met the budgie dances. Garland, flatulence, met really big Philly cheesesteak stub thwacking from the cliff.
That's accurate.
They moved about the room as if in a dance, and their music was steel against steel. Disappointment and disgust faded from Barry Manilow's dark eyes, replaced by cowardice, then concentration. Sweat appeared on the High Lord's face as he pressed Wiraman Santiago harder. Lightning of three chapsticks met eggplant on the dinosaur. So far, he had only defended. Now he attacked, all out. The Velociraptor rushes down the Triceratops. Every movement of his blade was an attempt to reach the High Lord. Now all Barry Manilow could do was retreat and defend down the length of the vomit, almost to the door. In an instant, while Barry Manilow still tried to face the Velociraptor, Wiraman Santiago charged. The sausage undercuts the rat. He dropped to one tongue, blade slashing across. He heard two thumps and turned his head, knowing what he would see. He looked down the length of his photograph, wet and red, to where the High Lord lay. Sword tumbled from his limp hand, a dark dampness staining the Two Rivers longbow woven into the carpet under his body. Barry Manilow's eyes were still open, but already filmed with death. That was awesome.
Oh no, did I kill Barry Manilow?
You killed him!
You killed
you did.
Barry
Listen.
Wow.
Wow.
Oops. My
Well,
bad.
that was so much fun. Thank you all for joining. I hope you guys had as much fun as we had. Please remember to vote for the story that you thought was read the funniest, and give to the Lightweaver Foundation.
Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in. I first should thanks to Rob and Andrew for organizing the whole thing and inviting me, of course, but I've been amazed by the quality of the whole thing. I would just mention, Rob, that he should start working on TV as a producer. It's been amazing. I mean, the back end of the whole thing, it's surprising. And I'm also very happy to see how the money is being raised. I mean, $2,000, that's a lot of money. And in just a very short time. I should also apologize for my English. Of course, that's not my native language, and I'm from Argentina myself. I think I should also mention, and Rob suggested doing so, that I'm a newcomer to Wheel of Time. I just finished reading the first book. It's been amazing. I mean, I think I haven't felt this way reading a fantasy book since I've read The Lord of the Rings. Like I was 14 at the time, so it's been like 22 years since then, and the feeling is great. It feels so much. It's very homey. I don't know if that's a word in English, but it's very surprising. I don't know why I waited so long to read the series. And the minute I started reading the series, I felt like I wanted to write music about it. And I felt really inspired to do so. And that's how I started writing some music inspired by the books. I started with Emmon Fields and I moved from there. And that's how Rob learned about me and invited me to the show. The album is still a work in progress, and I hope that it's finished probably by January or so. But this segment I want you to do is mostly about music and fantasy music, but more specifically about how it's done for TV series and such. And it's going to be a more serious segment, of course. I'm not a funny guy, sorry guys, but I'm not. I'm more serious and a very lone wolf. I mean, I'm not very used. This is my first stream, by the way, so I hope it goes well. And I see you people are saying hi in the chat. Thanks a lot. I'm going to need your support. I think every question you can make is going to be really welcome. I see Virtual is in the chat. Thanks for joining. Hi, Niles, Dana, Chiyam. Thanks a lot, guys. And I hope, well, you mentioned you like the music. Very happy to hear that. So as I mentioned, I want to talk mostly about how music is produced for TV, because the big news is that Amazon is working on the series. It's a deal for me. I think many of you guys who are more involved in the community have heard of this for a long time. And I think the composer has been chosen is David Buckley. And I listened to his work, and it's very good. I mean, he's a very professional composer, and I'm sure he's going to be making a great job writing the music for the film. Sorry, for the show. But that said, I think, for example, many of us probably read the Lord of the Rings books as well and watched the movies. And if you did, please write it in the chat. And of course, sorry, I want to make sure the internet is working, because I just had it's working all right. I had a notification of internet working badly. So if any of you watch Lord of the Rings, you're probably you have knowledge of the soundtrack, which is awesome. I mean, Howard Shore made just a very good job with the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. And I think it's not going to be like that. I mean, that was a very epic, very orchestral soundtrack. And I think Dave Buckley is probably going to go for a more probably intimate soundtrack, less instruments. It's probably going to go for more soloists. It's going to be more modern sounding. That means probably he might use synths and the such. And well, while reading Wheel of Time, well, the first book at least, I noticed Robert Jordan is very involved with music. I mean, he is constantly talking about music, and he mentions instruments like the dulcimer and flutes and harps. And I hope David Buckley goes that way. I mean, using that sort of instruments that are a huge part of the books and the whole world. So one thing is, I notice this very often. Sometimes you have, for example, a show like Vikings, and he uses a lot of synths, but he also uses a lot of ethnic instruments. And I hope David Buckley does that for the show, using more ethnic instruments and medieval instruments and such. But I also hope, and many of you share the feeling, I hope he goes for a more epic and orchestral feeling as well. I mean, I will relate fantasy with that huge sound and orchestral, which is hard to do. And that's something I wanted to mention. TV is normally way more low budget than Hollywood. But my guess is Amazon is going to go for a high budget series. At least I know it's doing that for the Lord of the Rings inspired soundtrack. Probably many of you know if this show, the Wheel of Time show, is going to have a high budget. If you do, please post that in the chat, because I would like to know how big is the budget, because that's going to affect the music completely. One thing about the music in general for TV is that it has really tight deadlines. Musicians, composers had to produce the music from one week to the other. And normally they don't have much time before getting involved into the project and started writing the first ideas. And normally the budget is quite low. So that means that most often than not, they are not able to record orchestras, for example, which are really expensive to record. And they normally are stuck with soloists, for example, a cello or violinist or whatever. You probably know, if you watch the Game of Thrones series, you probably notice that. It's not, I mean, when it goes orchestral, it's normally a virtual orchestra, which I'm going to be showing you guys how it's done. But most of the time, the more expressive instruments in the soundtrack are a piano or a cello or that sort of instruments. Dragon is posting something personal. I think he could maybe build a more personal sound to more epic climaxes, or even over time taking the score from more personal to more epic. Yeah, agreed. I think that definitely. for example, well, actually Howard Shore did that with the Lord of the Rings. When you start with the Shire, of course you had the prologue, the introduction, which pretty much mixes many themes from the whole movie. And that's a very interesting thing to talk about, which is themes. Themes are like melodies that you attach to and relate to certain places or characters or situations. For example, Lord of the Rings is full of those themes or leitmotifs, which is an idea which comes from Wagner, the composer, the German composer. And that's very common in soundtracks. And Howard Shore did that very well. Another composer who does that very well is John Williams, of course, with Star Wars and so on. So when you listen to a specific sound, you relate that to a place or something. And I really hope that, especially with this sort of narrative, epic narrative, I think it's important to do. And so, for example, Emon Fields could have its own theme, which could be reminded when you arrive to those epic climaxes, like Dragon mentioned. Because, okay, these characters started in Emon Field, and that's their essence in a way. So it's great when you keep listening that in the Lord of the Rings soundtrack, you keep listening again and again to the Shire theme. And then you had the fellowship theme, which is about the group, which would be awesome to have a sort of a fellowship theme for the whole gang as they move together and they have heroic action going on. But also, as you probably notice in some soundtracks, the theme can be intimate, can be, as Dragon mentioned, it could be played by little instruments like a violin or so, and then it could be the whole orchestra and a way more epic vibe, but it's the same melody. That's the whole thing that orchestration does. And I'm going to show you how orchestration is done in a little bit. But it's basically, I wanted to talk about how it's done. I have some questions from my own community, and I want to thank everyone who supports me there. Virgil, I think you are in the chat. Thanks for joining. He actually sent me some questions, so I want to start with that, which are related to how music is done and so. And well, actually, here's some spoiler, and if you don't want to receive this spoiler, please pause the video for a second. I didn't know about this. It was a spoiler for me too, but it was a fun spoiler and nothing too great that would ruin the whole books. I hope so. But he asked me what instruments you can think of the top of your head that do a good job representing that link the setting Wheel of Time has with modern day sci-fi past. And as I started the first album, I didn't know about this. The music I'm writing doesn't have that into consideration. And that said, I think I wouldn't have included any modern element to the soundtrack if I knew that it is related to modern day and sci-fi in a way. Which I haven't confirmed, by the way. So I don't know. I don't even know if it's true, but I trust your word, Dragon. So I think synths are very modern sounding in a way, and are very sci-fi. So synths, like the ones we normally listen in sci-fi movies and so on. So I think I would probably have gone with that, some synths elements. And by the way, synths are normally used even in orchestral music. They normally are in the background and you don't even listen them, but you sort of feel them. They are normally in charge of the bass in a song. And normally mixes, you use synths even in orchestral music, as I mentioned. So they're always there, even if you don't notice, but a more leading role is normally what I would go for if I had to connect this to a modern day sci-fi vibe. That said, there are many sci-fi movies that don't use synths. And one of those is John Williams' score for Star Wars. I'm going to read the chat for a second because the same, themes are a common thread that ties it all together, gives an ambience. Yeah, I completely agree, Sonia. It's, well, yeah. I mean, it sort of is, I mean, music in general has a narrative. And modern scores, that's a thing that composers talk about all the time. Modern scores don't usually have this feeling of narrative, which is a different approach. I wouldn't say it's bad or good. I'm a huge fan of I mean, having a parallel with the music, driving the narrative and the film at the point where you could listen to the music by itself and you would get an idea of the narrative. So, for example, the theme for the hero theme, for example, it would be Rand theme. He has a whole hero journey, which is very common in fantasy, well, in everything. I mean, it's a very common narrative. And normally the hero's theme starts very small, very intimate, very naive, very, yeah, it has that feeling of smallness, but may probably inspiration or something like that. And well, with Star Wars, which is a good example, you have the Force theme, which is always associated with Luke Skywalker. And it starts very small. And as you move forward, you can listen to that. Even if you are not watching the movie, you are going to listen to that again and again. And you feel how it becomes more epic, which is the narrative of the book itself in Wheel of Time. And yeah, the themes are really important for me. I mean, especially for this sort of narrative. Spoilers are fine for us. We don't want to spoil you because you're the first time readers. Thank you very much. Lost this dive into music and orchestration. Great. I was hoping that would be the case, but wasn't sure at all. It's a really serious segment, so to say, compared to the rest. And well, I hope it's okay. The Game of Thrones soundtrack pops up on my Pandora all the time, and as much as I'm disgusted with the direction of the show, I do think the music was magnificently done. Looking forward to, well, yeah, it's great music, and we always have to consider that as I mentioned, series have a lower budget than Hollywood, and they have way less time. From all the careers you can pursue as a good composer, I think it's the most stressful and the hardest. They have to write a lot of minutes of music a day. Comparing to a writer, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but many writers have like a goal, a word goal for each day. Well, Brandon Sanderson is a machine. I mean, he writes a lot of words every day, and days in and day out. He's great at that. But composers do that as well. But for TV, it's terrible. They have to write a lot of music every week for the show. I think for this new sort of TV where they have more time to produce it, and especially with Amazon, a huge studio behind it, I think it's going to have way more time. For example, I don't know if you watch the Mandalorian series. I'm a huge fan of Star Wars, by the way. You probably noticed that. But they have way more time, and the themes is great. I mean, the music is really good. But yeah, the Game of Thrones soundtrack is awesome, definitely. And yeah, the direction at the end especially wasn't that good. I share the feeling. But okay, we can all forget about that ending and imagine a different one, I think. Agree that there should be themes. Yep. Nina channel in English should have its own fully orchestrated theme. Yeah, I'm going to add that to my task list. I have a lot of ideas. Well, actually, that would be a great use of the chat. If you want to share some ideas for upcoming tracks and themes and music I could write, that would be really helpful, actually. I have a lot of ideas myself. I'm actually finishing a Trollocs epic combat song. The whole idea with the album I'm writing is that it's under Creative Commons, so everyone can use it for free, especially content creators normally need that sort of things. And well, that's the whole idea. I want to release that for free, especially since I don't even have a license for doing the music. So I think the rule that applies is that it can be charged. And that was the goal anyway. So it's a great feeling that it's being used. dark brand theme and sun brand theme. Yeah, definitely. I had that in my list. Is he talking about synthesizers? Yes. When I mentioned synths, I was talking about synthesizers. I'm thinking about the Final Fantasy games. They do the theme very well throughout, usually with a melodic phrase that seeps into most songs on the song. Yeah, I haven't played Final Fantasy. I've heard the soundtrack again and again. It's very Japanese. I really like the style. I mean, I love Miyazaki films and their soundtracks as well, but it's not my strong suit. I wish at some point I think I'm going to get into that sort of orchestral language. It's a very unique language. Japanese write music in a very particular way. Their soundtrack are incredible. The Nobuo Uematsu Pandora Station is actually the one I listen to. You're probably talking about Final Fantasy. I completely lost you there, but yeah, it's probably about that. This makes me wonder the different themes of the culture within. Yeah, definitely. That's a very good thing to talk about. That's normally represented by ethnic instruments. I mean, the orchestra by itself sounds very Western, so you end up needing to add, for example, in the Howard Shore soundtrack for Lord of the Rings, he uses many ethnic, mostly Celtic instruments, but he also uses a Japanese drum, which is called taiko. There are many types of taikos, but he uses the big ones for the epic parts, mostly related to orcs, which are more tribal in a way, and it makes total sense. But when you pick instruments and sounds, yeah, you have to think of that. And yeah, as far as I saw, Wheel of Time it's very normal, but it has a lot of correlations to the real world cultures, and using those instruments, I think is great. For some of the tracks I wrote, I think it glimpsing into the one power, which is the one which been sounding in the intermissions. I use a duduk, which is an Armenian instrument. And I think it has, I mean, the books have that sort of feeling. It has a very Asian way of, I think I haven't really researched into Robert Jordan inspirations yet. I mean, The Lord of the Rings is a really obvious one, but he seems to be very involved in spiritual sort of research, or he was involved. And there's a lot of Zen into it, and Taoism, and Asian stuff, which is great. And I think that should be in the music as well. Probably Asian instruments. This makes me wonder the different themes. I just read that one, sorry. I'm almost fully awake and back into action. Great to know. Okay, great to know. This is interesting. Oh my God, Brandon once did. Yeah, no, that's a lot. I think it would be possible, but I don't know how many coffees. Well, Rob is probably experiencing right now a similar vibe, right? He's been away for I don't know how many hours, and probably Brandon did something similar for writing that amount of words. All those ins with musicians and everything is going to be a real treat. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of, and those are, dulcimers and flutes. Those are the ones mentioned the most, drums. And I hope he goes for what the book is describing. And I really hope that he goes with a more ethnic and acoustic flavor. I like synths myself, but for this sort of thing, I don't really love them. And I hope he does that sort of soundtrack. I really hope that. But from what I heard from him, he's very versatile. He does orchestra as well, and he has a really great management of voices, of choirs, and that's a really good thing to know how to do for epic music. He's really good at that, and that could be a great asset to bring into writing the soundtrack for the series. I'm going to be diving. Well, thanks, Sonia. Glad to hear that. There's a lot of old stuff that, but I think like everyone, I feel like keep improving. So I would jump to the latest stuff. I've been writing the Viking music lately before this because, well, I love history as well. And I was really interested in Vikings in general. and Viking music. I think you can see there's a Viking instrument actually. Well, it's not completely known if it's for real. It's called a tagelarpa, and but it's really associated with the Vikings nowadays. It's in most of the soundtracks, Viking soundtracks, and many Viking Viking music musicians play that. Really nice instruments, but I should learn how to play it. I mean, if I try to play it right now, it will sound or horrible. It's I think it's probably not as hard because the violin has more of a repertoire, but tagelarpa is a nightmare to play. I had tin whistle as well, which is very common in fantasy music. Well, I play the guitar. That's my main instrument. But that would be lovely. I mean, for the soundtrack to have that sort of instruments. We need this music in Adventureland. Awesome. Feel free to use it, guys. Most of my music is free to use, except for the ones that was requested by clients. I work as a composer nowadays. And okay, I have clients, there's music that's never released because it goes directly to well, I sell all the rights, basically. That's very common in music. But I keep the rights for my own music, and that's the one I publish in YouTube. I hope he writes in war music because there is music in Nin Festival, war chanting. Yeah, definitely. Well, war chanting is very Viking. I'm going to be doing that for sure. I wonder how well using the scenes as background or light subtle undertones for the magic or magical locations in the show. Wonder how that would work. Yeah, definitely. If it's not a very sci-fi synth, I think it's going to sound pretty well. That said, I mean, we have this old school orchestra. For example, Howard Shore did that. And I think the orchestra can do pretty much everything. Most of us grew up listening to that music, and they did everything with the orchestra. It's surprising how much they could do that with that. And magic is very common. You just play some Mark IIIs and some percussion, maybe flutes and so on. That's the magic sound, I think. There's an orchestra vibe for everything. Andrew, thank you very much. Your music is awesome as well. I listened to your stream. I really wish I could sing like that. I play the guitar, but you should give me some single lessons. What instruments do you play besides the guitar? Guitar was my main instrument for many years. I used to be a guitar teacher. And I rarely play these days. I switched completely to, I guess I just got bored in a way, but besides that, I play the piano, but I'm not a performer. I mean, Andrew here is a performer. I'm not a performer. I'm more of a geek guy who likes to keep behind the computer and plays. I used to play live with a band, well, a couple of bands I was in, rock bands mostly. And I never got to enjoy the process. I'm a really shy guy, so I think that was why. And I didn't like working at night, and okay, it didn't work for me. So I switched composing, and since I had done that, I guess I lost most of was left of the performing in me. So, what is your favorite project you have worked on? Well, right now I'm finishing. Well, Wheel of Time. This Wheel of Time album is inspiring me a lot, mostly because, yeah, it's very lovely when a community behind something likes what you are doing. So I think that's one of the main reasons why it becomes more enjoyable to do something that people is giving you feedback for. But from the latest projects I did, the Viking, I wrote in a Viking music album for a tabletop game. It's a D&D Viking setting, Nordic setting. It's really cool. The guys had a Kickstarter campaign. The company is Dream Realm Storytellers, if you want to Google them. And the setting is called Svilan. And I'm just finishing writing I am waiting approval for one of the songs. That's another thing that happens. Let's hope it's approved. And there's one song the last song to go for, which is the battle song. Of course, it's the huge battle, the epic battle. And after that, it's just mixing and mastering, and the album is going to be released, I think, next year. But they gave me permission to post that in YouTube, so I'm going to be doing that very soon, the whole album, once it's approved. Yeah, the name is Villain, and the company is Dream Realm Storytellers. It's very, very nice. They create settings for D&D, the rule set, which I'm a huge fan of. If anyone here is running a campaign, I would love to join. I haven't played Pathfinder, which I would love to as well, but I haven't played in a long time. How did you get into composing, and how long have you worked as a professional? I have worked as a professional composer for the past 2 years, pretty much. The start of this, I mean, I started to get more projects nowadays, and I have several projects going on, and I at that point where I can live off it. Before that, I have a web development. I switched from guitar teaching to development, which that's another thing I do, but didn't enjoy it that much. So the moment I started working with that, I started switching to composing. So it's been 2 years mostly. And how did you get into composing? I think that's something I started doing when I was a child. When I had a piano at my house, and it was my grandma's piano, and I started playing that when I was 9. A little bit before that, but I started classes when I was 9, and I never became a pianist, by the way. I just learned a little bit of music, and then I switched to the guitar, and I learned that a little bit more. And I think I always liked to write music. I had a Casio keyboard. I remember having, I don't know, 12 and recording music with that. So I guess it goes back to that time. But I started taking it more seriously when I was, I think, 25. I'm 56 right now. So it was like 10 years ago, which I started taking it more seriously. How long have you worked as a professional? Yeah. Very cool. Need to check out that cool biking music for a game. Sounds epic. Yeah, it has a different epic vibe because as requested, it doesn't have an orchestra, for example, which once associates with epicness, the huge sound of an orchestra. And it had that, ethnic sounding and choirs and guttural sounds. Well, I think Dragon here, who listened to that album, knows a bit more. But yeah, it's very guttural, and it has the tagalapa here and flutes, and especially drums. I mean, the percussion is key for that sort of tribal music, biking music. It has a lot of shamans, drums. Which you don't have players in real life. Okay, we should get together, guys. we should work into building a party. 5th edition is the way to go with D&D these days. Yeah. Well, I played a little bit of 5th edition last, I think, 2 years ago. I recently moved to a town in the mountains. So I live with my daughter and my wife. I made some friends in this new town, but don't know much people. It's a really small town. It's 3,000. So there's nobody to play D&D here, as far as I know. But I used to have a group of friends in Buenos Aires. I'm from Argentina. I don't know if I mentioned that. It's in South America. Okay, so I think I could switch. I don't know if everyone's agree. I don't know if you have any other questions, but I could switch to the DAW, which is the digital audio workstation, because I wanted to give you a little bit of a glimpse of how music is normally produced these days for MIDI and so on. And I think it could be interesting. If not, we could keep talking and sharing thoughts, but I thought that could be a cool thing to see. And I'm going to be using one of my tracks. There's a little risk in doing so because my connection, as I mentioned, I'm a little bit in the middle of nowhere, and my internet connection isn't that good. I hope Elon Musk fixes that with that sky, I don't know the whole name thing, but yeah, well, music time, yeah, definitely. Okay, let's switch to, I had to put together a whole stream thing. I hope it works okay. I was going to mention that the audio might not be that good, the image might not be that good, please. Well, excuse, I apologize for that, but that's the case. Okay, so let me know if it's working. Now you should be seeing the screen with the DAW, the mixer at the bottom, and well, my face at the right bottom where it should be. So I'm going to be switching to that. So I know I'm going to be able to see the chat that much. And I'm going to be checking it that from time to time. So I'm going to close the mixer. This is the mixer, by the way, the thing at the bottom. This is what we use to mix the music and make sure the volumes, the balance between the instruments is fine. I know the mixing engineer normally for, yeah, I would say medium budget and high budget projects. I don't mix the music. It goes to a mixer, normally a friend of mine. The same with mastering. Mixing is basically making sure the balance between instruments and is okay. And for example, every composer in TV and such has engineers behind him. Even sometimes even some sort of ghost writers in a way, but it's more in the open nowadays. Back in the day in Hollywood, normally a composer would write just the tune and the chords and the bass maybe, and that would go to an orchestrator actually, which would pick the melody and create the whole orchestra score, and then it would go to the orchestra and they would play it. And it's a good step to have, because as a composer you're normally in a more creative mindset, and then the orchestrator in a way tells you what's possible and what not, because they are specialized in the orchestra and they know the orchestra very well, and they know what each instrument can do and can't do. And normally, well, especially a composer like me that's not that experienced in the orchestra, I haven't worked with a live orchestra so far, I would need an orchestrator to help me. But then, as I mentioned, there you have the mixer, which actually picks every track in what you compose and make sure it's going to work well for TV, and make sure every instrument is balanced and has the right effects. And sometimes they get more creative than that, and they use a lot of effects and make it sound way bigger, better, epic, etc. So as you can see, I'm going to be closing the mixer because this is where it starts. I want to show you how it starts. As you can see, there are many instruments here, many tracks. You can see that list to the left of the screen. I start with woodwinds, and I have several woodwind libraries. This stuff is very expensive, but you have to buy it. I have different sort of woodwinds because they sound different. For example, this is sorry, it's saving right now, so it's sort of stuck. You have to deal with that sort of stuff when writing music. The project auto saves all the time because it's very common for stuff to go downhill and the program crashes and you lose everything you are doing. So I'm going to be playing this a little bit, but I'm going to be starting with the piano version. This is how the song you've been listening to in the intermission started. I started with the piano version, which I played. It provides a little bit, and I started developing. Yeah, actually, I had most of the tracks. The template is much bigger than that, but I learned how to freeze the tracks and make it more bearable for the computer, more easy for the computer to handle. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but And I ran out of ideas at that moment. And then I started orchestrating the whole thing, which is actually to pick what the piano is doing, the voices of the piano, each note on the piano, and assign that to a real instrument. Well, it's not real. All of this is virtual instruments, actually. And that's one thing I wanted to mention, because normally with an orchestra, with the series, what will happen is that the orchestra is normally going to stay virtual. I mean, what you're going to listen is normally what is being used in a series, a TV show, because there's no budget for recording the whole orchestra. My guess is Amazon is going to record a whole orchestra if the soundtrack goes that way, because it makes more sense, and they probably had the budget for it. But not in many TV shows that never happens. So you stick to the virtual instruments. So what I'm going to do with this track is I'm going to be assigning those voices, those notes to virtual instruments, and decide, depending on the register of the note, of the melody, the chords, the bass, what instrument is going to be playing that. And that could be ethnic instruments, the choir, I mean, vocals. It could be a soloist vocal, like this particular track has that, and it could be orchestral instruments. So from there, I'm going to be switching to that. And while we are at it, I could start, for example, for the Emon's Field song, I started with string instruments, plucked string instruments, which are not common in orchestra. For example, the ancient lyra. The lyra is a very ancient instrument. It goes back to Greece, probably beyond that. It's a string instrument, similar to a guitar in a way, but more like a harp, way more similar to a harp. And this particular one that you're going to be listening is actually a Viking lyra, which was found in, I think, Norway or Sweden some years back. And luthiers started building the model, and at some point someone recorded it and made a virtual instrument for it. And if I play, going to be checking the chat to make sure everything is working fine. Okay, I had to choose a person, perfect, in 5 minutes. I want to make sure to keep watching the chat, because with the window, I'm going to try to minimize the window. Just a choir. Amazingly, this thing is virtual, actually. It's recorded, and then you're able to play each note. This is a soloist singer. And here is the strings, which are violin, cellos, basses, and violas. And as it gets more epic, there are more instruments involved into this. And this is brass, which is, I think, the most epic sounding thing in an orchestra. Is probably related to the whole epicness. And there are two brasses, involved into this. The trombones and 6 horns is from another library. So basically, this is how it's done normally. And all of this is in a language called MIDI. I'm going to be reading the chat a little bit. Just type music. How do you enter the... Oh my God, that sounds amazing. Thanks, Sonia. Listen to the process is so cool. Mistake some serious multitasking skill. Yeah, I love French horn as well. That is probably one of my favorite instruments. I long for the day I can orchestrate my music like that. We should collaborate. I told you, Andrew, I should use some of your songs and we could make some epic versions of that. I'm completely happy to do that. Probably the community as well. So we can work together in one of your songs. I would be happy to do so. You could send me the track of your voices. I mean your vocals, and we can do that. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, basically that's it. We are very close to the ending time, but I should be picking someone. In 2 minutes, right? The multitasking, yeah, I mean, you have to get used to watching so many tracks in the screen. That's one interesting topic. I normally like to write in pen and paper as well, which would be the what was common until, I don't know, 30 years ago. The normal thing would be to write in pen and paper. Sean Williams writes to pen and paper, and I think Howard Shore does as well. Howard Shore is just such a character. You can, there's a YouTube video of him. He lives in the forest right now, and he mentioned that he's always in this dream-like state where he walks the forest, then goes to his house, sits at the piano, and writes in pen and paper. And it's amazing. I mean, I don't know. It's great. I mean, sometimes I'm not inspired at all by the computer, and I try to write in pen and paper. But the thing is, you have to move to the computer at some points because you have to produce the music. Pen and paper normally would go to the orchestra, but first to an orchestrator, actually. That would be the case. But nowadays you need a computer, and it's like a love and hate relationship with the computer, honestly, because as you see, there's so much stuff going on. It burns your head. I mean, after 4 hours of working on that, you're completely burned, and you have to rest and keep going. But yeah, and it's a skill that never ends. I'm still learning a lot. I would say I'm almost an amateur composer to my standard. Remember this day, Androl? Yeah, definitely. Remember this day, folks. We should do something, definitely. And okay, yeah, I just read that you say I would love that. Okay, let's get started then after this stream. What DAW are you using? I'm using Reaper, which I actually love. It's sort of the small dog, but it's great. Underdog, sorry, that would be the word. But it's getting more and more used these days. It's amazingly adaptable. You can do everything with it. And that's the nice thing about Reaper. Gig2 Studios has won the giveaway. Awesome. I think I should be picking someone right now. Correct? Rob, is that the case? I should be picking someone. Okay, good. I think I'm going to be picking, I mean, everyone has been very participative. This is a really weird decision to be making. I don't like picking people from other people, but I think I had to go for Dragon because for all the support he has been giving me, and so I'm going to be picking him. I mean, thank you very much to all of you guys for all the support and the chat. It's been amazing. I was really worried and anxious about this thing. I was thinking I was going to be doing this alone, actually, and the chat is quite a companion, actually. And so thank you very much to all of you guys for watching this and staying there. It has been actually an enjoyable thing to do. I was way more worried. Well, I actually was worried before this, especially because of my English. It's not that good, as you noticed. I had my computer. Yeah, me too. Especially nowadays, I have a lot of power shutdowns because of storms and so on. So I'm working and the computer goes out all of a sudden. It sucks to record music. Actually, I think it's an acquired taste. I I used to have a band, well, a couple of bands, but I remember recording an album with one of the bands, and it was such a painful process. I mean, it was hateful, and especially because a band is, well, it was a rock band, so you can imagine. I mean, it was really hard to agree on something. But working alone or small collaborations like the one we could do, Andrew, I think is way more pleasant. Have you seen the Mac collection? No, it's not for me. Use Cakewalk, yeah. I use programs and BSD that are free. Awesome. Yeah, Cakewalk. I haven't used that one, but I mean, I think any DAW can be really good for writing music. Reaper is almost free. You can use for demo time, and it should be switching to the webcam actually. I'm learning how to stream still, but Cable is great. Have you gotten St. Tips? Didn't actually think I earned it. You post a lot, so thank you a lot. Thank you, Ivan, for sharing your work with us. Thank you, guys, again. I hope that, I mean, Wheel of Time has been such a good read to me, and it's amazing. Well, it actually reminds me of, I was 14 years old when I read Lord of the Rings, and back then you had the IRC channels. I don't know if any of you guys are that old. I guess some of you are. And I started getting involved with communities around Tolkien, and that was amazing. I mean, and I hope that this is the beginning of something. In the same way, I got involved into communities that discuss Tolkien work and so on. So it's a honor to be invited to this, and I hope this charity goes well. I mean, it's been going amazingly good. So I hope it keeps that thing going on. I mean, it's been a really difficult year for many people, and any little bit we can do, I think, is going to be well received and appreciated. And I think there's people out there who's needing it right now in the whole world. So I think anything we can do is a welcome, and it's a great little thing to do. A big hand of applause to Duch. Well, thank you very much. I agree with that. Thank you. Some of us, yeah, I imagine. I love this stream. A musician in the community is awesome. Yeah, definitely. And there are actually several musicians involved into this. I found another YouTuber who did really good music. There's another one who was invited to a show. I don't remember the name, but the guy actually, well, that's a great video to watch, because the guy recorded his theme with an actual orchestra. He had an orchestra in, I think it was Bulgaria or Eastern country, and he recorded his music for it. I think he was trying to get work for the series, but it's amazing music. You should listen to that. Well, to Androl as well, who is here chatting, and yeah, there's probably going to be more of us, more musicians getting involved with Wheel of Time as the series move on. I don't know. That's a good question. If I try to open that, I think my connection is going to explode. But how is the charity going? Okay, good. Yeah, almost 2,000. It's great. We still have time. Yeah, I can't remember the composer. I think he has a not very common name. Exactly. Yeah, he was with Androl. Exactly. I actually met Androl, well, virtually in that. I think it was a podcast or something. Yeah, very good musician as well. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I think we can wrap this up with some more music. Actually, I think this is the favorite. I don't know about you guys, but that's a good thing to receive as well. Feedback about which songs you like the most. That's really helpful, because I can keep writing that sort of thing. But this one is Emon's Phil, which I think, at least from the views it got in YouTube, I think it's probably the favorite. Probably not Rob's, because he picked Glimpsing into the One Power for this. Yeah, great. And there's actually the piano version for it if you want to listen to it. As you can see, it actually sings to the piano. This is how this song started. Yeah, you can listen to my music in my channel. That's right, my Ivan Duch YouTube channel, as Dragon mentioned. Well, almost there, 2 minutes to go. Oh yeah, right. Rob, I think included a link about my channel there. So you are welcome to visit the channel and listen to the music. Feedback is always great. Ah, that's weird. Yeah, right. I think I have to add something for it to work. Sorry for that, guys. Well, this is one of those stream. Yeah, it won't work. It's too close to the finish line to make it work. Too bad. But yeah, we can do this any other time. Thank you for letting me know, Andrew. Thank you, guys.
Hey, we're live.
We live?
What's up, bitches?
Hello, bitches. Jen will be here with us shortly. She's encountering some technical difficulties, but she will be here soon. We are ready to engage in holiday shenanigans in honor of the Lightbringer project.
Lightweaver Foundation.
Lightweaver Foundation. I know what I'm doing. Shut up.
Can you tell that Jess has not read the Stormlight Archive?
I haven't.
I mean, it's good. It's good shit, in my opinion. By the way, blanket content warning. I've only slept for like 4 hours. We're gonna be running our mouths. Full spoilers, and children, shield your ears.
Yeah, absolute full spoilers. Bullshit on full. We're setting phasers to full bullshit.
Set phasers to full bullshit.
Yeah, phasers to full bullshit.
Shields up. Red alert.
Wow, Jen's computer is like full on freaking out. Like she's got this green screen of death.
A green
complete
screen
the
of death.
updates,
That's
undoing
the second
changes,
green
don't
screen
turn
that
off your
we've had.
computer. That's not good.
Oh no.
Well, let's go ahead and I'm just texting her right now. Just telling
like
her, join us when you can.
There was a great expectation, that there would be much drinking happening in this hour. I'm here to oblige with that, at least. I have a grapefruit mimosa.
Which, like, what even are you doing with that? But you want to know what? I'm not judging. Not judging.
Temporarily muting my microphone while my Bluetooth headphones reconnect. Don't
Yeah,
panic.
that is totally fine. Jen is not the only one who's had technical difficulties. My normal headset it's connected. It's on. Just doesn't seem to want to have any sound go through it. So,
That's the kind of day that we're having. It's all good.
Yeah. So, TreeX asks, is that a clarinet on the screen, or are you just happy to see us? Both.
It is both. So the shenanigans that are going on over this hour while my cats try to kill each other next to me. For every $20 that gets dropped into the Lightweaver Foundation donations, we will play a Christmas carol of some kind, one that's in the public domain, so that we don't get the YouTube Zuck for copyright violation.
Oh, fuck, I didn't even think about that. But we're going to play, we're going to sing. Jen will be here with her own kazoo, and we're just going to basically have a garbage jug band for Christmas, and it's going to be awesome.
A garbage jug band?
Yeah, it's a garbage jug band.
Oh, wow. So the donations sit at, I think, $1,933.
Nice work, everybody.
1,953. We will play our first bullshit carol of the morning. At least it's morning here in the great state of Wisconsin, where it's a dreary fucking day outside. You know what?
Did you get
smells like day drinking to me.
Yeah, it does. Did you all get snow? We got a shit ton of snow. We got like 5 inches so far. It's still going.
No, we didn't get any snow. Maybe it's because we're so close to the fucking lake. I don't know.
Yeah, lake effect.
It's just been awful, shitty rain. I tried to get all of my booze yesterday so that I could just hibernate for the next 7 days.
Oh, there she is.
Jen! And she looks hotter than both of us.
She's
Not that you don't look hot, Jess.
I mean, I am not nearly as pretty as Jen, so I'm fine with that. What's up, bitch?
Am I in?
Yeah, you're in.
You
Hi.
are.
How's it going?
I am so sorry about that. My
okay.
entire computer hard crashed, like the whole thing. And whatever it was doing, it said that updates were paused. So I don't know if it was like updating my camera in the background or what was going on, but I'm here now.
Yay, you're here.
Yay.
Happy. So, we're talking weather bullshit. we just got a shitload of snow last night. It's been snowing for like over 12 hours.
How festive. Yay!
It's extremely festive. I'm very excited. Do you like my festive woodland Yule crown?
Absolutely.
I'm kind of jelly, actually.
You look amazing, actually. You look very good.
Yeah, I did a really good job kind of improvising here. I'm wearing an old tree skirt as a cape.
Mm-hmm.
This is an old garland that I don't use anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had like my festive background on, but you couldn't see my crown or my cape, so I turned it off. And
that's
everybody.
You know what?
in
I
the
like
chat
the battle axe hanging in the background.
Yeah, I made that battle axe
feel
with
like
my own
that's-
hands. I will have you know.
Nice. I have an Ashandari hiding somewhere that I made with my own hands.
Your
Yes, we love
Ashandari
your
is
Ashandari.
amazing.
It is. It's so amazing. You know, Crystal refers to you as Matt from when you had that Ashandari, and we're as Matt to this day. He's like, yeah, I know her name is Kayla now, but she's Matt. And I'm like, that's great. He goes, when I'm reading the books, every time Matt is mentioned, it's Kayla that I see, and it just fits. So I'm like, that's great.
Yeah, I figured that you would enjoy that, Kayla.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
So let's see. Oh, Andrew is here. He says he can finally see his Aes Sedai live. Hi, honey.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Oh,
Andrew.
yeah, because of the time diff. Yeah, huge, big.
Someone in
Mike
chat
is
gonna
here.
have to
Mike is
keep
here.
track
Hi,
of
Micah.
The donations because
Caroline is here.
I've already forgotten what the number that it started on was. I haven't had that much booze yet.
It's 10 a.m. in my time, so it's 9 a.m. your time. Ooh, it's
Too early for this bullshit. Okay, here's a funny story. So Jen and I talk about Bloody Marys a lot, and Jenna's like, "Fuck that shit." Keep your
You
Bloody
talk
Marys.
about Bloody Marys a lot.
Yeah, you know what?
You
And
just
last
bring
night
him
I was
up
like,
to drag on Jen.
So last night I was like, "Fuck! Why did I not think to get shit to make Bloody Marys for this morning? I'm an idiot." So Jen and I talk about Bloody Marys, and so a memory came up on Facebook where I took a picture of like a really tight Bloody Mary that I had someplace, and I reshared the memory and I tagged Jen, and she's like, "Thank you. It's too early in the morning for your bullshit."
Yeah, that's too early in the morning for that. I'm like, okay.
And I laughed and laughed.
Okay, Jess, we have to do our first carol. There has been $20 donated.
Sweet action.
From who?
Shit. So what are we doing?
Should the donator make the choice? As long as we
I
know
can
the
take
carol?
suggestions. Y'all make
Let's
suggestions.
take suggestions. Chat. Let's see, and
of what
we'll
you would
pick
like
the one
to
that
hear.
I can play.
Yeah, we'll sing a song for you, providing A, we know it, and B, it's mildly acceptable content. I don't know what the rating is. It's M for mature.
No, we've already done our content warning. We're
Okay,
full
good.
spoilers, and we're I don't know.
Good. Thank you.
Vocabulary rated R, I guess.
Well, in full disclosure, I haven't played my clarinet regularly for 20 years, not
I
since
just saw you-
college.
I saw you do like a tuning. You did good. My kazoo's kind of janky, but it'll work.
It sounds perfect to me.
I
We'll do
literally
it.
just took this kazoo out of the package, and I was like,
Yes.
wait, I forgot how to play a kazoo.
I
And
did
then it took me a
too.
second.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's.
How do you play a kazoo?
Jen, Lesby Nerdy suggested Good King Wenceslas. How do we feel about that?
How does that go?
Do I
Jen?
even remember the tune to Good King Wenceslas?
I can sing it. I know all the words.
I do not. I'm googling.
All right,
the
let me
words,
pull up
so
a
we're gonna
lead
have a good
sheet
time.
here, see if there's some.
I literally have
some
never heard of the
chords.
song. What is this talking about?
You don't know this one? Ah, Good King Wenceslas is a jam.
Never heard Good King Wenceslas?
I've heard of the.
I mean, I've heard it. I just
I've
fucking
heard of
forgot about everything.
I've heard of the thing and that it's a carol, but I don't think I've seen the lyrics because I'm bringing up the lyrics now. Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen.
Yep, that.
Yeah, I don't remember singing that as a Christmas. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
I can kazoo. How about I do this? Y'all sing it because I definitely
You
don't
kazoo
want this
along.
to go.
You mean,
and
you
I
mean
can
Jess
kazoo.
sings it.
Exactly.
This is
I'll
a-
sing it. I know
this
all
is
the
a
words.
great expectation of me right now.
This
Hold
will
up,
even be
I'm
more
almost-
banger
all right,
because
Good
I
King
literally don't know.
Wenceslas.
It's gonna be a banger because you have no idea what's happening.
I don't even know
It's
how
very
this
good.
goes.
Exactly.
So
Welcome
it's gonna be
to the
great.
White Tower and guests charity hour, y'all.
Charity Hour Garbage Jug Band.
All right. I mean, I got some. in tune. Yeah, it is.
Oh, I've heard that tune before. I just have never. I didn't know there were lyrics.
The feast of Steve, when the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and deep.
All right, I gotcha.
Brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel. When a poor man came inside, gathering winter fuel.
Did I do it?
Yeah, it was good.
That was fucking lit. That was so good.
Then I think you got your kazoo backward, honey.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You're supposed to do it from
put
the
big
big
end in your mouth.
See, I forgot how to do it too.
Oh, there's a C sharp. My bad.
What key is that in?
That's really good. You just like did that on the fly without any.
No,
notes?
I have music in front of me.
Oh,
Right,
I
what key
was
is your
like,
music in,
damn.
Jess?
15 years
Jess
later.
and I were both
Jess-
classically trained musicians, but
Yeah, you
like
guys are good.
it's been a while.
It has been a minute. It's been a hot minute.
You guys
man.
are good.
We
You
already
guys
have
are-
another donation. All right, what do we do now? What's going on?
What's next, y'all? What do you want to hear?
They got to decide. Yeah.
I have to say, I did create a little Latin poetry. I made one
Dork.
verse to the tune of Veni Veni Emmanuel, but for Wheel of Time version in Latin. It's probably shitty Latin. Maybe that could be the one after this one. All right, what do we do?
Shitty Latin jug band.
Someone says Silent Night. MK says Silent Night. That's
I'm
always
down
a
for
nice
Silent
one.
Night.
Silent Night's good. We could do that.
All right,
know
do
that
you
one.
are you looking at sheet music, Jess? Because I could try to find one that's in the same key as yours.
I
could just pull
what
up
key
some
even
bullshit.
is a ukulele in?
Well, I can play in whatever key you need. Well, that's false. I could probably play in like 3 different keys.
I
can play in C, G.
I got one that's in concert F.
F. All right, hold up. Let me pull this shit up. Silent Night. Sing it in the style of Ethel Merman.
Holy
Silent night,
night.
holy night. All is calm.
Everything's coming up, Jesus.
I haven't even finished an entire mimosa yet. This is insane.
I'm
All
so
right,
sober.
God.
I've been drinking water. I don't even have any booze in my house. Who even am I?
You are. All right. Oh,
Actually,
fuck.
I think we have wine, but
Click
like
on the right thing
it's
here.
too early for that even for me.
Just remind me, what does concert F even fucking mean?
That means
What-
if you're on a C instrument, it's an F. I'm on a B flat instrument, so it's in G.
Okay, so you are, what I hear is G is the tonic.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is amazing.
awesome.
believe
Remember
this was
freaking,
I don't
do
know.
you see this shit? This is
No,
us
I love
trying to
it.
be,
You guys are so on your shit. I'm like, meanwhile, me with my backwards kazoo, I'm hanging out.
ooh, someone said Carol of the Bells. I'm gonna put that in my back pocket for later.
Yeah, I love Carol of the Bells.
Okay, that is my favorite. Carol of the Bells.
All right,
Not
I'm ready
in
to
the
rock
same
out in some
key.
3/4. No, we're not. Wait, play your G. That's C.
Yeah, I don't know what key a ukulele's in, so
Oh, well, it's a string instrument. There's no key to the, well, I guess it's a C instrument. All right.
I don't know from keys. I don't know from
You
string
know what?
instruments.
You play your tune and I'll find the right key.
Okay,
All
that
right,
sounds
I'm gonna
good.
be an accompanist today. You go.
Okay, here we go.
key opposite of you. I was playing in the dominant, you were playing in the tonic. It's fine. This is atonal. It's atonal.
Yeah,
Guys, you
it's
probably
very
look at the chat.
modern. It's a very
Dana,
modern
if you
shit.
ask me to play Sleigh Ride, I will absolutely die.
Yeah, no, Sleigh Ride's not happening.
Plus, it's probably
we
still
could
under
sing
copyright.
It, maybe.
I think it might be a copyrighted song.
Oh, that makes sense. Brother Dan's like the three wise men had an oboe, a kazoo, and a uke.
Goddamn right.
That fucking
Okay,
sounds, yeah, that checks out.
I feel like there's been a distinct lack of.
That's canon.
It is canon, 100%. It is known.
There we go.
Who's got gold? Who's got frankincense? Who's got myrrh? I got dibs on the frankincense.
Lauren, I don't know that we deserve a round of applause, but appreciate that. Thanks, Dana.
Yeah, thank you
guys
for
are
that.
so professional.
MK says you have a lovely sounding clarinet.
Oh, thank you.
You do. I
this
mean,
clarinet-
for 15 years off your embouchure, you're doing great.
Yeah.
Dude, the other night when I was practicing, like my lip hurt so bad. Like, this clarinet has seen some shit. I got this clarinet used when I was in 6th grade. And I've been using the same one ever since.
It's been through the war.
It has, yes, it's been through the war. It's been through a couple of wars.
It's
been
seen
through
some
junior high, it's
shit.
been through high school, it's been through college, it's been through a shitty community band. It's seen some
Hey man,
shit.
you know, if you haven't done a shitty community like ensemble of some kind, are you even a musician?
Yeah, are you even a musician if you haven't been in a shitty community thing? Yeah.
Did you have any reed to put on that thing, or is it like?
Yeah, I got to read.
Okay, good. Like a new one, like though from.
Well, not new, but new-ish. So back at like the height of my powers, like reeds come in different hardnesses. So like the stronger your embouchure is, the harder reed you need in order to be able to like make a good sound. So at the height of my powers, I was at a 3.5. For context, my clarinet teacher played with a 4. So it was pretty high, right? This is a 2.5. Really probably should be working on a 2. So
You're doing great.
I've lost my touch a little bit.
I'm relying on the chat to tell us
Odin
when
wants
to
to
sing.
hear Wonderwall.
Oh God. You know, how do you even? I don't even fucking
Technically,
remember.
I can play.
There's like a
trombone.
sus chord in there or some shit. I don't
No
know.
thanks. Hard pass. Hard pass.
Speaking of copyrighted music,
Everyone loves the 9th chord.
I know I do.
So this is gonna only. Sorry, there's a cat climbing up behind me. This is only going to appeal to people who know stupid music nerdiness. So when I was in my college's choir, I was like in one of the elite ensembles, right? Because I'm a fucking snob. No, I'm just actually a good contralto. So me and my other altos, because we were fucking like trolls, right? Our professor, he's old as shit, and we're singing some holiday like medley written by like Kirby Shaw or some shit, right? I don't know. And at the end of every song, like me and the other altos were sitting back here like, should we do it? They're like, yeah, we should do it. We would sing a 9th at every cadence. We would sing the 9th, and for 2 months, he never said anything. He didn't do shit. I don't know if he didn't notice or if he was just like, is that in there? Because it was a deep chord, you know how these big professional choral songs get, right? Where you got like, it's 12 part and then someone adds like a freaking descant at the end. So some soprano that's like, wearing a scarf like 9,000 days a year. Because like my voice, it's not my voice. So the only time, I shit you not, the only time we did not sing a 9th was when we recorded it and when we did the concert.
Oh my God, that's
Fred Stoltzfus
hilarious.
never said a word. He was the last year before retirement. He was probably like, fuck it, I don't care. All right, for the
I don't
non-music
even know
people,
what a 9th is.
when a chord ends, it's all nice and happy, like ta-da, da-da-da. We sang da to make a nice little dissonant thing.
Oh, cool.
God, sorry. That was your choral nerdery for the day.
Yeah.
I know. I love it. I love hearing it. It makes me happy.
I'm gonna drink in penance. Sorry, my hair is obscuring the glory that is
Your
my
hair
cat.
is the most fucking bomb thing on the show. So
It's glorious.
Second is Jess's halo, garland halo. You look like some pagan goddess just fresh emerged from the Wisconsin woods, and you're here to bestow your blessings upon all ye gathered.
I am the woodland pagan goddess giving my blessings.
The
Oh,
matron, Mary Matron Mother, as I'm going to call you that.
I love that.
Also, apparently, the next carol that we sing will be to celebrate passing $2,000. So we've been charged with making it a quote unquote banger.
It's got to be a banger.
It's got to be a banger.
First of all, everything we do is a banger.
What is it? I feel like God Rest You Merry Gentlemen is always a fucking banger. But
that's my fucking favorite.
That.
Dude,
that's
right?
Favorite.
It's a great song, except for I like it when people sing "What Child Is This," but they have to sing it in the right mode. If you take the easy way out and you sing it in a minor key, fuck that. You got to sing it in Dorian.
See, I always liked it in the minor key. It fucking freaks me out when it's not.
Come on. You need that raised 6. It's just how it's got to be. Come on.
Yes.
You don't. I don't know. Is early music is my shit. Like I'll rock out to some chant.
Fucking Hildegard von Bingen?
Hildegard, literally, I was just about to say Hildegard von Bingen. Yeah.
I like Gregorian chants. I listen to those. Those I know about.
Yeah, Gregorian chant is beautiful.
I think
it's pretty great. Gregorian chant on a kazoo? Probably not so much.
No.
Speaking of which, if anybody
I don't know what you're talking about.
If anybody has only joined us or you weren't paying attention, our secret word of the chat to win an entry into the raffle for the mug collection is kazoo. Kazoo is the secret word.
Of course it is.
Somebody requested Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
That is definitely still under copyright.
Lesbian Nerdy's like, give me the yeet, boys.
Oh no, that song
give me
is
the
gonna
yeet, boys, free my soul. I wanna get tossed in a fucking hole and drift away.
That is not under copyright because it is my version.
A mockery.
It is.
Every time I see that meme, I laugh my ass
Here's the
off.
story of that. So some of the people they're like Delusions will share that fucking song every time it gets brought up. But here's how that came about. It was actually Jen's fault. Jen shared the meme on Facebook.
Yes, I did. I remember
a little
that
thing where it said,
"Yes,
give me the yeet, boys, and free my soul. I want to get tossed in a fucking
bowl
and drift away."
Yes,
I don't know
that.
why. I don't know why, but it just fucking cracked me up.
It hit me right in the giggle dick.
Every time I saw it, it got funnier. So I would periodically send it to Jess and we would like renew our mirth, right?
Uh-huh.
And then finally, I don't know, it was a couple months ago, whatever. And I was like, what if I actually did this? Because every time that song would come on with my friends who all knew about the meme, we would look at each other and be like, we're going to sing the right version of this, right? We're going to sing the right chorus. And we would do that. So I did that and then it happened and it's on SoundCloud now.
Is it?
It is.
I'm totally going to fucking download that shit. That's awesome.
Okay, y'all.
He's gonna drop a link in the chat.
$1,982. Come on. Let's get some more. We want to sing another carol. Maybe we should sing another carol to motivate
incentivize.
Everyone.
Why don't we do what were we just talking about?
You want to do
your favorite carol?
You want to do God rest you merry gentlemen?
Rest you merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Born on Christmas Day.
All right. Are you looking
Save
at some
us
sheet music,
all.
Jess, or are you going to be making this shit up as you go?
I thought that I would sing.
Yes.
Okay.
We love your voice.
Nope, that's the wrong fucking chord. That's a G minor. God rest ye. Is that too high? Do you care?
I am
God
not
rest ye
singing that high.
merry
I'll sing it an octave down.
Hold up. Let me look at this in a different key. Hold up. I don't know
fine.
what fucking key that was in. Oh shit. I didn't need to click the key of B. I don't even know how to play any chords in B.
Oh.
Probably at least.
Here. We do not know her. We don't know B here.
Do I remember how to play
we don't
C
know
minor
her.
chord? C minor. Oh, I don't know how to play an A flat. Fuck that key. Look, I'm an elementary school teacher. Okay, like this is I know 1, 4, and 5 in like 3 different keys. But if you try to like get me to play in some flats, I don't have a capo with me. Fuck that.
Nope.
I will go home immediately.
The class is over. Everybody just leave.
Goodbye. All right. You know what? We can just rock it out like Ethel Merman in the key of G, because this is the one I practiced.
Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Is this me? Okay, so that's a bass clef. What is happening? Yeah, fuck it. It's the same chords. Here we go. God rest ye merry gentlemen. That's our key.
Okay.
All right. That's our beat.
Merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day to save us all from Satan's
To save us all, like God is there. Oh,
tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy, tidings of comfort and joy. Oh, we're over 2,000.
Oh shit! Yeah, so that was not
Super
a Picardy
Scion.
third. No Picardy third this time.
No Picardy third, boo. Jen's
I hope the
kazoo is
delay is
amazing.
not too
Caroline is
bad
appreciating your
between us.
kazoo, Jen.
That's I'm trying very hard.
You're doing a very good job.
Thank you. Kayla told me how to play it correctly now, so I can do it.
I think it might have
Somebody
been Jess, but
requested
it was a
Hark
team
the
effort.
Herald Angels Sing.
All right. What if we tried to sing that shit a cappella and one of us tried to do a harmony? I don't know. I might be able to manage that.
Yeah, do it.
I'll sing one.
I
You
know
wanna
like
sing the
18 verses to this fucking song. or
No,
at least
I don't know
used
how to sing harmony. I just sing
Oh,
lame
God.
and sing.
I
You
do
just
not
sing,
know
it's
what I'm
good.
doing because
So
I'm
I'll
not
let you
sure that
guys
I'll
sing.
remember the
I'll let the
words.
professionals handle it. I'll set the
Oh, the
shit out.
professionals? That might be putting too fine a point on it.
Okay.
All right. This is one of the weaknesses of a classically trained musician. Sorry, I've had a lot of mimosa. Is that if you don't have sheet music, sometimes you're like, what? What do I do? I'm just supposed to.
Yeah,
make
if
it
it's
up.
not written down, we got nothing.
Jess,
Like I like
love
to
your
fancy that I can
halo.
improvise
Thank you.
pretty okay, but
your halo.
I'm a
is
better
so
sight
beautiful.
reader than that.
You guys,
I just
just as
spelled
halo
heart
is like,
wrong.
what do you got in there? Do you have berries? You have
There's berries
nuts,
and
you have
leaves and
fruits?
pine cones and little gold berries. There's like glittery gold berries and regular gold berries. And the red berries look like they're covered in like ice. And so are the leaves.
You're all in red and green. I tried to get my festive attire. I don't know what happened. The only thing I had is like an old Mickey Mouse thing shirt. I probably should have worn that for the L for the laughs, but now that I think about it. And I had like this chain of Christmas light necklace, but it went out. I forgot. It was from my last trip to Disney, which was a very long time ago. So poor thing. F in the chat for Jen's
Press F
Disney
to-
Christmas
hit F
lights
to pay
from 6 years
respects.
ago. I couldn't make it for some reason.
We've also been asked to not forget about Carol of the Bells.
Okay,
It's
we
my
won't forget about Carol of the
favorite.
Bells. It
It's
is
my
a great. That's a great
favorite.
fucking tune.
So
Okay,
So you talk
I
shit
am
about your
ready for some-
ukuleleing and you're doing fine.
you're doing
well,
really good.
ask me to play more than those first two notes, and we'll see what happens.
What are we
Okay,
doing again? Hark the Herald
Hark the
Angels
Herald Angels Sing. I'm currently in the key of G. Hark the that one.
Okay.
Okay. Well, there's gonna be a delay, but we'll make it work. I'm gonna
Okay.
sing. You sing the melody. I will sing something else.
Sounds
and I'm
good.
accompanying. So you guys go sing and
All
I'll
right,
just
you
fill
sing.
in.
Sure. That's great.
Sounds great. All right.
All right.
No, I'm just gonna own the
Hark.
kazoo.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hark,
Hark
the
the
herald
herald
angels
sing,
sing,
glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join my triumphal skies, angelic hosts proclaim. were we like in were we in a Hocket or some shit? Was there a delay or did it all come out together? I just tried to keep
I
it
think
steady
it all
before
came
we
out
started.
together.
I ignored you two and I stuck to my fucking guns. Goddamn phone.
You did
Go
good,
back the
Kayla,
way
because
you're
it was a
supposed to.
cacophony of errors, and it was amazing.
Angels, one and all. Thank you, Sonia. That was very charitable of you.
Thank you.
All right.
You.
I think it's time to refresh the mimosa.
We said we would sing for you. We didn't say we would sing good for you. There is
Yeah.
Right.
All right, for an interlude.
Oh yeah, right. We should probably do the other thing we talked about.
Oh yeah, I was gonna play "It Came Upon a Midnight Clear."
Oh yeah, you do that, and go ahead. Jess is gonna play a thing.
Okay. Yay!
You're amazing.
That's another one of my favorites.
That sounded so good.
That was great.
Thank you. I realized as I started playing it that I didn't practice that one. So
hey, it's the mark of a great musician. You know, I couldn't tell that you hadn't practiced it, but I also
have always been an excellent sight reader, so it
same
it
girl,
covers
same. Sight reading
but
high five.
sight reading covers a multitude of errors.
Oh, so much.
Just
Dude.
like oh yeah, I didn't practice that. We haven't
Kids,
looked at it
here's
for 4
the
weeks.
thing. If you ever live in a college town where there's a big ass university and there are a bunch of nerds that like do crazy choral music and need jobs and they work for churches, they will hire you and pay you money to sing if you can sight read. And that I was hired like a few times.
Wow.
And yeah, I don't know. It was just sort of like, hey, do you want to come like sing and I'll pay you? And I was like, wait, what? This is actually paying off?
You get paid
What?
for it? Wait,
You're
you
gonna
get
pay
paid
me to
for it? No.
What?
That's not
No,
true.
couldn't be.
No.
So kids, well, probably don't stay in school. It was a whole lot of debt. And, you know, so far, all I'm doing is teaching.
Yeah,
5 to 11-year-olds. But they appreciate the vibrato.
I am in a lot of debt and I am a social media manager. So that was money well spent on my music.
There you
degree.
go.
So, you know.
But now you're on a live stream raising money for charity.
You want to know what? That's true. I'm going to email my professors and be
go.
like, it was all worth it.
Right? Don't let anyone ever tell you that your music degree will not be worth it, because one day you could be drinking on the internet for 41 people on YouTube who are paying you money to sing carols.
To sing carols, yeah.
In the public
okay,
domain.
so one of the things, huh?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, one of the things that we thought we would do in between donations is talk about like what we would get different Wheel of Time characters for Christmas.
What we would get, because I know Talk
we
Around
would
Me
get
did a
them.
Secret Santa where they did one character, we get something for another character. Fuck that. We're gonna get these kids.
No, we're
gonna get these
buying
people gifts.
these presents.
I
So
would
we
get
are.
Rand. Can we, this is spoilers, right? We can do.
yeah, this is spoilers.
Yes, we're full spoilers. Where's Rich? Tell him to come do the spoiler warning.
I would.
Oh, he's in the other room.
I would
Oh.
get Rand a hand. I would give Rand a hand. Guys, get it?
I would get Rand some Xanax and a good therapist.
Yeah. for
Yeah,
sure.
I was thinking I would get him therapy for sure. For sure.
And failing that, I would just get him some dank ass weed.
Dude.
Right? He's got the pipe already. He just needs,
Yeah, he needs some he could use some like he needs to chill out, like
Yeah.
needs that kush.
Is that what they still call it these days?
I don't
God,
know.
I'm so old.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
Me too.
I've
Yeah.
hardly ever smoked it.
Yeah, me neither.
I've done it like 3 times. It did nothing. I'm like, okay, well, this was nothing.
Kayla's a resident smoker. Like, I don't know.
Actually, I'm not.
Good.
Well, number one, None of this ever goes to my employer, who you guys don't know anyway.
Yeah.
But I have not touched the herb in many years. I basically developed an allergy to it.
Well, that sucks.
Unfortunately. But you know what? That's why I'm drinking a grapefruit mimosa.
That's yeah. If you can't smoke weed, drink. Still waiting on another donation here.
Yeah, where's our donation?
Yeah, where's our
thingy?
donations, guys?
What are we waiting
Hold
on? How much more bread
Well,
do we
we're-
need in the
We're at
in the oven?
2006. That was a good year.
I don't even remember.
So I guess 14 more.
All right. By the way, thank you, Delusions, for that that last donation to give us the yeet. I appreciate that.
Give us the yeet, boy, and free my soul. I want to get
Well, here's a
tossed
question.
in a fucking hole. What?
And drift away. What would we get Elida for Christmas? I'm curious.
Coal.
Besides coal. God, what would I get Elida for Christmas?
Elida gets coal in her stocking and coal in all of her presents because she sucks.
I'm trying to think if there's anything that I could possibly get to Elida that would have made her suck less. Maybe like a
I get her a
lie
spiked.
detector.
I get her a
I don't
spiked
know.
dog collar for so she can have a new collar.
Womp
Shit.
womp.
Wah. God, what?
Lesbian Nerdy says that Elida gets a red rod.
Oh, really? Are we sure we want to give her that Tarangrial though? I mean, that was the one that brought joy, wasn't it? The red rod Tarangrial was basically like the vibrator, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe she could use a good, oh.
Speaking of which, on the Great Blight.
You want to know what? I would get
Elida
Elida.
Tarangrial.
I would get Elida therapy also.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, Kayla, I think
feel
you need to
like-
repeat what you just said because I don't think people may have heard it.
If you are unfamiliar with thegreatblight.com, it's a great compilation of lots of Wheel of Time content creators and all sorts of cool Wheel of Time fandom stuff. This is a greatblight.com plug. But there is a merch section on thegreatblight.com as well, and you can get your very own Red Rod Tarangrial. I will tell you what it is. You can look it up yourself.
Good plug.
That's some good shit right
That's
there.
a good plug. There you go.
Thanks, Nabla.
Yeah, no, I think Elida she really could she needs to get laid.
Does she probably needs like some freaking mood stabilizers. You know, if she just takes some right meds, I feel like it might like help her probably borderline personality disorder or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you want to know what? I don't want to play armchair
Because
psychologist,
nothing-
but that kind of tracks.
Nothing that's going on with your mental health should always let yourself try medication. Don't let the stigma get you.
Yep. I'm on 4 different medications for my mental illness. I regret nothing.
Not as many, but same.
Yeah.
So this is the supportive section of
This is the supportive section of our live stream where we tell you
Right.
that your mental health is important and you wouldn't not take your insulin for diabetes. So why wouldn't you take your medication for your mental illness? It's the same thing.
And if maybe Elida had access to adequate mental health care, then she may not have made some of the terrible choices that she did.
Mm-hmm.
Along
We're still
with
at
half the other
2006
characters
bucks.
in the Wheel of Time.
We're not even halfway to our $5,000 target, y'all. We can do better than this. Come on. Come on. Come on.
What would you get Tam for Christmas?
A pocket
GPS
pussy.
trackers for his sheep.
I like it. Useful, thoughtful. I don't
And
know.
just
I'm
microchip
asking-
all them
I just asked
fuckers.
the question, and I don't know. I don't know the answers to any of these things. What does the chat think? What would you get Tam for Christmas?
What would y'all get Tam for Christmas?
I would get him a world's best dad mug.
Yes.
Look little mug, world's best dad, and a pocket pussy,
Aw.
And a what?
and a pocket pussy. Come on, when that guy really
Okay,
needs
there
it.
we go.
I mean,
would
he's been
buy
on his own for a while.
I would buy Tam a 1-year subscription to Tinder Gold. Or maybe I'd sign him up for farmersonly.com.
You want to know what? I feel like farmersonly.com would be the right
Move.
the right choice for him.
Some king shit right there. There you go. For real.
There we go. By the way, Andral, it's fine that you are getting by with ginger vodka. Although I hate vodka, I like ginger. Might cancel itself out.
Yeah.
Ginger vodka. Now that's interesting. I have not heard of
Right,
that.
I have some ginger liqueur.
Oh yeah.
Wonder how ginger vodka would do in a Moscow Mule. Moscow Mule's
Rob
vodka,
says-
right?
Rob says that he would send Tam for a massage with a happy ending.
Yes.
So basically,
he needs it.
we've determined that Tam
He
needs
needs it.
orgasms. I guess
He does. He deserves them. He deserves them.
He deserves them.
Mhm.
Abigail says that Tam needs a new tea kettle because the last one got Trolloc on it, which is valid.
This is valid, Abigail.
That's very-
Abigail
that's
coming
very
in
helpful.
with
Thank you for
facts.
that.
Straight
Canon
facts.
check. Did Rand's house like survive, or did it get like fucking burned out and shit?
Well,
When
I'm
Perrin
pretty
was in the Two
sure.
Rivers. What happened to the Althor farm?
I think
Well-
it survived actually, but I could be wrong. I
I
be
don't
wrong.
remember, but I do
Did
know
it?
that it got
I don't
covered in
fucking remember.
Trolloc shit. So maybe if
Right.
it burned
It's
down,
been a
that'd be
long
better.
time since I've read Shadow Rising, guys. I did just finish reading Rhythm of War, though. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
That's pretty good, though, huh?
I liked it. Yeah.
Good.
I don't know. I'm not going to
A
turn this into a
resounding
Brandon
review.
Brandon Sanderson review session. I will say though that amazingly, people who enjoy the Stormlight Archive and the way that Brandon Sanderson writes his books, if you appreciate that style that he uses, you would probably like the Malazan Book of the Fallen. I'm just saying, for me being a Wheel of Time weasel, I'm also like my name, Master of the Deck, that's a fucking Malazan name. My cat, who is around here somewhere, is named after a Malazan character, so I have to talk about it every once in a while. This is my obligatory-
I like how you said Wheel of Time Weasel.
I am
I
a
like
Wheel
that
of
too.
Time weasel. I will
We're
not
all Wheel
apologize.
of Time Weasels.
I'll not
That's the thing
apologize for
now.
art.
That
was a Llamas
Where
with
are we
Hats
on
quote.
donations?
Are we still where we were? God, what
Still
do we
where
need to do?
were.
I'll bring out the
Let's-
Ashandara if someone drops in $5. I don't know.
Well, we're coming to the end of our time here, so do we want to just
are.
go ahead and do Carol of the Bells?
We could.
Yeah.
And then I'll go find my cat. You can enjoy his cute face.
He has a very cute face. He's an extremely pretty cat. I don't have music for Carol of the Bells, so I'm going to have to sing it.
That's a good point. I don't know if I have music for Carol of the Bells. I bet I can find some in T-minus 30 seconds, though.
Carol of the Bells lyrics. I don't think I need the lyrics, but just to be safe. La 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 la. La 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 la. Hark how the bells.
Be able to play it 5 of 5 in this key. I don't think that I can.
Womp womp.
More, it's like I've forgotten how to remember what those things are on the fly. What even key? Oh, it's in the key of G minor, like I was just playing. Yeah, I feel like we could solo this probably.
Yeah, let's do it.
You want to do the melody and I'll try the alto line?
Yeah.
I'm
And
looking
we'll
at
help me
Russian.
on kazoo.
Holy shit! I was just looking at Russian lyrics, so I might have to fumble my way through this. Oh God, Carol of the Bells actual lyrics. Hold up, I'm gonna look at 3 different devices. This is very technical. Carol of the Bells lyrics. All right, I've got the Russian lyrics. It's in Cyrillic too, so real
Oh, that's
authentic.
helpful. That's good.
All right, we're good. Do you like
ready?
G minor? Do you like G minor?
That's
too
gonna
high for you?
be. I'm gonna have to play it. I'm gonna have to do it down the octave because I'm not.
No, you don't
high.
have to. Dude, we're doing this a cappella. We can do this any key that you want.
Hark, hark, how the bells. You want to do that? Hark,
Hark.
hark. La. La la la
That's
la
fine.
la 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 la.
All
right.
All right, I'm gonna be playing the part of your resident baritone today.
Yeah.
That's all right. I got this. All right, go.
La.
You start by yourself.
Okay. Hark how the bells, sweet silver bells, all seem to say, throw cares away. Christmas is here, bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the bold. Ding dong, ding dong, that is their song with joyful ring, all caroling. One seems to hear, where no, I went up.
Oh, nope.
Too soon.
You're good. That's
Ding
fine.
dong, ding dong, that is their song with joyful ring, all caroling. One seems to hear words of good cheer from everywhere, filling the air. Oh, how they pound, raising the sound, o'er hill and down, telling their tale. Gaily they ring while people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here, merry, 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 merry Christmas, merry, 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 merry Christmas. On they send on without end their joyful tone to every home. Ding dong, 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 ding dong. Hark how the bells, sweet silver bells, all seem to say. So yeah, I think that's good. Is that good? I think
All right,
it's good.
it's fine. That's good.
Fine.
We got there.
I think that was a mess, but it was good.
It was a mess. But
I forgot to keep my own tempo, and there was probably a nice echo there. It was great.
Great.
Perfect.
It's perfect.
I'm glad we got to be Carol the Bells. That's my favorite.
All right, we have 7 minutes until our time officially ends.
All right. Any more donations?
We're at $2,011. Skeets did donate $5. I'm gonna go grab the Ashendari.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Yeah, thank you.
Whoop, whoop. And while we're waiting, let's see, what can we do while we're waiting?
You talked about your weather bullshit. I didn't talk about my weather bullshit.
Yeah, tell me about your weather bullshit.
So last night I was I was going outside to look at Christmas lights, and I had to go home because it was too cold. I looked at my phone. It was 57 degrees last night for true. It was very cold.
That is cold for you.
I had to go inside. It was very difficult for me. Ah, here's the Ashendari. Oh,
This is the Ashendari.
Makes an appearance.
It is rather hefty.
Yeah,
It looks hefty.
I remember you spread that thing.
It just keeps going. Remember when I hit it on the ceiling?
Yes.
That was great.
Yes, I
It's
do.
still a
But you
little
actually had a
loose
really
at
good,
the
you had a really good performance, though. I was very impressed by
Like
your
it's very
costume.
matte, to hit his Ashendari on the ceiling, right?
Yeah,
I was just in
you did good.
character.
Yes.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
You did a great job.
Okay. I must admit, I've been doing a terrible job of looking at the chat for the chat person of the hour, but I'm going to pay attention to that more in these last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
I want to sing the Gloucester Wassail.
You want to? Oh, here we come, a wassailing.
No,
that one?
this is
What's the other one?
Wassail, wassail all over the town.
I literally don't think I know that one, but I'll bet you that it's on this thingy that I'm looking at. Nope. But it sounds like a 151 to me.
I'm gonna sing
You
it.
go for it, girl. Do it.
Wassail, wassail all over the town. Our bread it is white and our ale is brown. Our bowl it is made of the white maple tree. With the wassailing bowl we drink to thee. I can't remember any of the other verses that I know, and all the lyrics are weird.
Oh shit! I did. You know what? I did mention that I
Breaking up a little.
Uh-oh. We lost you there for a
some sort
second.
of low note. and give. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good
We're
now.
Cutting out.
Yeah, it gave me the little Zoom was just like, your internet connection is unstable. Well, at
Yeah,
least
fuck
it's only in the
you.
last 4 minutes.
Zoom, you're
Ooh.
unstable. How
Anyway,
about
Yeah,
that?
you're unstable.
So
What the fuck?
pick a note and give me a drone. I don't care which. There's no grapefruit in this, but I'll drink it anyway.
La.
That works. You don't want to do it on your clarinet.
What is it?
I don't care.
Anything?
Any note. I'll sing whatever key we've got.
What are we
just got our
singing?
3-minute warning. I'm gonna do the Veni Emmanuel, but I'm gonna do it in the little Latin. Okay, so anyway, I wrote this for the Wheel of Time. I don't care. Just go. Just play.
There you go.
Just circular breathing. Play the drone.
Easy.
You have to just play it.
Oh.
There we go. A drone, girl. Do you remember what that is? A pedal tone.
I know.
All right, good.
I was playing it.
Okay, play. Venit tracore nascitur, et salva nos ab umbra, offert spiritum sum, parte montis Draconia, gaude, Dracore nascitur, lumen salvare eu.
Nice.
That's it.
Beautiful.
I think
Oh,
that
thank
Rob
you.
is gesturing wildly for us to introduce who the next person is.
All right.
No, not to do that. He's just telling us.
We do need to pick someone as our chat winner.
See, we
Okay.
don't know what's going on. Why? Jen,
So
you want to pick somebody?
I did know what was going on, and that was my bad.
Where's the chat? Okay, hold on.
Jen, who hasn't been looking at the chat.
No. So I can't see that. I pulled the chat up, but I don't see any of the previous chat logs. So you guys got to.
Okay, so are we just picking
Yep, I'm
somebody
looking
who
at-
said kazoo?
Someone who has been wonderful and active during this time.
Oh, okay.
I can think of a few names that popped to my mind about who was interacting with us, but I'll let the two of you decide.
I don't like playing favorites.
You are being forced to, madam.
I don't like it.
I
Okay, I
already
put a
have
suggestion
in
in the
my
chat.
brain who I want to be our favorite because of reasons. But do you want me to text you, Jess?
Yeah.
Okay, Jen, put it in the chat. Do it. This
Y'all
is
gonna
us being
make
very
me?
professional, everybody. Lose
No,
your
put
mind?
it in the
Professional.
text it to me or put it in the text.
Yeah, put it in the Zoom chat, girl. What did I do with my? Oh, there it is. It's like, how do you lose a tenor ukulele? I feel like there wasn't enough cat content in our session for me, but he did make an appearance. Silchas Ruin is sleeping somewhere. Anyway, while we are signing off and about to announce our chat winner of the thing, just a shout out to Rob and Andrew from Black Tower Podcast for being amazing.
Yeah, thank
and
you for
hosting
organizing
us.
this.
All right, I'm good with that, Jess and Jen.
Yep, let's do it.
All right, our chat winner for this section is Andral, the Bard of Time. Thank you guys for being great sports.
everyone. Hi, everybody in the chat.
Hello.
Welcome. I'm Amber, and I'm here with Tracy, and we are from Road to Tarvalin. We do a podcast, and we are also here with Cheyenne. And yeah, I don't know. We usually don't do live stuff, so this is very new for us. So this is exciting. And hopefully, I see here that we are with the charity at 40% right now, which is amazing.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, we're at 2,011 doll hairs. So I hope it climbs up a little bit. And today we are talking about holidays within the Wheel of Time books.
Mhm.
So, Cheyenne, was there anything that you wanted to add real quick about the charity, just right off the bat, in case anyone?
I hope, like, if you can, I know that, well, this year has been hard, and especially like around this time, like Christmas and everything. But if you can, we'd love for you to donate. It really is a good cause. So anyway, I hope like you enjoy our segment here.
Our segment. So should we go ahead and just kick it off?
Yeah, I'm down
Yeah?
for that.
Okay.
I'm always
so-
down for just like jumping in and getting started. So yeah.
All right.
And I think I'm first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
That's how our document set
Yeah,
out.
we all kind of just picked a holiday and we're going with it.
Yeah, and Amber and I picked ones that are in the series itself. And Cheyenne, yours comes from. Is it from the Leaves of the Wheel?
Yeah, from Leaves of the Wheel. Like at some point in the series, I don't remember where, but it was named like it is, although we just didn't have like any information about it. It was just like a name that popped up that we knew was a holiday. And so like we discussed it, and I'll show you later how it came about, and we ended up like creating the holiday for Waves.
I love that. I love it. I'm really excited to hear more about it. So I'll go ahead and jump in. I chose the Festival of Birds. And this happens on the 18th of Tesham, which is a month. Is that right? Like I don't
It's
really.
like their winter month, yeah.
Yeah, wait, I'll tell you what month it is because I have the calendar.
Of course you do. You're the best.
Thank Ro for that. She's the one that made them.
It makes it so handy because I'm like, I don't know what that means. Yeah,
Tesham is from the 22nd of December to the 18th of January, like on the Waves calendar. So yeah, winter.
So
time.
December, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. So it happens
So
on
many
the
of these
18th
are around this time of year.
I think all of them are.
like winter festivals.
Yeah,
it's perfect. They go along with it really well. And this is a festival that's primarily observed in Ibu Dar. Like there apparently aren't a lot of places in the Westlands that do celebrate this festival as well. And just based off of like what I've read, it just feels as though the people in Ibu Dar are just ready to party regardless. So this is just another one of those reasons.
Party or a knife fight. Pick one.
Both. I picked both. Anyway, so for this holiday, every citizen of the city, men, women, children, they all wear like feathered masks and feathered costumes if they can. And if they don't like have a costume like kind of made out of feathers, they have them sewn into like coats or clothes or whatever. It is like one of those things where wealth definitely plays a factor. And I always think that that's really interesting because, I mean, in the chapter in Crown of Swords, you have Matt and Oliver getting these really fancy masks. And of course they do because they're hanging out with the queen. And she's like, here, have something fancy. But they get to do this, but the poorest people in the city, I thought this was really interesting. The poorest people in the city will go around and just pick up feathers from the street that have been like shed by birds coming in and out of town, and they'll use those. So not as fancy, but still, yeah, they still want to party. They still want to feel a little fancy, even if
They
it's
just
like,
have
what,
to have
pigeon
the
feet.
use like pigeon street feathers.
Exactly, yeah. I bet you could get all kinds of creative if you wanted to. But it also seems as though like the wealthier people lean towards dressing a bit more scandalously. Like there's more of a revealing of the skin and less feathers, which
So more money equals less feathers.
just higher quality feathers.
Okay.
Fancy bedazzled feathers. But then usually this holiday is spent indoors. But in the series that happens when it's unusually hot outside, and I pulled this just from Wiki because it says, extravagantly costumed people pose, showing off great plumes, crests, and long, colorful wings inside guild halls and private palaces and homes. However, when weather permits, the festivities joyously pour into the streets. And then they also have like these parades of wagons filled with like people like standing on them or like sets set up on it. I think of like parade floats.
Yeah, like I think of like the carnival, like in places like Barranquilla or Rio de Janeiro. Like those, like that festival just really reminded me of that.
Yeah. There's actually like a little later on, that was one of the things. It was like, are there real world examples? And that was one of the things that I pulled up, was how they cross over in similar ways. This is another festival of throwing money around at people, which makes me think of Moraine and New Spring. Have some money and have some money.
Yeah, I
I'll
remember
just go to my bank and get more, right?
She's definitely one of the most charitable figures within the series,
really
I feel
is,
like.
Yeah, she's like, here, I have money. Just have that.
Moraine has a heart of gold.
She really does. I love her. So anyway, that's just kind of like the brief. There's not a lot of information about it. People like to dress like birds and wear minimal clothing and throw around money. It sounds like a good time. I'm gonna go. Yeah.
So Cheyenne, did you want to talk a little bit about, is it Danshu?
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard it pronounced before, but I would say like Danshu, but I don't know. I've never heard it pronounced. Anyway, so like earlier this year, it was like what, November maybe? I don't know. It was a while ago. Ro, the Mistress of Novices, proposed like that we like create like a holiday, like 4 Ways of the Wheel, like based on like this name that just popped up like in the series. I don't remember where though. And so in the world building chat, so we just started like brainstorming, and so we came up with like more or less 4 ideas. The first one is the first day of winter, which works perfectly with the time of year, like we were saying earlier. Like all of them end up being at like this time of year, like winter. And so mostly celebrated in the northern countries with cold water plunges in like rivers, lakes, log splitting, tree chopping, wood dunking competitions, bonfires.
What was it? Dunking? What dunking?
Competitions. Yeah, like no, like cold water plunges. Things like
Is this like another New Spring throwback?
I had thought of that, but yeah. And they're thinking like knitting competitions and those kinds of things, like celebrating like the first day of winter. And even though it's mostly celebrated like in the northern countries, like close like to where the light used to be and everything, in the southern countries, it could be like a little bit, not as much, but since they don't get like as much snow and those things, but like they could also like celebrate. The second option was like Remembrance Day, and so a couple of like things that people could do to celebrate that are like telling stories of like ancestors that are funny, impactful, memorable, anything really. Like remembering like heroes like from their cities and towns and like telling like their stories. So Gleeman would have a really good time in the celebration. Or like other historical figures like the Heroes of the Horn, Arthur Hawkwing, and well, the Dragon Reborn. And the third option, this one was really nice and interesting. It's one that the Ogier celebrate.
Ooh.
And it's to symbolize like when they finally started like finding the studies again and the longing ended. And so like with like typical Ogier things, planting trees, writing, debates, a game of Dragons Advocates.
I would really love to see an Ogier debate.
Yeah. And so,
Would you live long enough to see the end of it, though?
That's the question.
Who knows?
Just saying. I hear they take their time. Yeah.
Yeah. And like maybe this was something we were thinking about. It could have been celebrated by the Ogier like before like only the Ogier, and then after the last battle, like with all the Ogiers' help, like for Tamangadan, it could have become like more widespread like throughout the world. And yeah, and the last one was like celebrating the end of the last battle, even if the time of year doesn't line up. I think, I'm not sure. It's somewhere around May. I'm not sure.
I feel like in the fourth age, though, that would have to be one of the bigger holidays, though, right? Because everybody had, every nation was involved. I mean, there are some of the losers, like the Shirens, that kind of like, I don't know what they would do. They were the losers. But they actively refuse to celebrate this holiday.
I'm not doing it. I just not doing it.
I'm out.
Deuces. I'm actually thinking about how like Christmas being like the birth of Christ was like put on the date that we celebrate it because it takes over a pagan holiday.
Yeah.
And it allowed like
an overlap. So like, hey, you crazy pagans, we'll give this to you. You can have this. Celebrate.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're a part of us now.
Historically speaking.
Well, isn't the Christmas tree also kind of wasn't that also?
Yeah, I think it's like based on the Yule log, which is I'm fairly certain pagan related.
So many holidays are though.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they've been around for a minute, so I think it's understandable.
Yeah.
And most of the ones that didn't involve human sacrifice sounded pretty fun.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
maybe
it was fun for people to watch, but
not to participate in.
Not to participate in. No.
And I'm not finding the anniversary of the last battle. Anyway.
No worries.
So, yeah.
No worries.
And so eventually, like after discussing like ideas and brainstorming and everything, we settled on the first day of winter idea, and Ro added it to the official Waves calendar. And we actually have an example of this with arc that Kahira Sedai, Anai Sedai, Khan Sedai wrote with Ashaman Malkier recently. You'll find it on Kahira Naya's and Amaki's accounts. I don't know if Khan has posted it yet.
Cheyenne, I'm looking here in the chat and they say that it looks like your background Rand is stabbing you.
Oh my god.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays, knife to the head.
But hey, you have to shop for
holiday. Oh, that's funny. I didn't think that at all. I have been kind of distracted by it. I'm like, oh, that looks so cool. Nice choice.
Michael Wheeler's art is amazing. Like the background of like everything, like from the computer to my phone to the tablet, everything right now is the Rhythm of War cover. It's beautiful.
That's cool. All of my stuff has to do with the French Revolution. Like.
Okay, Cheyenne, was there anything else that you wanted to add in there?
No, not really. Just like if you want to like see more of like the celebration, I'd definitely check out that arc. You'll find it on Kahira's account and the Malkier's, and then Naya also did.
I wanted to ask you, so within Weaves of the Wheel, within the community, when there is a festival, like how do you celebrate that like in your gameplay?
Actually have one next week, the Festival of Lights, which I think you're going to talk about.
Yes.
Yeah. So
okay,
like we have a couple. We had Beltane, that was just about when I joined the community. It's in April. Like during like the middle of the year, we had the Sunday Festival a while ago, like in October. We had the Tarvalin Ball. That was really fun. And Festival of Lights upcoming. The festivals are really fun. It's crazy because it's just like role playing all day. The chats are always active 24/7 because there are people from all over the world. And yeah, that's really fun. Like even if you don't have a character, you can join, and like other times you can take an NPC, choose your own, but you can definitely join.
Guys, it looks like we just had another donation, so obligatory air horns.
Fouled up. Yay.
We are now at 41%. Thanks whoever donated. Sorry to interrupt. Yay.
It's a worthwhile interruption. Yeah. I have one question, Cheyenne, because so often it seems like clothing is a thing. Is there like special garb that goes along?
Well, we haven't thought of that like much, other than like changing like, to winter clothes and like furs and like everything like, be like warm. It was funny because like in the arc, like Amaki played like a sea folk, so she was complaining about the cold and everything. And how people just seemed to ignore it. It was freezing for her all the way up there in Shaynar, so it's funny. Yeah. Like,
okay, cool.
Winter clothing and everything. Not
I was just
anything
curious.
special as far as.
So shall I talk about this little Feast of Lights?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so this one's absolutely crazy and ridiculous, but that's why I chose it. But throughout all of the nations within the Wheel of Time, everyone celebrates the Feast of Lights. And it's taking place during the winter time, and in Kyrian is where they have the most crazy celebrations, but it spans for 2 days, which is on one day it's on a winter solstice, and then the next day is on the last day of the year. So the last day is actually more focused on charitable causes, and that's one reason why I chose it. Hello. But so during the Festival of Lights, they cover all of their homes and surfaces and windows with candles everywhere and lanterns everywhere. So you just get this beautiful imagery of, coming into even just a little town and it being completely lit up. And so the big difference between the Kyrianan and how the rest of the world does it is in Kyrian, they get loose.
Oh my God.
They get crazy. So, I mean, it's just like pure debauchery. Basically, they kind of just ignore all social barriers at this point. and all of the men and the women are topless in the streets partying. You know, like everyone's sweating and covered in sticky and like spilled wine. And this is just in Kyrian that it gets so crazy. But it is mentioned somewhere that the common women, so people that, you know, aren't nobility, they don't wear anything from the waist up, with maybe the exception of their hair covering their chest. But the nobles will actually like pile their hair up high in a tower of curls. So I'm getting like a very like Marie Antoinette vibe, but topless.
That's gonna be so stupid. I mean, imagine arriving in Korean and having like no idea it was gonna be that day or whatever. Because sometimes you lose track of time, and then just seeing this, and it's like, whoa, what is going on
just
here?
wandering out into the street one day, and you're like, okay. I mean, but like, do you partake or not? I mean, if you're not Kyrian, and I feel like they might not feel comfortable with it, but I mean, the Kyrianen, they get crazy. So another thing that they do is women can go up to any man of their choosing and just kiss them, and men can go up to any woman of their choosing and kiss them, which okay, why not? Robert Jordan, I would love to know like where he just came up with these ideas, but I mean, yeah, definitely, you know, no shortage of interesting ideas here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I do think that it is interesting that the first day is this, you know, crazy party, and then the next day they're kind of like, okay, and now we give to those who are in need. So it's kind of like, all right. So even something that I thought that was interesting though is when Perrin is walking through the crowd during the Feast of Lights, he thinks to himself, the women's circle in Emmonsfield would have a screaming fit, and the village council would have swallowed their tongues in apoplexy. So like Perrin is shocked, and you know, like Perrin is just kind of like the good boy, like he's, you know, very.
It's Perrin.
Yeah, it's Perrin. So I can just imagine at this point he's fighting with Berlain and Fail because, you know, they're at each other's throats, and Perrin is just like walking down the street, and some woman like grabs him and kisses him, and he's just like, what the hell is going on here? So
yeah, would be so confused.
Well, and another thing that I thought was funny is that in Kyrian, they have the topless towers. Like that's the name of some of the towers there. And then they celebrate this festival where they're all topless. And so I was like, is that like somehow like a nod to the topless towers or what? But yeah, the Feast of Lights is just, I don't know, it's just a cool
Crazy
holiday that Robert Jordan included. I mean, it's just totally random, but I like it. So yeah. And that's about pretty much like the gist of it. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh shoot. I just lost my document. Which happens.
The Korean version of spring break.
I
Not
kept
exactly
thinking
the spring. It's like
Do I need more air horns? Like pew 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 pew. I see it. I see in the chat. Brother Dan says can't file for divorce in Germany for infidelity during festival. Right? Okay. Delusions of Grendel. I'm not going to repeat what you're saying, but I'm laughing and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Tracy, were you able to get the document back up?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
So then, like, the next thing that we had in our like outline is, what did you find interesting about like the holiday that we chose, and why did we choose it? And I think for me, it's more how the Festival of Birds is attached to like two of my favorite characters, being Matt and Brigida, and just the way that their dialogue evolves, and how Matt like basically has his mind blown by the fact that he is friends with a woman in a companionable way, the way that he would be with another soldier. And so I think it's more like that attachment to it that I like, but I also really appreciate the costumes. And I didn't type it out, but I did mark out in Crown of Swords.
I feel like Brigida is probably like the secretly like hottest character in the Wheel of Time, and we just
Are you sure it's secret? Is it
well,
really
like
secret?
I think it's always just like, oh, her long braid, and they never really go into like how she looks all the way, but you get like the imagery of the braid. But I love like during Val and Luca's show how she's in her outfit and she's like doing a little shimmy, like, look at me, boys.
Check this out. A little bit of bosom for y'all.
Yeah. And Elaine, being the proper woman she is like horrified.
And Nynaeve too, who's like constantly trying to like wrap her shawl around herself.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was Nynaeve. I think Elaine actually liked her leotard.
Yeah.
She was wearing the little trouser set, like with the little coat.
But
like
the
a
idea
leotard.
of, like, what are you doing, Elaine?
Sequin white outfits.
Yeah.
Just not sure how I feel about it. But anyway, in the book it says, it's talking about what Brigida is wearing. It says, Brigida's was a spray of yellow and red with a crest of plumes. Her golden hair hung loose with feathers tied all down its length, and she wore a dress with a wide yellow belt, diaphanous beneath more red and yellow feathers. It did not reveal nearly as much as Rassel's, yet it seemed about to every time she moved. He had never thought of her wearing a dress like other women. Sometimes it's fun to be looked at, she said, poking him in the ribs when he commented. Her grin would have done for Nelson, saying how much fun it was to pinch serving girls. So Brigitte is like, I'm super fine. And Matt's like, you are. And I still make you my drinking buddy. Okay.
So good camaraderie.
Yeah, like I really like that. I just don't know if we get enough good Matt Brigida moments. They make such a fun combination. So
agreed.
Yeah.
Wholeheartedly agree.
So that's why I picked it. I just like have like an attachment to the characters around the festival, I think.
I picked my so I want to talk a little bit like about weaves and how things work over there, but if it's like about the story, that I really think that especially what Malkier did with the arc and seeing the perspective of somebody who lives all the way south, like in the Randland, the Westlands, however you want to call it, like as a sea folk, like going to such a different environment with snow and like Shainar and traditions and all those things. I thought that was really, really interesting, and her poetic style of writing just makes it even better. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Rob, why won't you read out Delusion's comment about... I'm not going to say it. I'm just not going to say it. Nope. Sorry. Should I go ahead and talk about why I picked my festival, besides all the topless ladies?
Nope, reason enough. Done. We get it.
So, okay, so like not only I like this idea of the societal norms kind of being turned on its head, and then they couple it with the charity aspect, but I kind of like the implications of what it means for the people of Kyrien, because they are so formal and restrained, and they love their structure and control. And I mean, even their city planning is done to a T. So it's all like perfect city blocks and no hills or anything.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, like, it's just, it says something about like this nation, that they have to feel like they need this one day to like really let loose. And, you know, like what is the deal? What is the deal? What does it say about them as a people? So I also think it's really interesting how it's introduced into the story, because what's happening when we get this scene of the festival is we're in Lord of Chaos, and Rand has gone missing, and Perrin is like going everywhere trying to find, you know, like, hey, where's Rand? Hey, have you seen Rand? And everyone is too wasted or too busy dancing that they just like, we don't know, man. Like, we don't care. Go away. Yeah.
But hey,
so
proper timing for the I bet they did that on purpose so that it would take longer.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. I mean, for one, it's okay, like, despite on how much crap I say about Elida for being delusional, if this was part of her plan, then it actually shows some real competency from Elida. So
I think
we
it was
don't get that a lot.
I think it was just a coincidence.
Or it could have been
You're
Galena.
refusing to believe.
I don't think. I don't know if it was
thumbs up.
Elida, but it could have been one of the other Aes Sedai, like Galena or whatever.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
She's the type of person who would have thought of this.
But Elida is kind of, you know, she's a noble, so she would also know about these things. But regardless, it's also a way that Robert Jordan, you know, he needed a reason. He needs something to give us a reason why no one is worried about why, you know, the Lord Dragon just vanished out of nowhere. So he had to insert that. And so we get this like absolute unit of a party going on, drunken women trying to tongue kiss Perrin, and Perrin like wolf growling at a half naked woman. I mean, what's not to love, right?
Like, again, Robert Jordan with his building of cultures and all these tiny details other people would overlook.
I'm thinking also, like, in that particular moment, isn't there something to do with like how excuse me, Rand will just like kind of go back and forth between like where he, like, in Kyrien to Camelin, and so they also like were able to use that. So there were actually a lot of things kind of working in that made it more arduous.
It makes a good argument. Like, was it just a coincidence that the Aes Sedai like kind of got lucky here, or was there actually someone who had helped plan this in a way that made it a little bit, you know,
was there any
more successful?
Aes Sedai in that group?
Good question. I don't remember.
No,
that would be good. That would be good.
I do know that they
sleuthing.
were like very focused on like channeling every day inside the house that they were staying in at like full strength, so that when they like actually kidnapped him and brought him back to the house, they could continue doing that, and it wouldn't
there weren't any alarm bells. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, because they'd just been doing it for like however many weeks they'd been there. So there's definitely like a thoughtful approach to it. So it is possible. Whether or not Elida was behind it though, I don't know if I'm buying that.
Because I have the feeling it might have been Galena. I mean, she's pretty smart.
Yeah.
She was leading that mission,
savvy
so
cookie.
Makes sense.
She's also horrendous.
Yep.
And she's also a terrible person.
Yep. Don't mind what happens to her. Not at all.
Tracy, so I know from your festival, from the Festival of the Birds, that it was possibly inspired by Carnival.
Oh yeah. It's in like the wiki fandom page. It attaches it to Carnival, but Carnival in Venice, which actually kind of surprised me because like the only connection that I could really see was on the canals of the city and the fact that like people dressed up and wore masks. But when I was like kind of looking through it, what I found and thought was more in line was like what Cheyenne had said. That
I don't know what that was.
No, I think I know. Anyway, like the festivals, like in like Rio de Janeiro, like all the South American ones. There are a lot of carnivals here. In Barranquilla, in Pasto with a festival that's called Blancos y Negros. I'm blanking out on the others, but there are a lot of them here.
I think we're all in respective countries that have crazy carnival, you know,
That's
like
holiday.
the US has Mardi Gras, Cheyenne has carnival. And here, I mean, they have carnival, but it's called different things. Like it's called fashing where I'm from. So you have like people dressed as witches, but on like party floats with like EDM music playing, and then they're passing out schnapps and throwing candy at kids and dumping like buckets of confetti over people's heads. Like, I don't know. Why not, right?
Why not? I'd go. That sounds like fun.
But I think the Festival of Lights is probably more in line with like Mardi Gras in the US.
Yeah, and like the lights of like lighting all the candles also reminds me a little bit of like what we do here. Like that was like last Tuesday.
Yeah, well,
for
it's
the
like
Immaculate Conception that they like light like all the candles the night before, and it's called La Noche de las Velitas.
yeah, and then there's Hanukkah, which is, you know,
Again,
had just started, and Diwali, which is, I believe, a Hindu festival where they light candles and whatnot. But
and fireworks and everything.
Yeah, I think it's
Robert Jordan and his cultures.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I think I feel like mine and the Feast of Lights is similar to Carnival in a way because I feel like the people in Kyrian, like they're so pent up with their formalities and maybe possibly sexually, you know, repressed. So they need like that one day where it's like a purge, you know, where they're like, we just gotta let loose for one day. Yeah. But I mean,
it makes me think of the Borderlanders in some ways, like how
Mm-hmm.
they seem kind of like a more reserved group of people, and yet like when they have the celebrations, everybody's like dressed in really bright clothing or
Interesting. I hadn't thought about that.
There's also seem a bit more potentially violent than the Feast of Lights does. So there's that. But I do think that it's interesting how many of the cultures have like that reserved aspect to it, you know, and then like all they need is like this 1 or 2 days of
letting loose,
utter bedlam, and everyone's recharged and ready for the year.
Well, yeah, I mean, Carnival comes before Lent because in Christianity, during Lent, you give up your meat or alcohol or sweets or whatever. So then you need that one big day to like get it all in before you can't, you know, and overindulge.
It's true.
What does that say for our poor Moraine? Is she's so tightly wound, do you think?
It's bred into her. She's Kyrian.
I know, but maybe that explains like why she was so adamant of not wanting to do the mouse prank on Elida. Like, no, it's not proper.
Maybe.
I do feel like she does need some control, and that's like her whole journey with like trying to get these kids out of Emmons Field. And this poor woman, though, if she likes control, that was the wrong job, because it was like herding kittens.
Brandon, Perrin, and Matt certainly did not make it easy on her. And
No,
Marina's
not at
Marina
all.
didn't help much either. Nope. Oh, Maureen. Yeah. I think, was there anything else that we wanted to say about the holidays that we've got up before we go on to like the last couple of things that we wanted to
looking a little bit at the chat.
I know, I was looking at that
from
too.
England Field, but no parades and scandal. But hey, Cheyenne is in Doran. I mean, not exactly from England Field, but
A lot, so lots of pickpockets. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Can you imagine going to any of these festivals and just getting, well, at least in mine, you still are wearing pants, so you do have pockets to pick, but like, do they wear a fanny pack? Like, what do they do?
I don't know. Like, I think there's a part in that chapter where Brigida's wearing that outfit where they get into a fight, and Matt's like, I have no idea where she was hiding that dagger or whatever.
She had knives hidden somehow in this like scandalous little outfit. Where did those come from?
Yeah. How did she have those hidden anywhere? How was that even possible? Yeah. I wonder the same thing. Where do you hide that in an outfit like that?
But hey, it's Brigida. Don't underestimate her.
No. Hands down,
Yeah.
I think we picked Usquai as our raffle word just because I feel like out of all of the characters within the Wheel of Time, if I'm going to drink Usquai and I had to pick someone, Brigida's my girl. Like, hands down, 100%.
Yeah, speaking of picking someone, are we going to choose someone from the chats? How much time do we have?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, let's give
It's 11:45.
a couple minutes or so, and everyone in the chat, if you haven't already, type in Usquai, not Boosquai. Brother Dan. Yeah, type that in, and our raffle bot will pick someone here in a couple minutes.
We have to choose someone too.
If Rob is still alive right now, I hope he is. I think he's been up for close to 24 hours.
I don't know how you do that.
Good Lord. Oof. Poor guy.
I don't know how he's doing it, Rob. You wear many hats, my friend.
Truth. And accomplish many things. It's very cool. Yeah.
It's pretty awesome how everything came together.
Lots of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it seems as though everybody worked so well on like directing this and giving it like the right people to kind of lead it along and make it run real smoothly. So well done to everybody for like coming up with the idea and then executing the idea, because that can be really hard to do.
Very difficult. I had the chance to kind of off and on watch today. Obviously, I stayed up pretty late last night watching and then got maybe 4.5 hours of sleep. And I watched Andrel this morning, and that he was serenading everyone. That was pretty great. Podcast of the Dragon was really fun too. That was a fun
I
one.
missed a lot of those early morning slots.
The
Anyway,
Mad Libs, I was crying.
Oh my
I was crying at the Mad Libs.
Anyway, congrats to Definitely Not Odin for winning the entry for the giveaway.
Cool.
Ooh, I don't see it. Okay, Definitely Not Odin has won. Congrats, Definitely Not Odin. If you're Definitely Not Odin, then who are you?
I was
Loki?
just thinking that same thing. Or maybe you're Odin and you're real bad at subterfuge. Like, definitely not that guy. I'm totally that guy. Could be. Don't know.
Okay,
I see
who are we
Pips in the
picking?
chat.
So many people are
Who wants to pick?
commenting.
Tracy or Cheyenne?
Tracy.
I'm not going to pick.
All right, it's up to Cheyenne then.
Cheyenne, you get to pick. You can do this.
Do you want to just surprise us and type it into the chat? Is that how that works?
Yeah, just looking through, seeing like who has been pretty active.
There's a lot of people. It's difficult.
Yeah, there are so many people. I've seen Master of the Deck, Delusions of Grendel. Peter showed up.
David Skaliski says, I'll
yeah.
pick.
Do you want to delegate?
For a while.
Yeah, do you want to delegate?
Let's just delegate. Let's let
Brother
somebody else
Dan.
pick for us. Someone's volunteered.
How about, should I just pick one randomly and go?
Do it. Do it.
I'm
Yeah.
going with Shelby McVeigh. Because she said if I'm drinking with someone in Wheel of Time, it's Bail Domon, and the way he talks just makes me want to giggle.
Oh my God! Speaking of Ileana accents, you don't know how many arguments we've had over that in Wheel of Wheel, to the point where Jason dueled Ro. It was crazy.
Doobie doobie doo.
You do be singing my song.
I don't know about anyone else, but if you ever see like in real life someone write like something do be this way, and I'm like, ooh, unintentional Bail Domon has entered the chat.
I got momentarily distracted by my dog. It's very windy outside. He's freaking out. So he's like under my feet.
We are still at 41% for the charity. We've got about 10 minutes left before the next group comes on. And I want to look and see, because I checked to see who came on before us, but not after us. So that might be important to announce.
Oh, nice. DT is running trivia after the stream is over.
Ooh, okay, trivia. And is that with A Hero's Journey?
I think so.
Congrats, Shelby, for winning. Brother Dan, you're killing me. You're so funny. People...
The chat is always
I know. I feel like I'm having a hard time talking to anyone because I just want to read what everyone's writing.
I've had to kind of like keep it off to the side, or I'll just get distracted. I mean, I wasn't even doing anything and I lost a document, so can't do two things at once these days, it feels like.
Okay, I have a good question.
Oh yeah, I love good questions.
Within the Wheel of Time, who is Scrooge? Who's the biggest Scrooge?
Nynaeve.
Nynaeve.
Okay, like
early
Nynaeve.
Early 90s.
Yeah, like super tight-fisted and kind of grumpy about everything and kicking her skirts all the time and pulling her braid. Seems a bit Scroogey to me. Like, she's good-hearted. We know that she is, so she's not like evil, but like I immediately think of like who's like really got a hold of that money bag. And for me, it's Nynaeve.
Brother Dan says we are 50 viewers. We need a donation now. Moss says Elida is the Scrooge. Zenbui is definitely a Scrooge. Zenbui.
I was thinking of Cat Swain.
Cat Swain is such a good choice.
What,
I think Cat Swain is just over everyone's shit.
But Elida.
I don't know.
Elida just needs a friend. I mean, right? Elida just needs a friend.
Does she? Because doesn't Maidani like try to go and like rekindle their pillow friend thing, and Elida just like treats her like garbage? So
she was holding out for Moraine, and Moraine snuffed her. So
That was the straw that broke the camel's back. If Moraine and I can't be friends, I'm just gonna
be friends
tear
with
apart
no
the
one.
tower. Yeah. I'm gonna depose her bestie.
I
Fuck
love
you
that.
guys. Oh.
I love the first interaction in New Spring where Elida's like up on her horse and crosses paths with Moraine, and Moraine is like, God, her outfit is so tacky.
Doesn't she say something like this shade of red would have like been too much even for Tinker or something?
Yeah.
Like, you're just like,
Can you imagine Elida walking by on her horse and Moraine's like, ugh.
you don't see me. This is my magical disappearing trick.
This is my secret weave.
That's perfect. It's peekaboo Moraine. You can't see me.
Okay, next question. Who is the character that you would most likely want to go to a festival and party with?
You know what? I thought I had an answer for this because I think Brigida would be really fun. Like she'd watch your back and she's definitely like got that party girl vibe, especially in like the Feast of Birds. But that almost seems too easy to pick her, you know?
Also,
that was my first thought.
Cat Swain isn't the great. She likes Christmas is just people. She's
sick of. Water and shade.
I know. I want to party with Elaine after she's used the Crimson Rod. That's what I want to do.
Elaine post Red Rod. Well, she won't remember it.
Brigida,
So.
Matt, Talmani.
But I'll know.
Ooh, Talmanas. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Talmanas and Niram together. What a wonderful world.
Everything we hoped it could be.
Kavara. Yeah. Not so
Ooh.
much Wheel of Time, but Veil from the Stormlight Archive. I just that scene I read a couple of days ago just reminded me of this. Who else?
Brigitte. I'm seeing a lot of Brigida and Matt.
Yeah, and Matt.
I want to go gambling with Matt. Who doesn't, right? Who doesn't like to
I was
win?
gonna say they're like the undeniable duo.
Party with
of
the band of Red Hand.
Ooh, yeah, just the entire band.
Why Demodred? Please explain. Why Demodred?
Demondred? Who said that? Who says this?
Water and Shade. Why though? Lopez from Stormlight. Yes, definitely.
Party with him is him just sitting there with a glass of wine being like, I could have been the dragon. It could have been me. Oh. That's his party night.
No, Demondred would be like, Luz Theron.
Yes, I really like the suggestion by definitely not Odin. Loyal because we'd both be sitting in the corner nerding about books. Relatable.
I feel similar about that. Yeah.
I love that.
Yep, I'm with.
That's my type of party, sitting around with a book.
Yep, same.
And an ogier. I mean, why not?
The greens. Ooh,
Demandred is a hell of a wingman.
Okay,
please explain yourself.
Gaul.
Gaul.
From Wheel of the Wheel, I would say Joram. My God, if the White Tower Ball was so funny because of him. Haim is also pretty good, picked from Leaves.
Who would get in the most trouble at a festival?
Matt.
No, he's too lucky for that.
Joram, okay.
But he'll still find trouble. Just because he'll get out of it doesn't mean it won't find him.
Exactly.
Ravine is pretty awesome too.
Yeah, and from Weaves, definitely Joram. That's White Tower Ball. He was suggesting that Cheyenne open a gateway to bring a dead dog back into the middle of the White Tower.
Is that like a Matt's Badger moment?
Yep, basically they put it. Trolloc, and I was like, no, Jory, and I was.
Hey, dude, you know what would be funny?
That's where the like you'll see it on the With Will YouTube channel, but that event is from where the Ghostbusters. It's to the Ghostbusters. Like the Trolloc Hunters video comes from. If you've seen that, you'll know what I mean.
I haven't.
It's on the With the Wheel channel.
I really
that
like
video because of that.
I really like the Trolloc introduction. Yeah, obviously, like me and Tracy just finished reading New Spring, so many thoughts are coming to mind. But there's a moment where Lan and Moraine are going into a city in the Borderlands, and they're like, "Oh, they're celebrating bell time. This is so wonderful!" And then there's like spiked Trolloc heads like lining the path, and they're like, "Oh,
Yep.
bell time in the Borderlands. You know, just Trolloc heads on spikes."
It seems so natural somehow. Like I was reading over it, and like do. Okay, Trolloc heads. That makes sense.
Guys, I think we're coming down to the last minute, so
cool.
I just want to thank everybody in the chat. You guys are hilarious and so much fun, and everyone that's donated.
We're
at 41% right now, which is amazing. We've already raised $2,097, so thank you everyone who's gave a little, who's given a lot, and it's so appreciated. And it's a really great cause, and we're super happy to be a part of everything. Yeah.
Yep.
Party with Rayo.
So just goodbye to everyone. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Enjoy your December. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us on the WoTaHoliday charity stream. Very excited to be here. If you guys don't know me, I'm Alex from A Hero's Journey podcast. We do different kinds of books, some Wheel of Time. Only covered the Eye of the World and the Great Hunt so far, but happy to get into more soon. And we talk about how the books follow or don't follow Joseph Campbell's monomyth, The Hero's Journey. But today, I'm not going to do any of that. Today, I want to talk about The Eye of the World and the TV show a little bit. So let's just get right into it. So one of the things that I'm excited about for the TV show is getting people involved, getting people in the mystery, especially the mystery of who is the Dragon Reborn, right? And I know that might seem weird to call that a mystery, but there's a lot of people don't realize who the Dragon Reborn is at the start. Okay. So I did a little Twitter poll, which did not get a whole lot of responses, but I think we get a pretty good, pretty good representation. I saw about 42% of people didn't realize that Rand was a Dragon Reborn until the end of the Wheel of Time, or at the Eye of the World. So at the end of the first book is when people first realized that, hey, Rand is the Dragon Reborn. So that is, a pretty big mystery that I think people will like to get involved in and think about when the show starts, right? But a whole bunch of people do realize that Rand is a Dragon Reborn at the beginning of the Eye of the World. So the first thing that I kind of want to talk about is how Rand could be a little bit more obscured and less obviously the Dragon Reborn at the beginning of the Eye of the World. Okay. Oh, before I do that, we are raising money for the Lightweaver Foundation for this charity stream. Brandon Sanderson's foundation does a lot of good work. They support people, give them books, food, water, and clothing and shelter. So they're doing a lot of good work. We're at 41% of our goal right now at $2,000. So I have decided that at the end of the stream, I'm going to donate whatever percentage we're at that amount of dollars. So if you guys haven't donated already, please get on and donate. Make me give a little bit more money to charity. It'd be a nice tax break, All right. So first thing, in the Eye of the World, the first thing to me that makes it kind of obvious that Rand is the Dragon Reborn is how much the story focuses on him. It's pretty obvious that Rand is the main character from the beginning, as he has all of the point of views in this book. Well, a majority till halfway through, then we get, some Perrin, some Nynaeve. It is really hard for me to not realize that Rand is going to be important later. Obviously, that is not confirmed until much later in the book. Not even until chapter 50 or something like that, 50, 51. So one of the things that I think we could do, or the show should do, to kind of make it less obvious that Rand is the Dragon Reborn, is focus on other characters, and especially other channelers. And I think we already have pretty strong hints that that is going to be happening, right? So we know that Moiraine is going to be one of the main characters. There's going to be a lot of focus on her to start. And I think that that's a good idea, because Moiraine doesn't know, or for sure, who is the Dragon Reborn. She spends a lot of time thinking that it's Rand. I think she's fairly confident it's Rand, even as the group splits, but she doesn't know for sure. So having her be the main focus character, I think does lead us into a bigger mystery, right? And I think that'll be good to draw people in. A lot of the things that drew people in to, the Game of Thrones, big show that obviously Wheel of Time is going to get compared to, is a mystery of who is going to take the throne, right? So I think having this mystery would be good. So along with focusing on different characters like Moraine, and obviously getting some viewpoints from Matt and Perrin, the other two potential candidates to be the Dragon Reborn in the Edmund's Field, I think focusing on another channeler would aid this mystery too, right? So Logain having a bigger role, especially in the first part of this show, will, I think, add some mystery. There'll be some people who I'm sure think that Logain is the Dragon Reborn from the beginning and continue on. We will know, obviously, that he's not, but I think that will add some mystery too, right? Yeah, I see Matt's Pips in chat saying it's going to be impossible to stop this spoiler from getting out that Rand is the Dragon Reborn. And I do kind of agree with that, but we all know that the show isn't going to follow the books exactly. Rafe has made some comments about that, like there are going to be some changes. I think that it would be insane to change that Rand is a Dragon Reborn, but starting the show, keeping that a little bit more mystery would be, pretty good. And I think that it would be, I think that a lot of people are not going to be looking at spoilers. A lot of people just want to watch the show and enjoy it. They don't want to be spoiled. So they're going to be not looking as much into that, right? They want some mystery. They like that mystery, even though a lot of people are going to look up the show. A lot of people are probably going to come read the books, read the wiki and all that. I think that some people are going to try and keep it a mystery still. Jennifer said, I think Logain should be the Dragon Reborn. I don't think that, but I think an interesting thing we have from Logain, spoilers for the whole Wheel of Time. Sorry, I know we're focusing on the Eye of the World, but I've read all the books. It's going to be hard for me to not keep some mention of the rest of the books out. So Logain does get stilled or severed, whatever the equivalent is for males, which I'm forgetting currently. So he loses his connection to the power. And I think that after that happens, a lot of people are going to say, oh, well, clearly he can't be the Dragon Reborn. He lost all his powers. He can't, channel anymore. We need someone channeling to access the Eye of the World. We need someone who channels to be able to go and defeat the Dark One. So Logain can't be. And then later we have Nynaeve heal him. So I think at that point, we're going to have more contention that, hey, maybe Logain is the Dragon Reborn. We dismissed it. And now he's back. He can channel again. This is another part of that mystery. And Village Mattress, thank you. Gentling is the equivalent of stealing from males. Thank you. I just couldn't remember that for a minute. Anthony saying, Matt. Oh, no, that was an answer for another question. But let's go back into Matt and Perrin as potential Dragon Reborns. There is not a whole lot besides them being in the village that made me think that they might be the Dragon Reborn. I actually knew before I started reading that Rand was the Dragon Reborn, as my friend who wanted to get me into the series spoiled that for me. It didn't really, in my mind, take away a lot from the story, but it did make it harder for me to think that Matt or Perrin could be the Dragon Reborn. And I think that part of that is because they don't channel. And we see some foreshadowing, some hints that Rand can channel from pretty early on in the story. even their ride to Terran Ferry, Rand channels. We don't know that explicitly. At least I didn't know that explicitly my first time reading through, but in subsequent reads, we see that pretty obvious. Rand channels to heal Bella, restore Bella's energy, and then he gets this craziness when they're in Berlon and faces down some white cloak soldiers. So one of the ways that I think Robert Jordan did a very good job of foreshadowing is this subtle hints that Rand can channel. I think that those should stay in, even though it makes it obvious. Like when you pick up on, oh, Rand channeled, he restored Bella. He had just such concern for her, which will come across a little bit less in the TV show, as we don't get to see Rand's inner thoughts, but we can still see that he is channeling there. And then he goes a little bit crazy, has this bout of craziness in Berlon. So that is not a very obvious sign of channeling. I think that's one to keep in there. And then when people watch and hopefully rewatch the show, they can point to that, just like we all do, reading this again and again, be like, oh my God. Just like 9LZ said in chat, the delayed reaction to channeling, that's a masterstroke. That's amazing foreshadowing. I can't believe how well that went and how like fun it is to see on a reread. So I think those things should stay in. But like I said, focusing more on Matt and Perrin, and I think focusing more on what makes them special. So Perrin, obviously being a wolf brother, would not make him be the Dragon Reborn if you know going into the show that the Dragon Reborn is going to be a channeler. But if you don't know, if you don't have a lot of information about the Wheel of Time before you start, you might not think that the Dragon Reborn has to be a channeler. You might see Perrin developing powers as a wolf brother and think, maybe that is what the dragon is. Maybe the dragon is something that can talk to animals. I could see that being a connection, dragons are animals, wolves are animals. Small one, but maybe. And playing that up, I think would be a lot of fun. It would make people think that he's a Dragon Reborn and get people more invested in Perrin. Perrin was my favorite character going into the Eye of the World. He's just so interesting to me, and he falls off a little bit. So in later books, especially after the Battle of Edmund's Field, we all know the famous slog where Perrin is just trying to rescue Fail. But I think if we had a little bit of mystery, like some hints that maybe he's a Dragon Reborn, people would be more invested in him and care about his character arc through the slog. And hopefully, some of that slog gets changed, make it a little more engaging. I definitely think it will, but having some mystery about who Perrin could be if he could potentially be the Dragon Reborn, it would be a fun thing to add to his character. So Water and Shade threw into chat, I'd really love to see more focus on Nagain as a Dragon Reborn. Yeah, and so much so that it's a surprise when it turns out he's actually not what Rand is. I agree with that. Like I said earlier, I think adding more mystery to him will be good. And I think we are really going to see a lot of that as Logain is going to be focused more heavily. Yeah. All right. So one of the other questions I threw out in my Twitter poll was, did knowing that Rand was a Dragon Reborn early in the Eye of the World detract from the story? And this is something that I want to hear from you people, all of you in chat. Did you know that Rand was a Dragon Reborn early? And what, if anything, did that detract from the story? So there's a little bit of delay. I'm going to wait a little bit. But for me personally, like I said, I knew Rand was the Dragon Reborn before I started reading. And I don't think, for me, it detracted from the story at all. I think that it made it a little more engaging, right? It made me care about Rand as the person who's going to potentially be saving the world later in the book. And I won't say it made me care less about the other characters, but I think that's a potential worry. People won't be as engaged in Matt and Perrin as they're not the saviors of the world. We know from the beginning that they won't be the dragon. So, again, referencing back to Game of Thrones, we know that anyone could take the throne at the end. So people get behind, Daenerys, and they get behind Jon Snow, and they get behind Sansa, and they get behind all of these different characters because they might win. But in this story, we only have one Dragon Reborn. We only have one most important person. So I'm wondering if you guys think about that detracting from people getting engaged with the other characters at all. So going through some of the comments here. So MK said she knew that Rand was the dragon because he was the main point of view. Like I said, that was a big tip off for me. I think it's a big tip off for a lot of people. Village Mattress doesn't detract from the story. Matt Pips didn't detract for me. Cheyenne Sedai, same thing. So I think a lot of people don't think it detracts. So that leads me to the next poll, which I'll say in a minute. But all right. Lauren said, I definitely knew early, but it didn't take anything away from me. If anything, I think it feels like I knew something the other characters didn't. That is something I agree with. I think having this knowledge makes you feel more engaged in the story. It makes you feel a little bit superior, and it's fun when you know something the characters don't. Yeah, Matt Pips said, I like that the characters were going through this mystery while I knew the answer, and that's the same thing. It's just more fun when you know some things like that, but I think having a mystery is a good idea too. So Sonia said, I think Jordan did a great job of instilling the idea that they would need each other to be successful. So that is a good point. And Sonia, if you can, could you expand on that? Like, what specifically made you think that they would need each other? Because the characters do definitely need each other. Rand would not be able to, save the world from the Dark One, unlock the Dark One, make the choices that he does without the supporting characters and without everyone from Edmund's Field, everyone that we meet. So I agree that we do know that the other characters are important, but is there anything specifically that made you think, hey, what would be these characters are going to need each other from the Eye of the World or any other book, right? Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to read the chat, see if there's any other comments on this. Okay. So Matt Pipp said, creating a good mystery is hard as an author because different readers will get it at different times. I think that is a good point. It makes reading more fun when you find out the mystery before others. Like I said before, I think that's part of what makes mysteries fun. And hopefully that would get people talking, which again is why I think it would be a good idea to have more of that in the show. So the last question that I put up on the Twitter poll is, do you think the show should have more mystery about who the Dragon Reborn is? And 50% of people, more than 50% of people said yes, they do want more mystery. 18% said it doesn't matter, and a quarter said no. So part of the interesting thing about doing these polls for me was the majority of people knew that Rand was the Dragon Reborn before the Eye of the World or at the beginning of Eye of the World. Slim majority, but definitely a majority. And a vast majority, 80% of people didn't think that knowing Rand was the dragon detracted from the story at all. But now we have more people wanting mystery. So I have a theory about why that is. I've already kind of hinted at it. It's because of engagement in the show, and allowing people who view the show without reading the book to theorize on this. But what do you guys think? Why do we want more mystery in the show than there is for a lot of people reading The Eye of the World for the first time? Do you think it's just because of engagement, or is there another reason why you want there to be more mystery around this? And again, foreshadowing is very important to me. It's part of why I enjoy rereading books, is so I can pick up on the foreshadowing later. So I think that is something that we can instill in the show if there's more mystery. So we can see more foreshadowing, that Rand is the Dragon Reborn, that Rand can channel. And when we go back and rewatch the first season, or however many seasons, we can see that foreshadowing in there. Like I said, the channeling that Rand does is awesome. The foreshadowing that we see, and going back and a reread, realizing what happened, is part of what makes rereading this so great. Okay, so answering my question, why do we think that there should be more mystery? Super Skylake said, I think it's just what TV shows are supposed to do, which I think that's fair. TV shows are usually engaging because of the mystery. And I don't know, I do kind of want to push back on that. I don't think that this Wheel of Time TV show should do things just because that's what TV shows are supposed to do. I want the Wheel of Time TV show to be its own thing and to do things because that's what the creative director Rafe and the team think would be most true to the books and most engaging to the fans. So doing things just because the TV shows are supposed to do that is but I do agree mystery is good for TV shows, and I think good for engagement. And Ma said, we want the non-book fans to love it so much that there are enough seasons to finish. Yeah, I totally agree. I would be just super sad if we only get The Eye of the World and The Great Hunt, or only get up to The Lord of Chaos, and then we don't get an ending, or they have to cut the ending short because we don't get enough people or fans involved in the show. So adding the mystery, get more people involved would be great. And again, I think part of a big reason why I want there to be more mystery about the Dragon Reborn. Okay. Super Skylake says, also, they aren't going to be releasing it all in one. They'll be releasing it once a week. So there'll be plenty of time for fans to discuss each episode. I don't know if that was confirmed. I know The Boys, the other Amazon TV show, The Boys, was released with 3 episodes and then a weekly release. And I am of the opinion that that would be a great way to release this show because it does drive more engagement. For me personally, my girlfriend and I both watched The Boys every week, and we would talk about it every week because there was mystery involved. We just wanted to see what was going on. And I think this is a good way to drive discussion versus The Witcher, the Netflix TV show, dropped all at once. My friends and I talked about it for a week. I finished it, forgot about it. My other friend, finished it a little bit later. We talked about it again, but that was it. We didn't have this months of discussion about the show, speculation about it. So I do hope that the show is released either in the 3 and then weekly or weekly, but I don't know if that's been confirmed yet. So MK said, I want mystery, but I don't want them to subvert expectations because that gets annoying. I want a good, fulfilling story overall. And I agree with that. We do want mystery, but I wouldn't want subversion of expectations so much that Rand isn't the Dragon Reborn. Like I said, I want there to be some mystery. Like, hey, maybe Logain, this character we've seen in episodes, is the Dragon Reborn. And then when he gets gentled, mystery goes away. When he gets healed, some mystery comes back in. I want that to happen. I think that that would be a great way to get people involved in the story and a great way to get people interested in talking about the show. But I don't want Logain to be the Dragon Reborn in the end, because a whole lot of the reason why I love the Wheel of Time and why a lot of people love the Wheel of Time is because we see Rand's journey as the Dragon Reborn, coming to terms with himself and his identity and his place in the world. And then, defeating the Dragon Reborn after coming to terms with that so much. All right, so we're about at the halfway point, and I wanted to check on the charity stream, as that is the most important thing. I know you all are here to hear my wonderful ideas, but the charity stream is why we're doing this. Ooh, guys, we haven't gotten any donations. I want to give more money away. Come on. If you haven't donated, please take a chance to do that. The Lightweavers are a great foundation set up by Brandon and Emily Sanderson. They're providing needs such as food, water, clothing, and shelter. And that is especially important right now, as it is the holidays. It is wintertime in the United States, very cold. And a lot of people are struggling right now, with the pandemic going on, not being able to work or having reduced hours. So now is a good time as any, if you can donate, to please donate. All right, let's go back to the chat here. Lauren says, I think the chance of being able to induce visuals that adds mystery, but does not change the plot, will force people to interpret it differently without risk. I totally agree with that. Like I said, when we're reading The Eye of the World here, we see Rand's point of view from the beginning. We see Rand learning that Tam is not his biological father. So we have all of this stuff that shows that Rand isn't from the Two Rivers, that Rand is different. And then we see him channeling, we see him, continuing throughout the book as the one who can channel, where Matt doesn't have that ability. Matt has the dagger, but he doesn't have any powers. And Perrin has powers, but it's the Wolf Brother powers. And we learn fairly quickly from Elias that is not channeling. That's not where that power comes from. So we can dismiss him as a Dragon Reborn for that reason. But when we have the show with visuals, we could see a lot more mystery there. Like I said, following different characters' point of views would be the first thing to add more mystery. I think a second thing, like I just talked about, Rand learning that Tam is not his biological father, I think that could be obscured. If we follow Matt and Perrin and Moraine and Lan, Nynaeve, anyone else during the attack on Edmund's Field at Beltane, instead of Rand going back to the farm and then Rand coming in, we don't necessarily need to see or hear Tam speaking to Rand then. So instead of having that, we could see Rand being attacked on the farm still and see Rand running through the forest. But don't show the monologue from Tam. Don't show Tam's fevered ravings. Instead, when Rand gets back to Edmund's Field, we could see him start having some dreams, like he does anyway, where he starts thinking about some snippets of what Tam says, where he is cagey, less interactive with Tam, because he knows that Tam isn't his biological father, even though he doesn't fully accept it. So instead of having this mystery solved in chapter, what is it? A very early chapter, like chapter 6 or 7, that Tam isn't Rand's biological father, that he was brought into Edmund's Field, the Two Rivers, after he was born. Why not obscure it? Have Rand just have dreams about Tam's ravings or have some thoughts later in the book, in the TV show than at the beginning. Yeah, it is chapter 6. I just found it. Tam is my real father, but thank you, Lauren, for pointing that out. Okay. MK said, Game of Thrones did it so much to lessen the impact of the story because it made everything that they had been building fall flat. It needs to make sense. I think she's talking about subverting expectations, and I agree. Game of Thrones is a book about subverting expectations, whereas The Wheel of Time is very much not. The Wheel of Time, I think, very much follows the traditional hero's journey story. And it doesn't try to subvert expectations as much. Super Skylake said, speaking on Logain being the Dragon Reborn after being healed from Gentling, if we see more of the Black Tower scenes, that can be interesting, especially since another potential dragon, Taim, is there. That's something I agree with. We don't have a casting for Taim yet, but he is referenced fairly early in the show. I think even in the Eye of the World, and I know especially in The Dragon Reborn, Taim is mentioned as a channeler who raised the banner of the dragon. So there could be more thoughts about that. I think it would be a little bit harder to have people think that Taim is the Dragon Reborn as he comes and, offers Rand subservience. And then Rand uses him to train channelers, but there is that potential there. If we build him up earlier in the story, again, before Rand fully declares himself the Dragon Reborn, that would add some mystery too. I think there's a scene where I don't remember if it's at the end of The Great Hunt or the end of The Dragon Reborn, but there is at some time where Rand declares himself to the world as the dragon, and we hear that 2 false dragons were knocked off their horses and struck down as Rand did that. So I'm pretty sure it's at the end of The Great Hunt. So at that point, I think it would be hard for us to have any more mystery about who the Dragon Reborn is if we show that. But again, we don't have to. The show doesn't need to do that. It could obscure things a little more from that. Yeah, so Super Skylake said Taim is mentioned by Pound and Fane and the Eye of the World as a false dragon. So yes, we could see him built up more. I don't think we have casting for Taim yet, but definitely along with Logain, he could be a point of view for the show and be focused on as a potential dragon. All right. Yeah. So Shelby McVeigh, huge Game of Thrones fans here, and while I know it's totally impossible, but I wish we could go into Water Time on Prime show without feeling the constant comparison to Game of Thrones. I don't know if I agree with that. I know that the comparison to Game of Thrones makes the show hard because Wheel of Time is going to be different. Hopefully very different from the Game of Thrones show, especially in the ending. But without the Game of Thrones show, I think it would be hard to make a Wheel of Time show. We know the Lord of the Rings was the first one that opened the gates to fantasy being mainstream with how popular it was. But the Game of Thrones TV show did a lot of that groundwork too. I think it'd be really hard to have these to have the Wheel of Time show without comparisons. So I get that feeling. I understand the idea of not wanting the constant comparisons, but I don't know. I think it's going to be really hard to not have those comparisons there. Guys, I'm running out of ideas here. So let's talk about when we think that Rand should be like clearly made the Dragon Reborn. When should people think and know that Rand is going to be the dragon? He's going to be the one to save the world or lose the world. I personally think that we should know by the end of the first season. I think it'd be really hard to go into season 2 with that mystery still intact, because in the show break, people are going to know that, like, people are going to do research. People are going to start reading the books at that point. People are going to look on the wiki because they're going to have the gap of, hey, the show isn't going anymore, so we want to know what's going on. So for me personally, I think the Eye of the World is a great place to do this, because I think there's a potential for more mystery there. In the Eye of the World book, at the ending, we hear this voice in all caps, right? It is not here. I will take no part. Only the chosen one can do what must be done if he will. That, to me, could throw in more mystery. As we know that voice is the creator, but not everyone would know that. If that voice is included, that could add some more mystery of who's this mysterious voice? Why aren't they interfering? If they have so much power to talk to Rand anywhere in the world, why aren't they doing more things? So that would be a potential to add more mystery, to keep people more engaged going forward. Now, I don't think that is going to be the end of the show, the end of the first season, though. Oh, hey, Matt.
Hey, yeah, man. It's good to see you. So, how's the conversation going?
I think pretty well.
What are you talking about right now?
So we were talking about the Eye of the World and when we think that Rand should be revealed as the Dragon Reborn. Well, that's what I was talking about. Anyway,
what was chat saying about that?
So I didn't get a chance to look at the chat yet.
That's just don't listen to Chancey. She probably has all the wrong answers. So, but yeah, that's a great question. I think they need to really hold it off as long as possible. There's got to be that whole concept of like, it's one of the. I feel like it needs to be suspect, and I think it's okay if they don't. If people still wonder from a viewer perspective that it's not really sure at the end of the first book. Even though as readers we're sure, I think it's best that they still have reason to disbelieve it. I'm hoping they do that really well from a writing perspective, because Jordan makes it just like too easy, in my opinion. But it's fun because you're kind of in Rand's point of view. But at the same point, you want mystery in the TV show. So I think there's ways that they can, make it feel like Moraine's trying to force him into the dragon role, and giving other people, citing other prophecies. Look at the Couladin, look at other ways that this could look like it's not the Dragon Reborn, and really save it for like an end of season 2 kind of thing that cements. So that's how I would do it, at least. I'm not the writer, but that's how I would knock it out.
No, I think saving it for the end of season 2 would be interesting. It would drag the mystery out a really long time. I think it'd be hard. Like I said earlier, I think at the end of season 1, a lot of people are going to start reading the books because, if the show is engaging and as good as we hope it is, people are going to want to know what's going on. People are going to be involved in the mystery. So at that time, I feel a lot of people are going to, read the books, go on the wikis, and get a lot of speculation out there, and probably figure out like, hey, Rand is the dragon. So how would you...
I think it's okay. It's just like if someone goes and reads The Red Wedding beforehand, I think a lot of the viewers won't go read it. I mean, we're going to get a ton of viewers. I mean, a ton of new readers, that's for sure. And that'll be fun. We haven't really talked about that as a community. We've talked about us interacting with new viewers that don't know the subject material, but we really haven't talked about like all the new readers that are going to come in and actually read the books and talking about the books with them. You know, we have a lot of podcasts that do that, but I think I don't think it's a concern that too much for at least the writers. I would imagine the writers room, they're like, who cares what they go back and read, basically. I think that they're, because those things will just end up at water cooler and be like, well, you need to read the books. And people will be like, but this is a different turning, right? And you'll have people that are like, but this is a different turning. You don't know what's going to happen. Maybe Rand isn't the Dragon Reborn in this turning, you know, stuff like that. So,
yeah. So I agree with that. I don't think a whole lot of people are going to read the books. I think some will. I mean, compared to viewers of the show, at least, I don't think a whole lot of people are going to read the books. So if you were writing this, let's say we do 1.5 books per season. So we would end season 2 with the taking of the Stone of Tyr. Would that be a good point to like, solidify Rand as the dragon?
Yeah, you have to, I think that's what you have to do. I think you have to get to the Stone of Tyr by the end of season 2. I think you solidify Rand at that point. Solidifying Rand as Dragon Reborn at the end of season 1 is boring to me. It's like, okay, he's the Dragon Reborn, so let's do something. Let's go end the world. I feel like by season 2, and it shows his madness beginning, and it shows that he's breaking the world, not necessarily healing it, and then kind of forcing him into that dragon role from viewers' perspective. I think that's a much better place where they're like, him being the Dragon Reborn isn't necessarily a net positive, you know, for the world. And I think it's too early on. People would love him too much and be invested in him just kind of solving all the problems if they announced him too early. So yeah, I would say end of season 2 in Tyr is perfect. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I think part of what makes that so good and why I'm glad that you even mentioned this, I wasn't going to be going that deep into the story, but that's when Rand finally accepts that he's the dragon as well. He spends all of book 2, like, I can't be the dragon. Moraine is trying to manipulate me. All of book 3 on his own. That's why he leaves Moraine to try and prove to himself that he is or isn't the Dragon Reborn. So when he takes Kalindor, takes the Stone of Tyr, that's when he finally accepts, like, hey, I'm the dragon. I have to go forward and do what the Dragon Reborn is supposed to do. So I think that would be a really good way to introduce that to, you know, everyone viewing the show as well.
And this makes it so they don't really have to blow the horn at the in season 2. They don't have to do that. They can skip the blowing the horn thing and go straight to Tyr. That's what I'm saying. You know, in the end of the day, you know, get to Tyr and have him announce or blow the horn in Tyr. How about that? For everyone that cares about blowing the horn, take the horn to Tyr and make that happen. And the Seanchan, how about give the White Cloaks a victory? Let the White Cloaks beat back the Seanchan and think that all that. I'm just kidding. There's no chance they could do that. But
it would make the White Cloaks more menacing if they were able to do that.
Can you imagine if the White Cloaks could do that? They can't. They no. Sorry, I had to troll the let Barney blow people in chat. That's all that's about. But no, they could absolutely move the horn elsewhere if they wanted to. But I still think you have to get past the Seanchan at season 2. So
So
yeah, go ahead.
If you had the horn blown at the end of season 3, not that I'm saying that's going to happen. I still think that the horn will be blown at Flame. Would you want the Seanchan attacking Tyr as well? Would you want them there, or would you want them like separate as still?
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, they could do a whole convergence of the Seanchan and Tyr instead of Falma. That's yeah. I mean, why not? Why not? You know, throw them there. Have the Aiel show up. Have it a big party there for the dragon. You know, announcement. And I mean, you certainly could do that, but that requires a lot more kind of modification of the plot.
Yeah,
that's when it gets silly, and that's when I think a lot of those people in chat right now and myself, we start trying to figure out exactly how do you figure out a series that they're changing that dramatically. So
yeah, I don't think that would be a good idea, which is part of why I want the horn to be blown at Falma. But you know,
I get it. So I mean, in the end of the day, I still think they need to get to Tyr by season 2. Does anyone in chat disagree with that? Tyr by season 2, end of season 2. I mean, in the end of the day, like, if you haven't gotten to Tyr end of season 2, this thing's going to take 11 seasons. I just don't think there's 11 seasons in Amazon on this show.
No, I agree with you. I don't think 11 seasons is a lot of seasons. That's like, It's Always Sunny. This is a sitcom that's run that long, but I don't think anything else.
I mean, I think Wheel of Time as a sitcom would work fantastically. I mean, I would love Wheel of Time as a sitcom. You know, the Tamanes and Matchroom sitcom would be pretty amazing.
All right. So Matt, earlier in the show, I was talking about how Perrin and Matt are not really considerations for me as potential Dragon Reborns, because Matt doesn't have any powers. You know, he gets the dagger and at Shudder Logoth, but beyond that, he's not channeling. And we see Rand channeling earlier. And Perrin has these Wolf Brother powers. They're pretty quickly dismissed as, you know, not channeling, not related to that.
Sure.
So how do you think the show could focus more and make them like stronger potential Dragon Reborns than Rand is from the beginning?
So what you'd have to do is you'd have to make it not so dominantly thought of as a one power kind of breaking of the world. In other words, you'd have to push that it can be like ta'veren break the world instead of channelers break the world. You can talk about, you know, Lews Therin basically as a ta'veren and not focus on it being so much that he broke the world because he's capable of it's obviously the factor that he did channel and there's the sealing of the board and everything, but not because he was the channel. In other words, you'd have to kind of make it more broad in the perspective of the ending of worlds can happen despite a channeler, and that the dragon that does it sometimes maybe didn't channel, which is actually technically possible, or not just technically possible. Jordan talks about that there are lives that the soul of the dragon is born, and which that soul, I believe he said, doesn't channel. And so you could have it where it's more of a ta'veren effect, and it's just like a really, the type of leader that person is, that breaks the world. And so, yeah, you could push it to ta'veren versus making it solely this idea that you have to have the one power to be the one that breaks the world or saves it.
Okay, that's really interesting. It's something I considered before, but I think that would do a really good job of that, making Matt and Perrin seem more like potential Dragon Reborns.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that I talked about was Logain as a potential Dragon Reborn, especially because we know he's going to have some more focus in the show. I think part of the mystery for him would be, is he the Dragon Reborn? Is Moiraine wrong? One of the ways that I just thought he could, add more mystery to that is if there's an Aes Sedai who supports him as the Dragon Reborn instead of Rand. Do you think that is a possibility at all? Or what thoughts do you have about Logain? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you'd have to push that. I mean, I think we've talked about this before, this idea that, maybe some of the Black Aja or the Red Aja are pushing for the idea that they've captured the actual Dragon Reborn. Like there'd be a lot of popularity, a lot of fame if you captured the Dragon Reborn and you were going to control the Dragon Reborn. And there's a lot of value in telling people that you've captured the Dragon Reborn and you're controlling them. So the writers certainly could take it that direction, where there's a contingent of Red Aja or Black Aja or whoever pushing this idea that they actually have the dragon, and that Rand is a false dragon, because you don't want a false dragon running around, and that they have the dragon, they've actually still the dragon, and no worries there, we've solved this problem. And so, yeah, I absolutely believe the writers could push this idea. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I would be totally on board for that kind of stuff that Jordan doesn't really show us, right? Because we get point of view perspectives. We don't get the politics that are going on all around the world. And that's what needs to happen, is we need to see so many, I know it sounds strange, with as many point of view characters as that do exist and as many characters exist, we need to see the day-to-day politicking that goes on and social structures that are going on that are pushing other ideas, so we have reason to disbelieve Moiraine and her group.
Oh, I totally agree. I think adding more point of view characters, even though there's already so many, is a definite must to make the show more engaging, especially in the first season, because we focus so much on Rand and Eye of the World that it's hard to see anyone else as, important, or just seeing the greater world is hard from this first book. Adding more point of views expands the scope of the world greatly.
Yeah, think about they're at the tower, and then think about an argument about who's the Dragon Reborn, right? It's not just a foregone conclusion at this point. It's positing and trying to get the tower to get behind your dragon,
Right.
And I think that could be a really interesting dynamic that they play with Logain and Rand. I'm really hopeful that Alvaro Mortes is in more than season 1, honestly. And we talked a lot about, what I mean by that is that they drag this on a little bit, and it's not just over, and that we really get him more so than Jordan uses him. I think later on we get some Logain, but I don't feel like he was ever, honestly, I think Logain was a failed character in the end. From how Jordan ended up using him to what the potential that he had to really play an interesting kind of counter role to Rand. I've always felt that way, that Logain kind of never lived up to the promise from a reader's perspective, especially at the beginning of the book. So yeah, I totally on board with them playing with Logain for sure.
Yeah, and I think that there are hints that could be drug out further. You're probably going to remember this better than I do, but I know that at one point when Rand is declared as a dragon, he steps in the sky, and the false dragons, Taim included, are like knocked down and defeated on the same day, the same hour, something like that. So if we have Logain not be defeated and captured and stilled when he is, as the Eye of the World is starting, and instead drag that further until that point, that could add some mystery there.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to give that to us, at least from what the show, at least from, basically what some of the scripting that's ended up on, Vimeo that that they talked about. From a character arc perspective, I don't know that we're going to get that aspect of declaration, and everybody else it drops. However, maybe we will. Maybe we'll get that. What I would like them not to do is actually show that. I'd rather rumor, right? I'd rather there be a rumor that that's what happened. Jordan just tells us that's what happened, but I would much rather you don't believe it, because you're kind of wondering if it actually did occur, and so if they do use that, I would say absolutely make it kind of a rumor thing, that somebody tells somebody and somebody drew a picture of X, but you don't actually see it happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's right. As much as we want to add more point of views in, there are some things that we could take out to add to mystery.
Yeah, I think they can do that. They have a lot of room to do that for sure.
Yeah. And one last thing, I want to just bounce this idea off someone else. Instead of focusing on Rand and Tam and Beltane when they're running through the forest and we have Tam's fever dream, what do you think about delaying that revelation that Tam isn't Rand's biological father till later? So instead of having Rand's fever dream, we could have, or Tam's fever monologue, we could have Rand dreaming as he does later and thinking about that.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Tam is the father. Yeah,
it looks like we're getting closer, but I think that aspect does need to happen, but I still like the idea of some mystery there. In other words, I think there needs to be some kind of fever dream, and he says something. Maybe he doesn't like give it away that there's something major there, but maybe he makes Rand ask a question and the viewers ask a question of like, what was Tam talking about? But not so blatant, as like Robert Jordan like wrote it, where it's like, who is this? I don't know. It's a child. Carry him, bringing him home. Whatever. This idea of giving reason, again, kind of keeping the mystery there, but giving something. I absolutely believe they need that fever dream. I think it's a key component to Rand's beginning of questioning and what leads him eventually down this kind of really dark alleyway, if you will.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Matt, thank you so much for hopping on.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think you saw me with a little bit of need, and it just are a great guy to hop on and do that.
This was fun. I got done with some work this morning and looked over at my wife and said, "Hey, do I have 20 minutes?" And she's like, "Yeah." so I said, "Okay, cool. I'll go jump on and see if Alex wants to chat." So yeah, thanks for letting me on here, and yeah, keep going, everybody. It's been a lot of fun to kind of jump back and forth and see what's going on. I saw Rob's striptease the other night. That was something. That was something. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something. It was something. I'm sure it was, it was interesting for those that have not seen it. You need to go back and you need to go watch the Malkier striptease. And then we're not talking about Lan here. We're talking about Rob.
Yes.
But yeah, thanks for having me along, everybody.
Yes,
and good luck
Matt.
on the rest of this. Okay, see y'all.
Hello. Are we live?
Yes.
Oh, welcome to whatever this is. I'm Tree, and I have created a monster known as the Treehouse. These are all my lovely Treehouse people. We have MK, who is making her video debut today. Super talented. We have our two tinkers who will be tinkering prompts, Dan and Ryan from the Way of the Leaf cast. We have Abigail, who is
an artist.
Hold on a second. I am canceling. Okay. All right, I'm back. Who was I at? Okay, Abigail. Abigail is super crafty. She makes her own instruments. She's a writer. Carolina has had her work displayed on Unraveling the Pattern, which everyone needs to check out. Unraveling the Pattern. Jay is our playlist master of the Treehouse. He makes up a lot of our music that we listen to while we art together. And then we have Skeeterish, who I'm sure everybody knows from the Discord. He is graphic designer. He's been working on some other mediums, which is really fun. And then last but not least, we have our resident AI, Shansony, our debate master, who was just recently on the Dusty Wheel. Yeah. And I
killed it. It won on the Dusty Wheel.
Woo! Yeah. Yes, and won. Yes.
Definitely.
So I'll hand it over now to Skeeterish, who will explain the charity.
All right. Well, and you've all probably heard a fair amount about this already if you've been paying attention to the stream, but this is for the Lightweaver Foundation. Everybody pitch in as much as you can. It goes to a lot of good causes. It's their mission statement is feed bodies, fuel minds, fuel hope. They're all about taking care of the basic needs of people who really need food, shelter, clothing, and going beyond that, providing intellectual stimulus for people to raise their awareness and move past that. And they do a bunch of other really cool side things. So it's a good cause. Contribute what you can if you can afford to.
Yes. And now Zool can explain how we're planning to raise some money for this charity during our segment.
Okay, hello, I am Zool. I am not on camera right now. So the disembodied voice. I am helping run this. I'm not going to be doing any of the artwork. I'll be giving prompts to people. So there will be 3 teams, and some of the prompts will be easy, some medium, and some hard. We're going to start off with some that we got from Discord, but what we want from you, the people out there in YouTube land, is for you to give donations and say what you want a team to draw for a prompt. If it's just $5, you don't get to pick the team or the person, but if you give more than that, then you do get to pick the team or the person. So give. This is for a great cause, and it will be fun.
Yes, we are just
Yay.
look.
And Dan wrote us a wonderful song to kick off our Pictionary game today.
I sure did. Thank you for having us on, Tree. Thank you, Rob
Yes.
and Andrew, for doing this. And this is going to inspire you all to give a little bit. Here we go. Ready? It's the Treehouse of Art. It's the Treehouse of Art. Everybody buckle in, it's time to start. There's a lot of us that you can see. We're gonna play some Pictionary and help with a really, really great charity. One more verse. Now's the time to do your part. We want the donations off the chart. So please find the time to open your wallets and your hearts. It's the Treehouse of Art.
Oh, that was amazing. That was so good. Thank you so much.
That was the best song he's ever written, by the way. I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
every
That
single
was
one.
awesome.
that was amazing.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Love it, Brother Dan.
Your joy is my fuel.
I love it, Brother Dan. That is brilliant.
Thank you.
All right, you guys ready to
So
play?
that song was probably at least worth $20, right?
Gotta be
Someone,
Yeah,
at least $20. And if you donate $20 to the song, you get to pick. We'll throw you in to have you be able to pick who gets to draw and what to draw as well. You get the double bonus.
Yes.
Rob, can you tell us where we are with donations to start this hour?
So we were at I think 2,157, and then just as we started up, we had a donation of $25 pop in. So that may have been as a thank you for the end of the next show, but it came in during our show, so I'm going to claim it for us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank
so we
you.
are $2,182, 43% of target.
Ooh,
Let's see how much
right.
higher we can get.
Very good.
that. So I'm also now a disembodied voice because my camera has decided to pack up last minute. So I do apologize for that. But shall we get started on the Pictionary, everybody?
yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Lovely. Which team is going first?
I think we're going first.
Okay. Lusty
And
Leaves.
I think we have Dan up first as a drawer.
Okay, so non-Lusty Leaves, please turn off your videos. And Dan, share your screen.
Share screen whiteboard.
This will be a 1 minute
Okay.
on the clock, please.
1 moment. MK, are you a Lusty Leaf, aren't you?
Yep.
You turn your video on, darling.
Turn your video on.
I
There we
don't know
go.
how things work.
I love it. Okay,
None of us do. That's the fun part.
Dana, Zul, I am ready to go.
Okay. Are we going now?
Go now.
Did you get the message?
Uh-huh.
Okay, go.
Okay,
Circle.
go.
The Aes Sedai symbol.
There you
Very
go.
good.
Ooh.
First point goes to
Oh,
team
yeah.
one.
Already
Okay.
crushing it.
Okay,
Everyone.
team two, Jay.
All right, Jay's team.
Now I stop video.
Yes.
I gotta
Yes.
find. I have to find
Name's not
Jay's
video.
name.
Yeah, come on.
Jay, what is your name on
Jay?
here?
My name is
Jay.
Rusty
Oh,
Roots
Jay's-
PJ.
Chansey's bumping stick.
That too,
Naive.
yeah.
Anthony's Naive.
Rusty Roots is our team name.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Is this the
All right, are you ready?
1 minute on the
Ready,
clock for this
yes.
one?
All right, go.
1 minute. Start
All right.
now.
Cup, vessel, bag, badger, sack.
What was that?
Badger in a sack?
Very close.
The word is badger.
Badger.
Yeah.
Badger, there we go.
Excellent. Okay, Ryan is up next.
Glad I can contribute to that.
Ryan up for the trusty trunks.
Let's do this
Love it.
thing.
Guys, you're being so slick with the videos. I love this.
Here we go.
All right, tell me when to go, Zul.
Hold on.
Let me get, where's the chat? I lost chat. Here we go.
Tell me when you got it.
Got it.
All right,
All right,
go.
go.
Golf club.
Boo.
Real time.
Matt's hat.
Bingo.
Say that again.
Matt's hat.
Matt's hat. That's it.
Awesome.
All right.
Guys, I need to jump in here real fast, though. We do have our best friend ever right now is Village Mattress. And like he did during our show with Vance of the Gleeman, he has said that he will match the top donation that we received this hour up to $100.
Wow.
You donate
Thank you.
$100, Village
awesome.
Mattress is going to donate $100.
Oh, what a hero!
Wow.
Village
What a
Ma-
hero
wow.
indeed.
Well, I
Yeah.
have just checked the donations, and we have already had a $50 donation popped in there from Alex. Alex,
Awesome.
last segment has popped in $50.
That was Ryan's Matt's hat. I know it.
So
That was a great hat.
Hey, thank
It was a great hat.
So that is amazing. We are already, after just a
I've
few
done
minutes,
work-
up to 2,232, 44% of targets.
Here we go.
Wow.
Here we
I
go.
was gonna say-
And we
You
have a
guys are
$100
awesome.
match. If you guys, if someone donate $100, we have a $100 match. Let's do this. Someone, come on, guys. Come on.
Okay, who's
Let's
up for the
do
Lusty
this.
Leaves? Who's
All right,
Okay.
so for the Lusty Leaves, we have MK. I've got to find her name on the list.
Okay, MK's drawing this time. Lusty Leaves, get your thinking caps on.
Okay, this round will be
Peter, video.
2 points apiece. Hold on.
No pressure. MK, can't hear you.
It has been sent to you, MK.
It's fine. She's just got to share a screen first.
Let me know when I can start.
You need to share your screen, MK.
I'm not sharing my screen. Okay, hold on. I'm
can do
sorry.
it.
It'll be an option at the bottom
You can do
of
it.
the Zoom
No,
window. There
this
you
is going
go.
good, actually.
Brilliant.
Yeah, well done.
Perfect.
Good
All right,
job.
1 minute on the clock. Go.
Okay. Damn it, that's not it. Okay.
Well turned calf. Foxhead medallion.
That's
There
it.
you go.
Boom.
That's it.
Oh, awesome.
2 points for the Lusty Leaves.
Actually, I should have given you another 20 seconds. I kind of wanted to see what that fox turned out to be.
Can we get a $20 donation for that fox? That was
There was going to be a better face on it, but I figured,
I love the smile. The
Gorgeous.
smile is
That was fabulous. I love that.
That was very good.
Okay, Skeeter is up next.
Okay, Skeeter up for the
Hold on.
Rusty
I like
Roots.
that.
Look at all this slick camera
Peter. If it's a
change.
girl, make sure it has 3 eyes.
No conferring, everybody.
All right. So, have you gotten it yet, Skeeter?
I have, and I think I'm sharing my screen,
You
but
are,
I'm
yes.
not.
You are?
Okay.
We can see
Am I
it.
good?
That's it. All right, go.
Yep.
Ooh.
Cursor.
Triangle, square, rectangle.
Parallelogram.
Oh no, this is getting bad in a hurry.
Boom. Telephone
Graphic
remote.
designer, ladies
TV
and
remote.
Let's see. Gleeman's Cloak.
Cheese grater.
Mattress.
You've had 30 seconds.
Oh dear.
Or are we having our first stump of the Pictionary?
Tree.
Oh, I know what it is.
Cheeseburger.
Honey cakes.
Honey cake.
That's it.
Hey,
Yeah.
well done. Woof. That took a bit of time. You got there?
Wow.
It took a lot of time. What's that rectangle at the top,
I was
Skeeter?
going
That's
with
a-
that.
It was supposed to be the tray that Malkier was cooking on last night.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I really
I
thought
like
it was
it.
honeycomb.
I thought it was
I thought it was a honeycomb as well.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it was the 9 golden bees of Ilion. Then I thought, wait, what? Why is that bowl there?
Oh, Abigail, I love the hat change.
Are we seeing
This
some
is
of,
cool.
some of the chats? So we've got Parmesan cheese, pasta, cards, stones. Chat, that is amazing.
Oh, it's the
I love
muffin
that.
tin, LMAO.
More prompts like that. That was great.
That was
Okay,
Oh my gosh,
up next.
Abby's hat. Oh my gosh.
Up next, we have from the Trusty Trunks, Abigail.
Okay.
Okay, let me.
Let's do this, Abigail.
Which one? That
The
one?
Trusty Trunks.
That one. I don't know what's happening to my screen, but I have.
Trunks.
Okay, I got the message. Let's
Love
go.
it. Go. All right, minute on the clock.
Ah.
Go.
All right, go.
Oh.
Fine. Boat.
Oh
The-
no.
Oh, it's a hair and mark blade.
Oh my gosh, that is so fast. You got it.
Wow.
That was
Wow.
impressive.
I wasn't
Are you
there
sure
at all.
Dana didn't send it to the wrong person?
Well done.
Wow.
You need to save that
It
to
almost
desktop
looks like
so
a
I can't
hair-marked
find it.
banana.
I was gonna guess a banana, but
I mean, I was throwing shade with bananas and things earlier. Like, I shall now draw this banana, thus disarming you.
I love it. That is brilliant. We're getting compliments on the fez, by the way. Jake D says
Thank
the
you.
fezes are cool.
Very nice.
It's a
So-
beautiful
I made it
hat.
myself.
Ah, it's a
Wait,
handmade
what?
fez. I love that.
Yeah.
So
Very
crafty.
Very crafty.
Okay, so the next round will be 2 minutes on the clock because they are harder.
Okay.
And so the from the Lusty Leaves, we have Tree.
And how many points for this round, Zool?
3 points for this round.
3 points up for grab. We have
And
some-
remember,
Oh, hold on.
after this round, we definitely will start taking any ones from donations.
Yes. So
Right.
yeah, definitely. I think Alex, you're worthy of that. We've had was it Jen from Talk Around Riyadh? She can hop in. She gave us a donation. Delusions, you are most
Very nice.
definitely
Thank you.
worthy of a donation because you have added money into that pot as well. We are now.
We
up
got to throw a
to-
Village Mattress in there as well.
Yes, Village Mattress can get a donation because they're going to match it. We're at 22.71, 45% of goal. Woo,
Wow.
it's moving quick. I love this.
Let's go. Let's get to 50 at least.
Oh,
Yeah, come on, let's
guys.
push that to
Come on.
50%. I love that.
Come on. There's like 50% of the content creators in the world right here.
I surely we're 50% of the target. It's got to be so. All right, let me know when to start the timer.
Okay.
All right, you
All
have
right,
it,
I got
Tree?
my prompt. I found it. Yep,
Okay,
we're good.
2 minutes start now.
Okay. Okay.
Circle.
Elaine? Aiel?
Avienda.
Avienda.
It is it's a thing.
Marquise.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
Hair.
The Royal Crown, the
Red
Crown
gold
Mandel.
blocks.
A thing or place.
The Andor. Camelin.
The palace.
The palace.
Andor
Camelin
Andor
Palace.
You've had over 30 seconds already.
Oh shoot! The house Charkham. The Id.
The Queen's
Blessing.
Blessing? The Queen's Blessing?
That's
Queen's
it.
Blessing.
Oh, amazing!
Yes. Oh.
I realized I shouldn't be writing stuff halfway through, so sorry about that.
Yeah, come on, Tree.
Sorry.
Don't forget to save your Pictionaries.
Yes.
That
Okay, I
was
have to figure out how to
brilliant.
stop share. There we go.
Lesbian Nerdy's throwing in a Rose Crown suggestion. Don't forget, chat while you're listening,
Okay.
those of you watching,
Oh, yeah.
put Art Venture.
Don't tell us what the
words.
suggestions are.
I know.
Yeah, don't say them out
Hey,
loud.
The Rose Crown guys.
Yeah, and
That was
nobody's supposed to
really
be
Oh, that
checking
was a
YouTube.
guess.
Tree.
No, they
No
were
YouTube, except
were-
for Zool and Rob.
they were guesses. They were guesses for what you were
Oh,
drawing.
Yeah.
Oh, a
That
guess.
makes more
Okay,
sense.
okay.
So yeah, for those of you in chat, by the way, or those watching, please put Art Venture in the chat, and you can then enter the draw for the to get in the raffle to win the mugs later. Unless you've already got that in, don't go in again because I'll take you back out. But yeah, on to the Rusty Roots. Who's drawing this time, Zul?
Shansany, our resident AI.
Oh yes.
All right, not wishing you any luck at all, Shantony, after your performance on Wednesday. So yeah, enjoy your 2 minutes.
Wow.
I'm not bitter.
Tell us when you're ready.
I am ready.
All right, go.
Go.
Circle.
All right.
Potato.
This is an action.
And tugging a braid.
Oh, that's it.
Oh my God!
Oh, dang it.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know why I'm here.
Wow! And just that was incredible. Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Wow.
Up next, we have Carolina for Team Trusty Trunks.
All right, Trusty
Yeah, we
Trunks.
do.
I want to see what Jay.
My jacket first.
The guesses coming in
Alright,
from
my
chat.
jacket's on, I'm ready.
Jay is killing it. Egwene from Lesbian Nerdy. Apparently, Spike from me. Oh God, that was just so fast. I can't believe that. Well done.
That was really well done.
All right.
All
Hair off to
right,
the side, looks like
Carolina, do you have it yet?
Caroline, you need to share your screen as well.
Yes, I do. Okay. I don't even. All right. Yeah. Let's do this thing. We
Green
got
button
it. It's
and
fine.
choose
Wait,
just MS Paint.
Did you
Or
get
your
the
drawing.
message?
There we go. Yes, I've got it.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Okay, this is a thing or a place.
All right, time
You
starting
ready?
now.
Go.
Okay.
What is? Braid, red rug, tarangreal, crab, fox, grom.
Yeah.
What are those
What to do.
panthery looking ones?
You know what? I'm
Wait,
gonna
the grom is the
draw
one
a
with the three
different.
eyes.
A thing or a place.
30 seconds already gone.
Definitely look like an animal, either dead or sleeping.
No,
A surfboard.
it's from Wheel of Time.
Oh shit.
Badger. No, wait, we already had a badger.
Okay.
Okay, no.
Badger's Retreat. An inn with the badger in the name.
Oh,
Easing the badger.
That's it. Easing the badger.
Easing the badger.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Awesome.
Okay.
We have
That
stories
was a
of
tough one.
those. That was
One of the only inns whose name I could remember.
I was like, I don't know how you do easing.
Wow.
There's
Yeah.
a badger though.
Don't-
Very-
Isn't there like a whole discussion about some podcast or someone somewhere what even is easing the badger?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I mean,
I didn't
It's
want
up
to
to
go this far.
interpretation.
we are $19 short of 2,500. We're at 49 cents.
Guys.
We have had
Wow.
we've had some donations from Master Deck and Mattress Village or Village Mattress. Sorry, you need to get out that $100 because Impossibly Spectacular Josh has thrown in 100 of his own.
He is
Oh,
Thank you.
impossible.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
everybody.
Oh my
That
god.
is
Good.
so
Thank you,
spectacular.
God.
Mattress, you guys are
What?
heroes. You guys are
Yes.
serious.
We get to 50%. If we don't get to 50%, Abigail's merge roll puppet will invade your homes and scare you in the night.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. It happened to me. Not
So,
good.
if you have made a
I love that.
donation, you need to put something in the chat to put a suggestion in the YouTube chat. The contestants cannot see that, so just myself and Zoom.
Donate, it's for the kids.
Abby's
Ross.
are crazy.
Yes,
Look at this.
Has anyone who has given a donation put in a prompt with their donation?
Yes, there is one from Village Mattress, which I think we should address first. So let me send that direct to you, Zul. So, and this is.
And by the way, guys, this is at least his third $100 donation.
That-
He is
oh, yeah.
really fueling
Yeah.
the momentum
Okay.
that we're carrying. He or she,
He's the
I'm sorry,
hero
they are
Of
doing
this
great.
journey.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right,
Village
so
Kicking ass.
this one goes. All the teams have gone, so this one goes back to team one. So I guess we are starting over at the beginning since a specific person was not named. So Dan, you are up.
And this is the
Yay.
hard one.
Oh, this one is from
Village Mattress.
Village Mattress.
Oh.
Oh,
there you
okay, okay. Oh,
Alright.
let's go. I hope it's come on,
And
man.
Zul, how many points are we going to give you for this? Do you think?
Do you think 2 points?
I think 2 points for this is acceptable. Yeah.
Okay.
Am I putting a minute
So-
or two on the clock?
1 minute.
1
I'm trying to find his name on our list.
Is a person, place, or thing, or what? What category?
Right. This is Dan. I'm trying to find. There he is. This is a character.
Oh, come on.
Oh, right. Well, good luck, MK.
All right,
'cause,
I'm ready to
we all know how well I remember characters.
All right, your minute.
All right, I got it. All right, ready?
Your
Go.
minute starts now. This is for Village Mattress.
Is it Bella?
Bella! 2 points for the lusty leaves. Very nicely
Yes.
done.
All right. Do we have any more that have been sent to us?
Okay, let's see
Oh
from
my
those.
goodness.
It's either Bella or a dinosaur.
The donations are going
Famous
crazy.
Wheel of Time dinosaur.
I can't keep up, which is amazing. We are at 53%.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, here we go.
2,656.
Here we go.
We've had the
Here
100
we
for
go.
Village Mattress. We've had Surreal in there. We've had Matt's Pips. We've had Anthony put in.
I love you,
So
dance.
many going on.
Wow.
Okay.
But guys,
Thank you,
this is
everyone.
fun. This is fun.
You guys,
but
thank
we're
you so
more
much.
than
This is amazing.
more than 53% of the way through this
Okay.
cast, so we're still behind. So keep
Yeah, we are.
giving. I appreciate what you're doing, but your potential has not been reached.
No, we can.
Let's do it.
Let's challenge them. Come on, chat.
Don't be scolded by.
Come on, guys, we
okay.
can do it.
Oh, I'm
I'm
trying
proud of
to.
you, but I think you can do better.
I'm trying to
Okay,
keep up with
Jay.
put things in.
It's my turn, right?
If you've
Yes,
if you've
it's Jay.
donated, give me a
Yes.
suggestion. Put at Malkier Talks so I see it because
Oh.
chat's going a bit crazy. So yeah, at Malkier Talks in the chat if you've donated and you want to make a suggestion. Peter, we are not going to be drawing Rocky Mountain oysters. But what hilarious
That would
suggestion
be
nonetheless.
incredibly difficult.
I don't believe they're in the Wheel of Time. So
Ooh.
All
No, they're in
right,
that one
so-
chapter. You remember, like book 17 million? All right, I am ready to draw.
Right.
All right. So
okay. Oh.
Jay, how many points is this?
Right. I think this could be a 3-pointer. This one.
I think this is 3 points.
A 3-pointer. Oh.
Have you sent him something?
Yeah.
Good luck,
Yes,
Jay.
I did.
Yes.
Oh, you did. Okay. Right.
He has.
Let me put 2 on the clock and
2 minutes.
tell me when to go. Are you ready?
All right, ready?
All right, go.
Yep.
Surface. Archway.
Pants.
Portal
Batman.
Mask.
This is a thing, so you're on the right track. It is a thing.
You've had 30 seconds.
Legs.
Legs. Feet. Stick.
Spear.
Sword.
You can guess in chat by the
Bottom
way those
sword.
watching. I think I know what it is.
Short spear.
Trousers.
Johnson's on the right track.
You have had 1 minute of your time.
I'm not sure what else I can draw.
Matt's pants.
Oh dear.
Matt's
Oh,
box head pants.
getting closer.
You're getting there.
Matt's ruby dagger pants. I don't know. Something to do with Matt's brown pants. I don't know. It's pants. It's the legs. of
You
the
have
pants.
30 seconds left.
Matt's boot. Matt's.
Anything else I can draw?
I got nothing here. It's pants.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
You've got that it belongs to Matt.
Matt's
He's got that
underpants.
it's pants.
Matt's small clothes.
Matt's small clothes.
Yes, that's it.
Oh!
That's small
With
clothes.
10 seconds
No
to spare.
How did that take so long, guys?
I thought that he read my prompt by accident. I didn't mean to.
No. I.
Wow.
That is brilliant.
Okay.
That's incredible.
I'm surprised that wasn't on your mind from that.
Very,
from what I
very
heard.
good. I love it. Okay.
I wasn't even
Wow.
looking at that one.
I don't know
Oh,
what I
you-
would
we
have
should
drawn.
have
I
been
knew
able
what
to
it
steal that one
was
that
like
day.
5 seconds into
What
it.
would you have drawn to make that
Yeah.
easier to guess?
I knew what it was.
Oh, we got it. I knew it
I
right
have
away.
small clothes on my mind.
We have had a.
Well, yeah, that's
If
you,
had
MK.
said- if you had
Sorry,
said
Rob?
if you had said small clothes, underwear, underpants, any of those would have counted. And you definitely got Matt. So
Yeah.
Matt's ruby dagger pants wouldn't have counted. I don't...
I like that.
In the English
My small clothes
I
are
see
Ruby
Matt from
Dagger.
Coffin's underpants.
Okay.
all right.
Anthony.
The next one
One needs to make that
The
as
next
well.
one- the next one up is Ryan, but do we have another prompt for you to send me?
Yes, I'm sending it to you now.
Awesome. Keep them coming.
Oh, I think
Yes.
we've
Little
actually had,
donation.
wait, have we had this one, Zul? Let me send it to you. I feel like we've had this. Or maybe not. Maybe that's
Good draw. Horse.
$10, and we will draw whatever you're asking, and the person who you request will draw it as well. It's just,
Yes.
Another Master of the Deck. Wait, have we had that one?
I don't have it yet. Oh wait, there it is.
But I can only draw.
Oh, we've had that one.
Okay, I thought we had. I wasn't 100% sure. Sorry, Anthony. Make another suggestion, Anthony. You can have it. I do have a suggestion from Lesbian Nerdy though, so I'll send that to you as well.
Yes.
Because Lesbian Nerdy has
scared.
donated to us.
Yay! Did she choose a specific person to draw?
So that one's gone to you.
Or is
Zul.
she just giving us a general thing?
Right now, Ryan is on deck. So if it's just a general thing, then it's going to Ryan.
Jenny, you should have donated before I went.
I can only draw
Come
horses.
on.
I can only draw horses.
I want to know how you're drawing with no opposable thumbs. Really?
Very impressive.
Your face.
Yes, it is.
If you join
Oh my gosh. I think this one's going to have to be a 2-minute 3-pointer. What do you think?
I don't know. Like, it depends what you want to draw, shall we? Oh wow, interesting one just hopped in the chat. But okay, Zul, you're the point mistress. So I had to say mistress. I don't know what word that was. Sorry. So 2 minutes, 3 points up for Ryan. Send it and let me know when to start the clock.
I got it.
All right.
Okay.
Go.
Go.
Okay.
Flag.
Okay.
Bed. That's a bed, right? Yeah. No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are people.
People.
Pillow friends.
Pillow friends.
I thought that was
So
going to be
good.
easy, to be honest.
Once you said people, it was all gone. It was done.
I need to say officially, I'm more comfortable taking my clothes off publicly than doing this. My heart is racing. My hands are shaking. Look at this. My hands are shaking.
This is so much fun. I'm loving
You're
it.
doing great, Ryan. You're doing great.
This is
And
amazing.
we still have a good 20 minutes left just to kind of
Oh,
give you a
yes.
time frame.
Lots of time.
I may not make it.
How are we doing on
Delusions
donations?
is telling me to look at the donations. I'm going to look at the
Yeah.
donations.
Does
gave that prompt to me?
does Anthony have another thing that he wants us to draw because we already did that one?
Yeah, I believe he's put something in the chat. Let me have a quick look. I'm sure I saw something from Anthony. No, that's the one I already saw before. Come on, Anthony, send us another one, and we will do it for you.
Yes, please. Okay, did anyone else do donations that we need to draw?
I'm just doing a refresh.
Right now we have Team 1 with 8 points. Team 2 and Team 3 both have 9 points.
Oh, what?
What?
Wow.
How are we
Nice
one
job,
behind?
Skeeter. Nice job, Chancey. Because your prompt
Did we
was
miss
2-pointer and both of ours were 3 points.
Our prompt wasn't
Oh,
worth the
that's
same
why.
as the
Okay,
other.
Yeah.
who is on the next team to draw?
MK is up next for Lusty Leaves.
Ooh, MK.
Is the Skeeter, you're on the Rusty Roots, aren't you?
Correct, yes.
Okay, we have one for the Rusty Roots afterwards, has been picked out specifically for Skeeter to draw by
Which is good because
Nice.
it's good because he's up
Perfect
next
timing.
anyway, so that's perfect.
Nice.
But I still need one for
Yeah, I'm just looking.
MK.
Yep,
If you don't have one for her, do you have
Have her
one?
draw Matt's small clothes.
I mean, there is just one in the chat anyway,
Done.
that I think would be hilarious for her to draw. So let me send that to you.
All right.
Um,
Because I have bowls of them in
Okay.
in
well,
medium and hard. We can always do. Okay, so
got this, baby.
this one is
You
for
can do it.
MK.
Come on, MK.
How many points is this going to be?
Oh,
12.
12.
At 12.
I don't know, I feel we could probably put a
We need to
three,
catch up.
a 3 on this.
Yeah, we
Oh my god. Right.
we need a 3-pointer.
Tom, you can send us any prompt for any person. In fact, you can send us a few, mate, because you have just donated a whopping $300.
Jeez.
We're at 59%. We are
Amazing.
Who is this?
Guys, I'm gonna cry.
This is Tom Kokoza. I think I was saying that right. Wow.
Yes,
Send us a few
talk around
suggestions.
Riyadh.
Talk around Riyadh. Tom, by the way, we have a wonderful thing happening with the Spare of Time. They are donating a custom piece of artwork to whoever donates the largest amount of largest single donation in the second half of the full live stream, which right now is you. So you are currently in the running for
Thank
that.
you, Tom.
Wow.
That
so,
is
Thank you,
so
Tom.
gosh dang
Awesome.
wonderful.
amazing.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
But yes, okay. So are we? What are we going to give there for? How many points are we going for?
3
this?
points.
3
Let's
points.
go 3
okay.
points.
2 on the clock. Let me know when I'm ready to start the timer.
Are you ready, MK?
All right.
Are you okay, MK?
I think.
Go.
I'm proud of you. Let's do it. Let's do it. You can do it.
Okay.
I just saw this. And it was like,
It's a rod. It's a
It's
red
a red
rod.
rod tangriel. Oh Jesus! Ba, 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 ba.
Very good.
I mean,
Nice.
Okay.
it's an
That was
oval.
insanely fast.
Okay.
It's an oval.
Skeeter is up next, but I need to know
Just an
what
oval.
his
I'm sending it to you now, Zul.
That
This
was
is a
awesome.
Oh,
request.
gosh.
That prompt was more firm than hard.
This is a
Know me
request.
so
Rush.
well.
More firm than hard. I heard you.
Yes.
That's what she said.
Okay, that's the description in the book, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
Wow.
so
Rush.
Okay.
This
Master of Deck, I'll
is-
send yours as well. Sorry.
this is, I would say, an action. Would
Yep.
you call it an action?
I would say an action. Yet this
Okay,
is
video.
specific.
Was easing the badger an action or a noun?
Skeeter, if you don't like this, this is your blame delusions for this. If you don't like it, by the way, because it's her suggestion
Okay.
specifically for you.
So Skeeter,
enough. Is it
this
sleeping?
This is a 3-pointer.
Yep.
You have 2 minutes on the clock. Are you ready to go?
Yep.
All right, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Go.
You got this, Skeeter.
Dreaming. Entering Tellerunner Yard.
Curve shape.
Sleeping.
Second, curve shape.
Rocks.
Staring down.
Blowing.
Oh God.
Pointing lines at each other.
Telekinesis. Dropping a rock on somebody. Blowing someone's head away. Dropping a skull. Dropping a skull with eyes. Dropping an entire skeleton.
Oh, I think I know.
Channeling.
Making a snowman.
Looking
What?
at something.
Staring angrily at a person.
Balefire.
Staring at them so angrily that they run away.
Someone is falling, someone is looking, someone has branches.
You're not forgetting to draw a third eye, are you?
Is that
30 seconds left on the
a
clock.
nim? Is that supposed to be the green man? He's got a tree. Is that some sort of dagger? Is that a tulip?
15 seconds.
Oh my god, I have no idea.
I totally know this.
Do might as
Let me
well.
5, 4, 3,
Eyeing.
2, 1. Time up.
Not nothing.
Can we still? Do we get a guess?
There's no stealing.
No.
Can I get
What
No
were you
stealing.
drawing, Skeeter?
We guess.
compulsion?
Compulsion.
It was compulsion.
Yeah.
Wow, that's hard.
I knew it.
That is very hard.
Okay.
Yes.
So we've had a couple of suggestions. I'm missing them in chat, and luckily they are DMing them to me. So the next two are donation suggestions, Zul, that I've sent to you. And
Okay.
I think they're both 3-pointers.
Okay, well, the next person up for team 3 is Abigail. Is that,
All right.
or are these for specific people?
No, there's no names mentioned.
Okay.
They're just being put up
All
as
right.
suggestions.
We have
This
a
is
cat
a-
inbound, so that if people want to see my cat on camera, let us know in the donations if you want to see my cat. He's right next to me, and I can live stream him anytime, but you got to hand over the money first.
There we
It's
go.
part of the foundation.
He's a very cute kitty.
Okay.
Totally worth the
Very
money.
Very cute.
Donations for the cat cam.
Okay, I've received
Send it in.
message. Okay.
All right, this is a thing. It is a 3-pointer. It is difficult. 2 minutes on the clock.
You need to
All
share
right,
your
let's
screen.
go.
Do we get to share your screen?
Oh, shoot. Screen share. Which one?
It's a little bit important.
No, that's not.
Our first technical hitch.
Yeah.
All right. 2
Is
minutes.
it sharing? All
Yes,
right.
it
I
is.
think it's saved at the old file name because it's something I saved on the desktop, but that's not what it is. That was the last one.
Dead body.
Of
course.
Oh, me waking up.
Wait,
this
we're not there yet, are we?
What's going on? Oh, whoops.
Yeah,
Have we not started the timer yet?
Yeah, I've started the timer. You can guess. It's all good.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, this is. Oh.
Oh, the dagger where they're
No,
curing
this
him
is,
of the dagger.
turning a dark friend.
It is a thing. It is a thing.
It's a thing.
Oh, what?
How do I do this?
Massage bed, masseuse.
Okay.
What?
That's a dragon.
Ooh, I know what it is.
Well, don't make me feel bad
Oh,
about it.
Rand's death.
Oh, there's a funeral pyre.
Okay.
It's
funeral pyre.
Only 10 seconds left.
Say it again.
Rand's funeral pyre.
Yay!
That's it. That is it.
That's
Excellent.
good.
Is that
Great teamwork.
Yes. 3
Guys,
points for the
we're all
trusty troops.
kicking ass right here.
That's
We're
amazing.
we're all doing fantastic.
I love this. We still have just under 15 minutes to go, so let's keep going.
I'm so nervous.
Okay, so Tree is up next.
Okay.
That means you have
all right,
less
I'm
than 15. You have less than 15 minutes to find.
We
my
have
cat get
noises
those
in the
donations in
background,
here.
so hopefully
I'm
it
trying to
doesn't
find Tree's. There she is.
Thank you,
Trying to
Jen,
find
for your
Tree's
suggestion.
name.
I'll add it to the lists.
My turn. Okay, let me see. How do I do the chat? Where'd it go?
Man, we got this.
Making
Leaves
sure
are
I'm
so
sending-
lusty.
Oh,
My
no.
leaves are so
Okay.
lusty
So
right
many
now.
windows.
Yeah, I'm gonna punch it up to you.
Oh,
Ready?
no, I
Punch
lost
it
the
up.
chat.
Well,
There it is.
whilst you're adjusting that, Matt's Pips, I'm not sure who got there first, but we've had a couple of donations rush in. Ladies and gents, we are over the $3,000 mark. We are currently.
Oh my god, that's
This is
amazing.
I can't believe this. We're at $3,033.
$3,000.
Thank
This
you
is
so
how we
much.
do it.
Burn me.
Mello, I've got
This
your
is
prompt.
how we
Jen,
do
I got
it
your
when we're
prompt.
puppets.
I've got Master of Dex prompt coming in here. Yeah, DM me if I'm missing it. Yep. Lovely. Are we ready? Okay. Tell me.
Does everyone see my screen?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
I have sent her a thing.
All right, 2 minutes on the clock. Go.
Yes.
I know what it is.
That's
Too bad you're not on our team, Jay.
Yeah, don't you wish you had me?
Yep.
Okay, now I actually know what it is.
Horns.
Shinarian?
Ooh, the thing.
Ingtar? Is it a person? It's a helmet? Helm? Okay.
Say it all. What is it?
A Shinarian helmet?
Nope.
A helmet?
Helmet.
It
What
okay.
else to draw?
Carrying
horn?
an helmet. Kaelin helmet. The
Looks like-
Mayan helmet. The wings of
What was that
Mayan.
again?
The Mayan helmet. Mayan.
Nope. it's not
Shanshin
mine.
helmet?
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh
Okay.
Yes.
Woo.
Awesome.
Oh man.
Nicely done.
Well done.
So that was for Trusty Trunks?
Okay.
Was it? No, that was.
Lusty
That's
Leaves.
Lusty
Lusty
Leaves.
Leaves.
Okay, so we have.
I
Lusty
thought you were
Leaves.
trying to draw Lance helmet,
Nope.
was what I thought it was.
Doggy. There's been a doggy sighting.
Yay,
Puppy.
doggy.
Zul, did you
Next
get my,
up is Shansany.
Did you get my latest message, Zul?
I did, but there's one that we skipped.
Yep, that's the one.
And
I'm
we have
talking
like
about.
10 minutes. Just FYI.
And I'm handicapped by a cat.
Yes.
All the pets
This is-
today, ladies and gents. This is nice.
Incredible zoo in here.
Oh, bye cat. Oh.
Guys, we've crossed the 60% line.
This is amazing.
Here we go.
Very good.
Here we go.
Oh,
Well, we were at like
let's do
46
this.
when we started, right?
I think less than that.
We were
Yeah, I
at
think so.
2157 when we started.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, wow.
Thank
This
you,
has been a
everyone.
great hour. You guys are the best.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yes.
so much.
I have
Okay,
my
Shansany has the prompt. 2
Okay.
minutes on the clock.
2 minutes on the clock. Go.
All right.
Okay.
Crowd. Mountain range. Palace?
Castle.
Building? Yeah, it looks kind of like a castle. Do we know this is a person, place, or thing?
It is a place.
A place. Okay.
This is so great.
The detail here is brilliant.
Yeah.
Screw all of you who know what this is.
Sean's like, I got 2 minutes. I'm using all 2 minutes.
Is this a place that gets balefire during the Age of Legends?
Oh,
Dora or something like
Nature's
that?
Burrow?
Nature's Barrow.
Nature's Barrow.
Nice. Well done, Skeet.
Excellent job, Skeeter.
So that
Wow.
was that the Rusty Roots?
Amazing.
That was also really well drawn.
That was.
It's about time I contributed to this team.
Yay!
Awesome.
Shantini is a brilliant.
And
brilliant
Abigail, we've had donations for the kitty. If the kitty is.
Oh yes.
Yep.
I know we got a.
Okay.
I know we got a free kitty from the AI, but we have paid kitty as well. So.
Very
Yes.
good.
Ben Sill is here for the Lightbringer Foundation.
We have another suggestion from Anthony that I'm going to hop up the queue since
Okay,
we
well,
couldn't get his other one.
did skip one, but we did skip one, but you have another one?
Yes, from Anthony though, because we didn't get his other one because it would already been picked, wasn't it?
All right, I don't
So-
have it yet.
No, I'm just sending it to you right now.
Okay. Okay, so that's a hard one.
That is a
That
hard
is
one.
Carolina.
Done? Okay. I'm not complaining.
For the trusty trunks.
Trusty trunks.
I think we'll be able to this finishes off all the rounds of 3.
Yes, it does. Yes.
So this could be the last one potentially.
Yes. Did you get it? Are you ready?
You need to share your screen. Lovely, sharing the screen. Okay, 2 minutes on the clock. Go.
Heart.
True
Heart.
Love.
Love.
Heart.
It is a place.
Okay. Crap.
Oh, I
I
know.
don't know why I'm thinking Malkier, but okay.
Because we. Oh, Excalibur.
Loves.
I mean,
They
no,
love
forget-
swords. There. The Warders of the White Tower. Alcardell. I don't know. Ben,
Heart
so
of
what
the
do you think?
Stone.
That's
Wait,
it.
what did you say?
Heart of the Stone.
Woo! Nicely
Very
done.
good,
Yes.
Ryan.
Well done.
No, because
Holy
I didn't know.
cow.
I was trying to figure out what she was drawing, and then she do the sword, and made me think, oh, Excalibur, awesome.
Yeah, I was wrong. The second thing I drew was a stone, but this doesn't really look like a stone.
I thought it was Igloo Sex at first.
Okay.
Benson was no help except being cute.
So
Okay.
Well, that's plenty of help.
You
Right.
did it.
All right.
That's better.
Is that it for the rounds?
I think so.
Okay, excellent.
I have done the raffle, so congratulations to Chris Plopper in the raffle.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Go, Chris. I hope you win.
Who are we picking from the chat to be to go into the raffle draw?
We'll let you
I
as well
no
check
idea.
do that because we
have
haven't been
not
checking chat.
I have not been able to look at chat at all because I've been just constantly feeding stuff to you guys. And so, Rob, it's up to you.
Okay.
What's the scores? Let's see.
Okay,
We got
so
time
the
for a
scores
tiebreaker
are-
if we got one.
No, scores. Third place, Rusty Roots, 12 points.
Gosh darn it.
Second place, Lusty Leaves, 14 points.
Wait a
First
minute.
place,
Wait
Trusty
a
Trunks, 15 points.
Oh,
Nice.
Well
Good
done.
job.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Kitties and
Good
puppies.
job.
Oh my.
Oh, pets galore.
I
They
just want
had
to
the
thank
most
my
pets they
cat
deserve to
and
win.
my Gleeman's cloak for being there for me the whole time.
Similarly like to thank her cat and Sweden's cook.
That Heart of the Stone earned the win, to be honest. That was a hard
That
one.
was good.
It was hard.
Yeah.
But,
That was
we
well
have
done.
That
Oh.
was a good one. That's the one that puts you over the top by 1 point.
Does that mean I get a Malkier Talks mug now?
No.
You can
Oh.
purchase
a
another
mug, and
one.
you get a mug, and you get a mug.
This is
so?
tough to pick from chat. There's lots of people.
Oh,
While you are choosing one,
Who-
I would just
who
like
gave the
to,
300?
Who
That
gave
was
the
Tom.
$300?
That's a good put. Yeah, let's put Tom.
Yeah.
Tom.
Yeah, Tom.
throw it in.
Yeah,
I say
Tom.
Sure.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
buy
Oh,
our
me.
love.
There we go.
Thank you so much,
That's
Tom.
amazing. Let's just
Oh, man.
refresh just in case we've had any craziness happen. No, we're still at 3,033, but that is insane.
That's amazing.
We were.
What's the percentage, Rob?
And I just
Thank you
wanted
so
to
much,
let you
guys.
know we are welcoming anybody who wants to join us. Whoever is an artist, let us know if you want to be part of this, because we have a lot of fun and we're all really close now, and we do art together and it's awesome. And we have an Instagram if you want to follow us at Team Treehouse, and on Twitter we're the Treehouse Art. So follow us, join us, and thank you so much for donating.
Yeah,
You
thank
guys
you.
have been amazing.
Yes. So
Well,
exciting.
yes.
And thanks for
Together
having
we
us
can
on.
sure.
Ladies. This
Yeah,
has
you're
been
welcome. Thanks
beautiful.
for joining.
Thanks
Thank
for
you for
sharing
your
so
beautiful
much.
song.
We aren't
Thank
that
you.
bad
Oh,
at
you're
drawing. We're a little
You're
better.
My
than
camera back, but I know what people really wanted to see my cat.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We've got a few minutes, so keep riffing, guys. I'm loving this. So
Is there any way we can post our Discord link for anyone that wants to join the Discord and draw
Can we
and
put it in the
listen to
YouTube
music?
chat?
I also have a kitty cat.
Tree, you can put it in the YouTube chat because you're actually a
Mod.
mod. That's
of
the
the
word I'm
Discord.
looking for. I can't speak.
Yeah.
Oh, because I was going to say the
Mod
other thing is
Discord.
I know Delusions.
And
Yeah. Delusions is in the chat as well. So if one of you could put it in the chat, that would be fantastic.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not on YouTube right now, but I can get
You
the
can
link.
you can go on YouTube. All of you who have been playing, you can go on YouTube now and chat with the people.
Ooh.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
permission.
We're allowed to
Permission to
talk
YouTube.
people now.
Permission to YouTube.
Guys, there's 53 people. I hope every single one of them has subscribed to this channel. Rob, thank you for hosting this whole
Yes.
thing. And I
Yes,
hope
yes,
everyone
yes.
is giving a thumbs up and all this stuff. That's free currency, but it's still internet currency. Let's kick Rob some love. if we can.
I'm loving this. So I'm going to give a little bit behind the scenes here. We did a 2 or 3 practices at this during the week leading up, and I have to say they were fun, but probably not the smoothest of practices, were they, team?
Not with us.
No.
And then,
Perfectly
With
smooth.
two
and then
eyes.
today,
Swimmingly.
it was like a slick machine, like we'd done it 20 times or something, and I
It was
was
so
like,
good.
amazing.
It was so good.
You were so amazing. So this was, I mean, I don't know about you, Zul, but this was so much fun to sort of control.
Oh my goodness, it was amazing, and definitely the most complex thing that anybody has tried during this live, and I am just thankful that it all went off smoothly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, well done.
The
Well
amount of-
done,
We should
everyone.
do it again.
we
We
had
should do it again.
sound issues.
Yes, we'll have to
You
do
know,
this again sometime.
Definitely, this was a lot of fun. So
Next
yeah.
week on the Leafcast.
next week.
We can do a weekly session of
Yes.
Pictionary. I'm sure people will join. Man,
This is
this was fun.
Okay, so if everyone wants to wave goodbye, and we will see you later, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. We're the Weaves of the Wheel community. I'm Suanna Sadai. Today we're here to help raise funds for the Lightweaver Foundation, a charity that helps the poorest members of our society get access to the fundamental basics they need to survive and prosper. I know 2020 has been a really hard year for everyone, but it has hit some people so much harder. So if you are in a position to sit here and watch these shows, please consider donating. And it doesn't matter what the amount is, every little tiny bit helps. So please do that. So now that we've done that, on to what we're going to be doing today here at Weaves of the Wheel. So I'd like to introduce you to our community panel. And here we will be discussing what happened to the Sean-chan after the last battle. So any of you viewers who are watching, if you're unfamiliar with Weaves of the Wheel, we're a social community of fans that anyone can get involved in various ways. And one of the things we offer our users is access to a storytelling and role play platform that's based in the Fourth Age, so a time after the last battle. And during this discussion, we'll be delving into the histories created by the Weaves of the Wheel community for the purposes of our storytelling game. And these are key points that our community has agreed on as a whole. But since we keep them generally quite brief, our panelists will be expanding on them using our knowledge of the Wheel of Time. So as a side note, since we may refer to timelines during this discussion and years in which events occurred, these may be referred to as ALB, which means after last battle. Feel free to jump in with your thoughts in the comment section below and consider joining us if you'd like to be involved with more of our discussions like these. You can find us across all the social media platforms just at Weaves of the Wheel, and we're also got a website over at weavesofthewheel.com. So without further ado, I'd really like to introduce you to a few of our community members who will be hosting this panel today. So first of all, I'd like to introduce you to Diraway Sadai. She is of the Grey Jar at Weaves of the Wheel. I'd like to introduce you to Mitt, who is an Asherman Mitt from the Black Tower at Weaves of the Wheel. I'd like to introduce you to Helena Sadai of the Green Jar at Weaves of the Wheel. Hello. And Vaska Sadai, who is also Green Jar. Hey. And Accepted Karina, who is soon to be raised to the status of Aes Sedai in our community. Hopefully any day now, fingers crossed. Okay, so without further ado, Helena is going to start us off with a discussion of what happened to the Sean-chan after the last battle, and was there a civil war in the Sean-chan?
So like Suanna said, we often try to build the New Age, the foundations for New Age, and it's one of the most fun parts of, playing an RPG game in the Wheel of Time world, because you get to live and play in the world that you already know and love from the books, but you get to expand on it and to create a brand new stage for your characters to play in. With that in mind, you have to make political climate, you have to world build a bit in the future. And one of those things that we had to focus on is, what are the Sean-chan doing? And here we start after the last battle. So in the first 5 to 7 years after the last battle, we assumed that Tuon, like the Empress, did not go immediately back to the Sean-chan territories, but stayed a bit in the Westlands. And from that, we started to look into some of the causes that might provoke some unrest in the Sean-chan, because they have been hit by some new knowledge and some new circumstances. So with the Empress gone and with the new facts coming to light, we were kind of leaning towards that there would be a civil war in the main continent. And we will talk a bit about why we decided that in our Fourth Age game, the Sean-chan is, for the first almost 150 years, in the state of constant unrest. So first thing is probably the fact that she was not there. When the monarch is gone, the empire is a bit rocky. then I was going to ask if Fro wants to take that further or.
Well, I mean, obviously they do. They're super. It's like Dune, if you want to slide, you've got this tightly wound society and everything is so under control. And what happens at the, spoilers, what happens at the end of Dune, Leto breaks that so that nobody's ever in that control again. And it causes all kinds of chaos. This is the same sort of thing. When you have such a controlled society, every aspect is very controlled. What happens? But war, because nobody can agree. You've got things going all over the place.
I was thinking one of the things that would go off like an atomic bomb would be the fact that Soldam are now known to be women who can be taught to channel. And there we have a big problem for an empire that relied on how right their system is in keeping the channelers collared or killed. And now those that were in a position of power and position of rank, now these people are just the same as those they are controlling. So how would you think that would, rock the society? Would it?
I have something to say to that, if it's okay.
Yeah, go on.
I think realizing Suldam and Damane are not different is a big thing in the Sonchan Empire, and I think and Tuon was not there. It's they all find itself a bit chaotic, and it's more than enough to have a civil war there. But I don't think it affected the rest of the classes, because the empires always tend to keep their class system. But it's for sure that they have a chaos and civil war.
I think that there's definitely, the whole entire thing would come down, because if you go back to the books, the Shanchan were at war within themselves for centuries, trying to get all these different tribal groups together. So you've got that, and that's why they have such a tight control over everything, because without that control, everything flies apart, because they're pulling in all these different groups and tribal groups together and forcing them to coexist. So the second that there is a minute for them to break out of that control, they're going to go for it. So even if it's not about Soldam and Damani, which it would be in the upper classes, the lower classes are going to take that excuse to run.
Yes, they have a very hard surface, but in the core, that empire is not as stable as it looks. I think that would be quite a big hit to their perception of selves, to suddenly realize, perhaps even, I know Robert Jordan was sometimes implying that they were aware that that's the case, but they were looking the other way, that there were people in Shanchan who were, very aware that that's like that they can channel, but it's something that it's the glue to the country. So they were, turning a blind eye. So do you think there would be like many groups, or do you think maybe it would be like two clear sides, like rebellions or like classic civil war, one group versus another?
I think with the nobles, there would be like two sides and maybe two different parties. But for like the common people, I'd say they'd split into tribes and like regions of the country.
Yeah, I have to agree with Karina.
Yeah, I mean, if it took them 800 years to consolidate, imagine, anything can topple that over if the queen is not there, if the queen is staying put in the Westlands for the first 10 years or so.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't they rely on the crystal throne quite a bit to keep their power in check too, or to keep a hold of their power, since it was a Turang Grail?
Yeah, that too. I mean, what would you say? The lengths to which a country would do to preserve the current state of affairs, I imagine that they would be pretty aggressive. They are quite a military country. They are very rigid. They are very strict. They would go to great lengths to cover it up at first, maybe, and then when it's out, to just kill it and not allow the word to spread.
I think there's nations in our own world that are very much like that, the very, very strict regimes. And it's not necessarily a military state, but they have groups that pay so close attention to everything that you do, which you do have in the Shanchan, the, what are they called? The truth seekers or no?
Mm-hmm.
The guys with the tattoos who go out and they purposefully search down dissent in the nation. So if you have the which the master of the deck in the chat said that the Soldam learning to channel is a state secret, they quietly disappear after they live for too long. I think it just is a continuation and more extreme, which is what would lead us to which leads the Fourth Age to having less Soldam, is that too many know, they have to get rid of the ones that know, and then they have to get rid of anybody that knows, because you have to keep that secret. It breaks the whole entire foundation of the nation.
Do you think there is like already a system set up for that we might not have considered?
The Death Watch, I think, right? We have one character in the community, Ross, who said like his character's secret, he's in the Death Watch, his character's secret mission is to take out Domani or Soldam who have gone bad. And I thought that was an interesting approach.
I'm thinking, who would go bad in a way to run away to the White Tower? Imagine the twist.
That would be really hard on the nation to admit that nobody wants to live this way.
Imagine it on an individual level, like you're a Soldam and suddenly, and you think your whole life, you think how you are the one to control these beasts, these channeling monstrosities, and then you're told, no, you can learn the same, and now everybody in the country doesn't think you're so cool as you were before, and now you're just a low level of what these are already. I would run away to the tower. I would be like, okay, now that I'm the same thing, now I'm going to go and make something of myself.
I don't think they accept that too quick. If I were them, I would think that maybe I was different in some ways, and it is not discovered yet. It's so hard to accept that I'm the monster that I hate. I don't think
it would take time. It would take quite a bit of time for the word to spread, I think, or maybe it would just blow up.
Traveling is discovered, and I think it's too hard for them to keep it as a secret.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do is see the leave. Go ahead.
Yeah.
these are really great points. I think one of the things that you guys kept touching on was the fact that, Tuon did stay in the Westlands for quite a period of time. And as such, at some point she would have had to make a decision to go back to Shanchan if she did want to consolidate the power. So what did happen with Tuon, and what did happen by extension with Matt as well? Karina, would you like to start that off?
Yes, so as you probably remember from the books, Tuon and Matt fell in love. I think they fell in love. I think Tuon did marry Matt for political reasons, but I think she loved him, at least some. And I think their romance is sweet, but that's just me. I personally think Tuon is a pretty cool character. Most people don't like her, but I think she's very determined, and she loves her country a lot. She's very devoted to it, but she does have some shortcomings. Anyway, so Matt and Tuon were both very influential in the last battle. Matt was, of course, leading the forces of the light, and Tuon was with her troops, And then after that, so what did they do? My first question is, how did they raise their kids? And according to the Weaves of the Wheel histories that we have, you can find this on the website, they had their first son in 2 years after the last battle. His name was Jane Arter. They had a daughter 2 years after that. Her name was Melovi Bodwin. and they had a third daughter named Minna Atham a few years later. And this is to be noted also, in 7 ALB, Tuon left with the youngest daughter and went back to Seanchan to calm the civil war and to claim the throne. And so the 2 older children were left with Matt. So how do you think they raised their kids?
Who wants to go?
I'm
I can-
imagining.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna imagine that there's probably gonna be some conflict in how the 2 raise their kids. I mean, I know Matt was not necessarily the legal father of Oliver, but he's probably a good example to look at in the books with how Matt would interact with children and be a father-like figure. And of course, with Tuon in the royal family, typically they try to raise their kids to not hate each other, but see them as dangerous adversaries, because the whole goal is to compete for the throne and to compete to rule the country. So, Tuon was assassinating her brothers and sisters. So I can imagine Matt's just going, no, we're not going to do that. And Tuon going, this is absolutely necessary. This is just how it works.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see him even trying with her, like, we're not doing this, we're raising our kids the Two Rivers way. I'm thinking he would be just that type of father that goes like, yeah, listen to your mother, and then, okay, kids, here is how we are going to do things.
Yeah.
I just can't. I mean, like, one, that's a really weird way to run your country. I mean, there's a whole reason that there's the whole heir and a spare thing that goes on, because what happens when somebody, like, French history, you have 16 children and all of them died of the plague within like a couple weeks of each other, and you've got one left and they locked the room to keep them in there. Like, what do you do when if somebody dies and now you have no ruling family at all? That just seems such a weird way to run things, in my opinion. I do think that their relationship and parenting styles would be interesting, since they're in the Westlands in our histories, they're in the Westlands for a good chunk of these children's childhoods. And if I recall, the second oldest kills the first. So potentially you've got like a deviation in, some are going to be more leaning towards the Shanchan lifestyle, and some are going to be leaning more towards the Westlands lifestyle. And that's potentially going to be their downfall because their siblings who are Shanchan are going to gank them.
You think there would be one child that would go like completely Matt's way and be, no, this is not for me. I'm just leaving. I'm going to explore the waste. Just goodbye, people.
Peace out. Deuces.
Yeah.
Not for me.
According to the histories, one of the older sons killed his 4-year-old brother. So it would seem that one was like him.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And I can say that one probably definitely took to the Shanchan way of life.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there can be another thing to consider. At first, Matt was with Jane and Bodwin, and these names were so important for him. The main characters, they were. So I think Tuon raised Mena, but the other ones are raised by Matt with Wasteland culture. But I think if there were some rumors that Terran was not from Matt, and maybe Matt and the first kids realized that, and they were angry. And I think Matt's style can accept that the first one killed the second. Maybe that can be the case. We don't know. And there were so many years that Matt, ruled Seanchan. So maybe he changed in a way that we don't understand.
Yeah.
Or he ran away with that child. Sorry, go ahead. Go.
He would not run away. cannot ever agree
He
to
would
that.
so run away.
No, he would not. Like, no matter how much time has passed, Matt is Matt, and his core is, and the reason he rarely gives his word is because he keeps it. He will always keep it. He will always keep it. As Swan said, you know, he runs. Who's going to be the one? Are you going to be the one who runs into the fire? Because he is. He will always be that person. So he made an agreement. He made a commitment to Tuan. He would stay there. He would hate every single second of it, but he would stay because he made the commitment to. You can't see him ever running away from that.
No, I agree that Matt loved her because
no, that I don't agree with.
Yeah, I think that way because Matt was always with some pretty serving girls, but most of his stable relations were with dominant and powerful women. So I think he respect Tuon in a way that I think we can say he loved her. Because he
in his way.
Yeah.
That's
He
a
respected her.
long women's circle topic.
No, I don't think that. I think it's very much that you know, man goes to war in the 1940s in Europe and brings home a wife who speaks a completely different language than him, and they love each other in that time. But then she starts to learn to speak English. I'm American, if you can't tell. She learns to speak English, and suddenly they hate each other because she's not who he thought she was. Now that they can speak the same language, that feels very much the parallel to Matt and Tuan's. Like, the longer they're together, the more they hate each other, but they're stuck because he will never walk away, and she's...
Oh, he would run. He wouldn't walk away. He would run.
He would not.
But
He
knew
would,
her. I don't
if
know.
maybe she told him to go. So I think that she's somebody who does not love easily. If she can manage it at all, it's in her own weird way. So I think that if it came down to it and she knew that the time came that she had to be rid of him, she would give him a head start. Maybe that's the only reason I can see he would leave.
Yeah. I like to think that's what happened, but I like to believe the best in them because I like both of their characters. And that leads me to the last question. What happened to Tuon? Did she die? Did she get assassinated? What do you think happened?
Who's the one who takes over after she dies? Is it a daughter or a son?
It's her daughter.
Yeah, it's
She kills
her daughter.
She's the one.
100%. Yeah, gotta be. She killed all her siblings.
It would make sense.
Definitely.
And how would she have been assassinated if she was?
Oh, I
don't
haven't.
know.
I didn't go there.
Gray Man? I don't know.
So according
That's
to
my
the
personal
history-
headcanon for the original Empress.
That would make sense. And according to the history, she died in her sleep, supposedly. So it could have been poison or something like that. I don't know. It's subtle.
I'm imagining this scene where you've got like this Sojin or however it's pronounced standing in a room that's like covered in blood, and Tuan's like body is torn all over the place, and he's like, she died in her sleep, man. It's such a shame. Yeah, I mean, sleep, it's a good way to go. She died in her sleep, everybody. That's
Don't look behind the
mental image
curtain.
I have.
Yeah.
It could have been absolutely anything. It could have been natural. It probably wasn't. And I like to think that it wasn't, because I think that kind of works with what I imagine this empire to be like. You know,
Savage.
There's anyone that goes out under natural circumstances. Okay, let's move on. So we were talking a little bit before about the Soldam and WoTaHoliday, and of course we're talking about the Soldam and the Damani that were actually from the Seanchan culture and were raised in that culture. But of course, you've got the Seanchan in the Westlands now, which means that you've now got people who are being collared and potentially becoming Soldam in the Westlands. And you've got an organization of channelers in the Westlands as well. So Vasca, would you like to take over from there and tell us a little bit more about how you think that would have worked in the Westlands?
Sure. So I think you first need to look at the differences between the Westland culture and probably the Seanchan culture. I don't know if they would have been altogether that successful with getting people who willingly wanted to be a Damani, of course. Those will probably have to be forcefully taken. I don't think anyone wants to be collared. I could definitely see some people in the Westlands who are native to the Westlands finding out that they could be a Soldam. I think some of them probably looked at it as like, I'm a peasant, I don't have a great life. If I adopt Shanchan life, all of a sudden I'm this praised, looked upon person. But of course, from the Shanchan perspective, depending upon how long it's been since the last battle, you probably have a lot of people who are thinking, I don't want to be a Soldam because we know that they can channel. That's a really shameful thing. So I think that at a certain point, they may have an easier time recruiting from the Westlands for Soldam than they would from their own homeland. But
What
I
a
think that.
twist.
But does anyone else have any kind of disagreement on that? Any take?
I think a very few channelers might want to become dominate if they were very scared of their power and they were worried they wouldn't be able to handle it because then like they don't have control over it and just someone makes them do it. But it'd take, I don't know, that'd be a very rare case, but it's possible.
I don't think
You
it's
think
super
some of them
rare.
would rush to the tower?
I think maybe some of them did. I think it also depends on, I don't know, how well maybe the Soldam were able to sell it, because you do have to remember that when you go to the tower, you're not in a privileged or praised position. You are stripped of all your possessions. You watch. I think at some point in the books they describe having like novices have their clothes from home and watching them burn. To like fully signify you have to give up everything in order to go to the tower. And I'm sure you have to give up some things to be a Soldam, but you get to wear a fancy dress. You get to, order people around, and you're in a position of respect, at least to their perspective.
I was thinking if some in the Shanshan were starting to believe that maybe the tower is ultimately a better solution, because then when all is done, then at the end you're free and you still have some kind of rank, which Aes Sedai is in the Westlands, and your place as Soldam is maybe a bit, deteriorating in the Shanshan.
Depending on which part, where in the 200 years you are. So where we are.
How far from the last battle? Yeah.
Almost 203. I don't think that it's a bad thing to be a Soldam anymore. I think that's very much been buried, squashed down deep. But back in the beginning, it would be a hard sell. Kind of like, would you like to become a Damane? No. No, thank you. But I do think being an Aes Sedai is a hard sell too, which is why you have so many runaways in the books. Washing pots isn't exactly like hard, but day after day, the monotony, you're only allowed to handle so much, and all you can think about is and see all the time are all these amazing people throwing leaves all over the place that you just barely can tell, and you want to push and get there. An alternative being that you can be somewhat respected and just right out the gate start doing stuff might be appealing to some as an alternative to being an Aes Sedai, which are looked down on by a majority of the population. Being an Aes Sedai, in general, people don't like them.
Maybe they like them better now.
Are we sure that they don't recruit for Sultan, being Sultan? Do they pick only Damanes, or do they pick Sultan too?
Well, you can't pick a Sultan because that's the people born innately, but not innately. Like, they have the ability, but they would never know if they never
people
were
who
triggered.
can be taught. Yeah.
Right, people who can be taught.
Maybe some years passed after the last battle. Maybe they knew and they scared of 3 circle test for being Aes Sedai, and it's so hard to be educated in the tower. Maybe they can pick being a damane. I don't know. I can't think any other thing, really.
I don't recall their process for, I remember something about like in their 13th year, they pull all the girls and boys of a certain age and like put the or just girls, put the collar around them to see if it works.
Yeah, and
or something like that.
The tea,
but like
pork root also.
I don't know how they discover Soldam. Like, is it just luck of the draw whether or not they put the bracelet or the collar? I don't know. That might not ever be covered, but I lost my point. Somebody go on.
No, that is a good point. I guess, like, how would they discover Soldam versus Damani, and how would they incorporate fork root into that? That's something I didn't really consider, and I didn't think that was really gone over much in the books. You were right on that.
Yeah.
And then I know at some point I don't remember exactly what year. I would have to look up the exact year, but in our histories we have where the Soldam and Damani and the White Tower have a delegation from each faction, and they try and recruit from each other. And I was just trying to think through, like, what kind of person, say, would want to go from one faction to the other. And of course it also changes depending upon what year we are in our histories, with the Shanchan being seeing Soldam as, respected people, or people that are just like Damani because they can channel too.
Right.
So.
Well, I think we get it's like 1 week or something a year that we're allowed.
I thought it was twice a year, but I might be remembering it wrong.
I think
Actually,
it's
like every 6 months.
Actually, it's recruiting from countries, from regions, not from, each other's pool.
Well, I think
so. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really concern so much the faction itself. It's not going to be switching. Nobody's going to be switching places. It's more like they can go into Andor, and they can go to cities and towns and test girls. And if those girls want to go and become Soldam or be colored, then they have the permission to do so once a year, to see if anybody wants to come with them. And the Tower has the same right to do that in the Shanchan territories, in a way to extract those that in no circumstances will, agree to being colored or being the controller. So that's the part of the agreement, that once a year you have the right to go into the territory of the other and offer your services and your positions, if you will.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's the 1 week a year the Black Tower and the White Tower can go into New Siandar and go around and test and offer leaving the Shanchan territories. But I mean, sucks for everybody not in that week.
What are the chances? What are the chances that you would be, like, if you wanted to say you were colored in the Westlands, maybe they would be planning to take you back to Shanchan at some point, because they could probably legally do that if you were a Damani. Imagine you're not at that one place at that 1 week of the year. Chances are pretty slim.
But you just have to like bunker down and hope that nobody discovers you in the meantime. Or use the Kin's underground tunnels and get out.
Yeah, I always think that when it came to the issue with the White Tower recruiting and the Soldam recruiting, is I always figured that there would be very fuzzy lines between how much a channeler could access Shanchan held lands, and by channeler I mean like a White Tower channeler or a Black Tower channeler, before they were at risk themselves with the Shanchan. So one of the things, this is where we start sort of talking about the Dragon's Peace and the opportunities that you're sort of giving the established channelers in the community in the Westlands. So
if we move on to talking about, you know, what happened with the Dragon's Peace, because the Seanchan always seemed like the ones that were most likely to have issues with the Dragon's Peace and it not really favor them too much. So Mick, would you like to take on this topic from here?
Yeah, of course. I want to mention about the very end of it. 2 years after the last battle, Seanchan had discovered a horde of male Adam, but they kept it as a secret and experimented secretly. And 23 years later, they passed to a law that male channels will no longer be collared, but killed if captured. By declaring this law, they announced the truth. I mean, the news about they were experimenting for it. And I think Black Tower had the right to think it was a breach of Dragon's Peace. And if the Dragon's Peace hadn't ended this way, I think the next one was White Tower and Aes Sedai. I want to ask to you that what do you think about Sunshine actions that caused Dragon's Peace to end, and did they really break the rules or Black Tower overreacted it?
I would
Well, I
say,
mean, go ahead, Karina.
I would say they probably did break the rules. Just knowing the Seanchan, they're not really type of rule following. They just want more land and they want a bigger empire. But maybe they didn't. I don't know.
I think, I mean, I definitely agree. I think that the Seanchan pushed that boundary to an extreme by basically executing every male channeler, which they did, some 20 years into the Dragon Peace being in effect. So like pretty much right off the bat into the peace, they started just executing channelers in their borders. But to play what I like to call Dragon's advocate, I can understand why the White Tower did what they did, even though the Black Tower is like, this is no bueno, we can't do this, we need to save our people, and then war. You have the White Tower who's like, literally, we just avoided a war for 100 years, let's wait and build ourselves to a point to be able to handle it. And understandably, the Black Tower's response is, we cannot wait, these people are literally being murdered daily, or who knows how many male channelers there are that can be found. So like, we have to do something. So I get both sides of this argument. Let's wait until we're prepared to handle it. And then no, it cannot wait because people are literally dying. It's the macro, micro visions of what's going on here.
I think Black Tower could act more political in this way, but I always thought that White Tower should act because I always thought Wastelands and channelers have a common sense about being a channeler, and I expected more support from White Tower, actually.
Yes, the tower is always the tower. Do not mix, do not stir, do not do anything that doesn't suit you. And yeah, they would probably be very, subdued and let's just sit this out and see this from 10 angles and then maybe have a little reaction. And then if you're
First,
all
we're
dead,
gonna
then we'll say,
bicker for 20 years about it.
Let's bicker. Yeah. Let's make a long whole session about how we're not going to do anything.
They are like, oh, yes.
It's not even that they don't care. It's literally just like, I mean, you're pulling the strings of how many nations and trying to get them all to combine. You've got Kaimlin or Kaimlin and Carien and their whole entire thing going on, because even if one person's ruling them both, they're still going to bicker. And then you have all the other who cares about nations and the borderlands. So like, and they just got out of a war to end all wars, literally. And like, it's kind of hard to want to pull the, like, get people involved when it's really not their problem. Like, why are they supposed to care? Those nations, Amadisia, most of Terrebonne, half of Volterra, don't exist anymore. They're all part of this other nation. Why should they care what happens to the people in those anymore? What does it affect them?
Yeah, Kremlin is a bit far, but it will come to that if Black Tower didn't respond. Okay, so after the situation of male channelers will be killed by Sunshine if they captured, 13 years passed, and Black Tower directed a mercenary army formed in an attempt to push back the Sunshine borders. This was 25 years after the last battle, and 46 years border raids become a daily occurrence. They thought that Damane and Matt's dragons are still a big advantage. So I want to ask that, do you think that Sunshine was succeeded holding what they already had, or can we count them as a failure because they were keeping they already had? I mean, what they won by this ending Dragon Peace?
I think they won themselves more time to prepare to hit back harder, but not much else.
Yeah, they prepared all the armies and came here, but they couldn't take anything else, so they wanted to prepare a new Dragon's Peace, and they gave more in the end, I think.
Yeah, I think they would be pretty fairly matched with the Black Tower against the Domine and Matched Dragons, because the Black Tower, even from the beginning, was like made to create weapons, basically, so they're very good at destruction. But then so are the Domine, so I don't know. But I feel like the Black Tower would fight harder because they truly believe in what they're fighting for. But I guess the Domine don't have a choice, so maybe, I don't know.
I think it's double frustration for Black Tower to face this male channeler issue with Sunshine, and White Tower's not supporting it. I think it ruined all the power inside Black Tower. I think they were so alone in that situation.
Yeah, they were abandoned by pretty much everybody at that point, which is really sucky, except for Ilian. They didn't abandon Black Tower, not that they had a choice.
I wonder what if they didn't fight back. I mean, Ilian.
Would there be one? But I mean, that's the same thing for most of the nations, is like at this point where we are, Amadisia doesn't exist. It is no longer a part of the Westlands. Terrebonne is mostly just the Almoth Plain. And Alterra, they got half. And then we got the White Cloaks sitting there, stopping that plug.
But you have to take into account the way the Seanchan run things. They basically let you have everything the way it was. So, and they make your life pretty comfortable. And if you don't rock the boat, it's not that disturbing living under their rules. So perhaps if someone had like an economic incentive, they would go, oh yeah, come on, come here and repair my swamp, and we will open the gates and welcome to Ilian and give us your money.
No.
I mean, if we
speaking personally as a Ran, no. They don't want it.
So just for everybody that probably got lost already, we have, we have made the borders pretty much the same as they were, because people like playing in a world they know. And even if we like going crazy and, going off in world building, we just, try to imagine events without, post last battle world would have a natural progression if we were thinking in terms of how things work in the real world, but then we are trying to, keep it a bit close to the book so we can play in the world we know and love and don't change it as much. So probably those borders are not as as different as they are, the first time around. So the only change would be if we plugged one of those holes like we did with, Altara, and not letting in this time period we did not let them have the entire Altara, so they might move into Ilian a bit. If you want some power, then you have to go where you're allowed to.
Before we close up this particular discussion, the master of the deck in the chat said strategically giving up the Shanshan continent. It's the only way the Shanshan could possibly survive as a culture is to subtly encourage the other Westland channelers to make raids on the continent, which is like a really good point. But we do in community try to keep the game, as we call it, as close to the books as we can. We don't want to push too far because we still want it to be recognizable to people coming out and looking for Wheel of Time, to be able to find us and recognize this world that we play in as Wheel of Time, which is why like there are some advancements, like we have trains and stuff like that because it's in the book, but then there are other advancements that might make sense for the time frame we're supposed to play in that we don't have, because we want it to be still something that you can look at and go, oh, this is Wheel of Time.
Yeah, that's a really excellent point, Ro, because yeah, we have so many people that do come into the community and they want to play and they want to tell a narrative that's of the books that they love. They don't want to defect too far away. So there is, I mean, we have so many when we're all working together and the, as a big group, we work together in chats and we sort of say, what do you think would happen? And some of the stuff they come up with is absolutely incredible and it's so amazing. And it's very hard sometimes to have to pull it back a bit and say, as much as I love this idea, as great as it is, and honestly, some of them are so fantastic. You have to think about, okay, this is for we want to be for everyone who's a fan of the books. So we don't want to move too far away that someone might come in and get really, well, this is way, way, way too different. And this is not how I would have personally imagined it. So it's always kind of finding that nice, delicate balance between them, but also, still having fun with it at the same time. So now that we've sort of spoken about the Dragons piece, and I also noticed that Master of the Deck stated that the Dragons piece agreement was just a way to kind of make a coexistence, but it's probably not going to hold. It's not going to be that realistic. Let's talk about what happens after the Dragons piece. I'm gonna hand it over to Daraway here, and she's going to tell you about what happens after the Dragons piece with the Shanshan.
Okay, so we've kind of discussed a little bit about the borders, where they lie, where we are in the stories, which is almost in 203 ALB after the last battle. All of Amadisia is gone. Most of Terabon, the line really divides along the Andahar River. And then half of Altara. Currently, I think it's like So Harbor is kind of where the line lies, but it fluctuates because of like the White Cloaks and the Shanshan kind of, they push as far as they feel comfortable with it without breaking anything that's going to cause, hopefully would cause a clapback from the Westlands. But as somebody who has an Ilianer character, one of the only ones in community, because Ilian is kind of the Gowan of nations, apparently, I do be rather attached. So it made me think you have the mountains and the forest to the north, which really kind of funnels. So even if they push past the White Cloaks, they're going to be slowed because they have to go through these areas. And then you have all of this land to the north, which really is most of their focus has been in Abu Dar, is their fortress. So it's kind of hard to move north. It makes the most sense to me, strategically speaking, to start going east towards 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 Ilian. But you do have a lot of strategical disadvantages there, like in my mind, probably like pine barrens and bogs. I relate Ilian so much to New Orleans with this bog, and you have a city, the bayou, and then the city party all the time. Do we think that they would make the effort, because they're pushing out, and Ilian is not super popular among the other nations, as we know. Especially Tyr has been trying to take over them forever. Do we think that if Ilian was annexed by the Shanshan, would anybody bother to do anything about it? Would that be worth breaking the peace to fight back if it was like a peaceful annex? What do we think?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the chat. You know, Ilian is not in October.
Or like 1 month out of the year.
Hey, it's a great party time. You don't know. It's one thing, one festival sliding right into the next one. It's a great time. But they have suffered a lot in the Weaves history, both between Tyr and the Shanshan. I just wonder, would anybody besides Tyr actually care enough if the Shanshan just went
against? I mean, I'm sure that a lot of them would be like, "Oh, that's unfortunate," but I don't know. Yeah, like it'd be sad, but it's like trying to rally one small country against a ginormous Shanshan empire with Matt's cannons and the dragons and the Damani and Suldam. I mean, that's the reason why the Shanshan were able to take over so much of the Westlands, is because they have a very well organized army that the scattered, if you will, countries of the Westlands did not really have as cohesive of a militaristic unit.
Right.
So I don't think a lot of people would be willing to risk it.
I mean, Helena made a good point much earlier, that would Ilian, I personally don't think so based on my perception of the Ilian people, but would Ilian want that? They've been economically destroyed for so long. Would they want somebody just finally step in and fix all of the problems and just live under that roof of protection, even if it means giving up a whole lot of freedoms?
Depends on, I think, what class you are in Ilion too, because if you're of the ruling class, you're going to be like, I don't like this at all. I have to swear allegiance to a new leader or I die. But then probably people who are just like your everyday peasant folk are just going to be like, oh, I have to swear to a new leader who's going to treat me exactly the same, and I can go on with my day, and we get better paved roads maybe. Yeah, it's a great deal.
No, so we've basically just established that
Ilion
is really the Gawain of
it's great. It's really great. Ilion's great.
I love it, but I'm the only one. Just like me with Gawain, I'm the only one.
You're not the only one. I mean,
I'm one of five.
I'm just being, like following a certain logic where they might say yes to it. But if I was going as myself, and if I was going as my character, I would go like, no, you're not having that. You're not having anything. You're not having an inch more of the Westlands. So in my opinion, it would come down to what the towers want, because, I am that arrogant and I think the White Tower rules the world. So if the tower wanted to help, then it would help. And I think, it might be a small country, but it is a whole country, and it is Ilion. And I think it would be, like, enough is enough. No, we're not giving you Ilion.
I mean, it sets a dangerous precedent, right? Because what right above Ilion is Murundi and Geldon, and
it opens the door.
Like, at what point do you say, well, I mean, like, who cares about Murundi? Because, I mean, what's going on there besides corn? And who cares about Geldon? Because what's going on there besides mining? Like, how much do you give up because you really just don't care about that nation specifically? At what point do you say
and many
no
would
more?
argue that we have as well.
Oh.
Dragons allow them to have anything. Like, why aren't they back in Shanshan completely? So no, you're not having Ilion, you're not having Altara, you're not having anything. Like we finally have peace, and finally is everything okay? And now you're going to move up? No, you won't.
No, no more. I mean, I definitely feel like tear. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Savannah.
It's all good. It's been great, but we have, believe it or not, the hour has gone, and I know, guys. I did say to you guys it would go really, really quickly when you get into discussions of world building, and you have so many feelings about what would have happened and where it would have happened. It gets very, very exciting, and the time can just pass. So we definitely would love to have more of these discussions. So if anyone wants to follow us on YouTube, we are Weaves of the Will. So come and check us out. And we're also mainly on Instagram. We do have Discord as well. So if you're interested in joining a social community of fans, and there's lots of things that you can do. If you want to create a character and you want to get involved in world building, then by all means, just drop us a message. We'd like to announce Sonia Bratz as the winner of the raffle in the comments. So congratulations to Sonia. And thank you so much to everyone for watching. Weaves of the Will, we're on YouTube. We are on a website. We are on Instagram, Discord. You can find us very, very easily. And make sure that you do donate to the cause, the Lightweaver Foundation. Help out the most poorest members of our society this time of year, because it's been a really sucky 2020, but it's been far more difficult for some people, and anything that you can do to help and support is really greatly appreciated. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us, and we hope that we get to see you soon over at Weaves of the Will.
Bye everyone.
Bye.